logged into the call-in. I texted her personal and I've even texted her to make sure. I gave it to him, or I gave it to her this morning twice, just to be like, you got it right. I did, yeah, I did both. That's good to know. Okay. Maybe I will send it. They were texting. I didn't have Bonnie's. Let me know if she's having issues. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock, and I'd like to start the meeting on time. For the benefit of the audience, we have three of our members who I think at points in time today will be calling in or may already be on the record and are here. But before we get into all of that, let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Steve Schell, you're here with us today. Would you lead us in the pledge?
Rebecca.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Absolutely. Jenny Breckus. Here. Naomi Dorr. Absent at this time. Oscar Delgado. Here. Bonnie Weber. Absent at this time. Neoma Jardin.
Here. Hello.
Devin Reese.
Here.
Councilmember Weber, is that you?
That's Naomi.
Dorr. Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Reese, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we get to public comment, I want to share with the community, and I think my colleagues already know, but just shortly before the holidays, this community lost a police officer who had been newly with the city. Officer Brad Hartzell passed away peacefully on December 19th, and I wanted to observe a moment of silence in his honor. So could we do that now? Okay, Madam Clerk, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Our first item is A3, public comment. As a reminder to the audience, you have 3 minutes to speak to the council as a whole. And the first public commenter is Mark Markell, followed by Michael Pitkin, followed by Ron Trevor.
Councilmember Dewar and anyone else who's joined us on the phone, if you wouldn't mind putting your phone on mute, we're getting some reverb here in the council chambers. And then for those in the audience who are speaking in public comment, as your name is called, can you move down and sit in the front row here, just so that the person who's up and then on deck is ready to go. After Mr. Markell, I think we have
Michael Pitkin, followed by Ron Trevor.
Mr. Pitkin, I think you're here. Okay, thank you. Just move down to the front row here.
And Councilmember Weber, is that you that just logged in?
No, it's Hillary.
Oh, thank you, Mayor
Morning.
Sheedy.
Oh, damn. You're not here? I can't see your pretty hair. Good morning, Vice Mayor, City Council, and the manager was here. But is she here? Good morning. My name is Mark Markel, and I'm a concerned Reno resident. I come here every meeting hoping, I guess I don't, but I'm trying to help people not get in the car drunk drive. But anyways, in '89, I was in a automobile crash, and we were doing 100, and we rolled 8 times. I was ejected. It landed on my head, put me in a coma for a month. I was in the hospital for 6.5 months more. And I can't drive anymore. This is all because I got the car with a drunk driver. I can't drive anymore. I can't do basically anything. I'm messed up. But I just don't want people to get a car drunk driver or drink and drive. Example, I'm warning people and showing people what happens. What can happen if you get in the car with a drunk driver? Please don't do that. Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Michael Pitkin, followed by Ron Trevor, followed by Eric Henry.
My name is Michael Pitkin. I can trace my Pitkin family tree back over 1,000 years to the indigenous tribes in France. Peterkin traces back to kin of Peter. The origins of the word petit is a word to describe the descendants of Peter or the descendants of a new infant religion called Christianity. After the Norman invasion, the family tree grew to England, Scotland, and Ireland. In 1659, a Pitcairn came to America. The Pitcairn Islands was named after a branch of the family of Mutiny on the Bounty fame. Also, a Pitcairn fired the first shot in the American Revolution in 1775. A Pitkin served in George Washington's cabinet. Pitkins have touched on every aspect of 244 years of American history. Pitkins have intermarried with every religion and every race. Pitkins have been governors, members of Congress, mayors, judges, philosophers, authors, and soldiers. Pitkins manufactured the first set of pocket watches in America. There is Pitkin Avenue in New York City and Pitkin County, Colorado. There are towns of Pitkin in Louisiana and Mississippi. There is Pitkin limestone under the Ozarks. Today, I, a Pitkin in Nevada, touch on topics of human sexuality, religious freedom, race relations, HIV, homelessness, gentrification, politics, street fentanyl versus necessary opioids for pain management. I am not trying to make a name for myself. Rather, like has been suggested, all of these things are my life. It is in my DNA to serve, as well as to speak up, as well as to defend myself. Because others here in Reno have labeled me white, privileged, and have attacked me, I respond, discrimination is discrimination, even when it's reverse discrimination. When you attack me, you are actually attacking yourselves. I have the right to privacy, and I have the right to be left alone in my own home.
Our next public commenter is Ron Trevor, followed by Eric Henry, followed by Tammy Holtstill.
Good morning. My name is Ron Trevor, and I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to speak this morning. I'm a representative of SAVE, which stands for the Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort. We work with the Reno Police Department. Today I've got the recaps from fourth quarter 2019. SAVE currently's got 78 active members with another 8 in training. During the fourth quarter, there was a total of 5,371 hours volunteered by SAVE members. This represents a savings of $121,438.31 to the city of Reno. Some of the key areas we had during this time was citizen contacts, 5,278, 48-hour notices placed on vehicles reported as abandoned, 3,453, handicap citations issued, 163, school patrols, 198, traffic surveys, 88, and stolen vehicles located and reported to the police department, 13. The year-end figures for 2016, there was a total of 20,949 hours volunteered, which represents a savings of $473,656.89 to the city of Reno. Totals for the time frame would have been citizen contacts, 13,672, 48-hour notices on vehicles reported as abandoned, 13,552, school patrols, 584, handicap violations, 478, traffic surveys, 383, and stolen vehicles located and reported to the police department, 35. Looking a little further, since 2001, SAVE volunteers have contributed a total of 406,912 hours, which represents a dollar figure of $7,595,259. Any questions?
Well, no, I don't have any questions, but I want to thank you for your service to the city. And also, I think at the Christmas party in December, the holiday party, you learned that you have some new vehicles on the road.
They're getting here.
Well, I'm
Yes.
excited about that. Congratulations.
We are too. Very
and Happy
much so.
New Year.
Thank you. Thanks to all.
Eric Henry, followed by Tammy Holtstill, followed by Heather Matthews.
Well, good morning, Mayor Sheevy. Good morning, Vice Mayor Reese and City Council members. For the record, my name is Eric Henry, and I'm here on behalf of Cesar Manera to open our year in prayer. So if you guys could join me. Dear Lord, Heavenly Father, Father, we just come to you this morning, Father, and as your word says, Lord, that we need to lift up our leadership in prayer. So, Father, today I lift up the leadership of the city of Reno, Father, the managers and the staff of the city of Reno, our first responders, our firefighters, and our police department, Lord. I pray for strength in this new year, Father. I also pray for endurance as we go through this year, Lord. And Father, I pray for protection over everyone, but most importantly, Lord, I just pray for wisdom, Father. I pray that you give this body the wisdom they need to go through this year in helping our community, doing what's best for our community, Father, and prospering our community. So, Lord, we lift this time up to you. We ask for your protection over our city, and we ask for your guidance. And we say all this in your Son, Jesus' name, amen. Thank you, guys.
Tammy Holtstill, followed by Heather Matthews, followed by Paul Riccardi.
Good morning, Happy New Year. Tammy Holtstill, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. But it wasn't a good year. The city of Reno has been neglectful, has been proven in court to be responsible for what's happened to citizens out in the Lemon Valley. But yet you fight it at every step of the way. Now, 2 of our citizens who are senior citizens, who are veterans, who have been out of their home and paying taxes, now had their home not once, but twice, the day before Christmas and the day after Christmas, broken into and their items stolen because they cannot live in their home. You should be ashamed of yourselves for letting people be that way. It is not fair. What you have done to the North Valleys is not fair. Your infrastructure, your lack of police, your lack of enforcement, code enforcement, everything. A good example. There you go. This is a new bridge that is being made that is blocking Lemon Drive when you're coming back out from the back. The fast lane has been closed off for over a month. This was taken yesterday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and there is not one construction worker there. And this is how it has been for almost 2 months, since Thanksgiving this started. This is absolutely ridiculous. Sorry. See that car? It was reported before Christmas. That car was parked there after the last big snowstorm. How many times do your police have to go by there and turn around and not stop and report it and get enforcement out and do something about this? How long do abandoned vehicles have to sit? You do not have the infrastructure for the North Valleys. It is time for all of you to start looking at it and paying attention to what people are saying, instead of forcing more development and more issues up in the North Valleys. Obviously, what people have to say are not important because you're not looking at the information that's been put in front of you. And I am very disappointed. This is not the way to start out the new year. I had hopes that things were going to get better, but obviously they're not. And you should all, every single one of you on this council should be ashamed of what's happening and want to change it. Instead of looking at more development like Stonegate, like Prado, like the new warehouse that is going in behind these warehouses that I just saw the groundwork being done today. Shame on you. Shame on all of you for not doing your jobs and doing them to protect not only your city citizens, but your county residents, because we buy stuff in your city. Thank you.
Heather Matthews, followed by Paul Ricciardi, followed by Joan Deputy.
Hello, my name is Heather Matthews, and I'm a graduate of California State University with a Master of Science degree in counseling, summa cum laude. I'm also the recipient of the William Randolph Hearst Award for Outstanding Achievement. The California State University has been interfering in the publication of my book, Walking Between the Shadow and Light, for 3 years now. I had a case in district court and nothing was adjudicated. Judge Wilson just dismissed everything that I put forth. Since when in a democracy is everything dismissed? We wouldn't have a need for courts or judges or lawyers if we just simply wiped everybody out as if they were invisible. Well, I'm not invisible, and I'm not going to go away. This country has freedoms many other nations do not have. And I'm entitled to my freedom of religion, my freedom of speech, my freedom of press, and my constitutional rights and due process of law, which I have not gotten so far and I am going to get. Now my case is in the Supreme Court and I am making headway, and I do believe they will do the right thing because they want Nevada to be proud of this state and the people who live here. I'm going to try to outlaw sovereign immunity, and in the next legislative session, Nevada could be the first state to take that step, which would make this state stand for something instead of being a joke and last in education and last in everything, including dumping nuclear waste here. In this country, I have the right to carry this Bible. I have the right to tell people what my beliefs are, and if they don't agree, that's fine. It's information that is put forth spiritually and spiritually discerned. But these people do not have the right to try to interfere with my due process of law and my freedoms of speech and press, which has happened, especially California State University. Universities have typically taught that diversity and tolerance of other points of view are what we are supposed to adhere to in this country. We have seen, as with President Trump, what happens when somebody thinks they are above the law. There's all kinds of corruption. And this has got to stop. The university and other colleges do not have the right to say that they have sovereign immunity and are above the law. This is the truth, and where the Holy Spirit is, there is freedom and truth. And as I put forth the truth, you shall know it. You shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. And you will be free indeed. And these books are going forward, and the Holy Spirit and I have already won. Thank you.
Paul Ricciardi, followed by Joan Deputy, followed by Joe Burfield.
Good morning, council members and mayor, wherever you may be. My name is Paul Ricciardi. I am a board member on the Truckee Meadows Pickleball Club and liaison for the city. I'm here to talk about the project, P3 Project City Center downtown. I think it's a great concept for our community and the revitalization of our downtown core, and hopefully it will save the city money in the future. I've met with Steve Nelson, who is a senior partner with P3, and he is fully aware of pickleball and it serving a purpose with this project. He has pointed out there, with these types of facilities, there is a window of downtime between 8 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, which would be perfect for us seniors and other community events. You can talk with your Park and Recs managers, Jamie Schroeder or Dan Massey, and they will tell you we need facilities. We have a crowding issue. This could be the answer to our problems in the future. I think it's a great idea. In P3's proposed terms, it was stated to include a broader community use, us seniors, us community. It also stated to ensure that the cost of the public facility is proportional to the type of event. I see this as a win-win for all involved, P3, the city, and our community, a place for the young and the old to participate in athletics. Citizens are moving to our downtown area and will need a place to play. Here it is. They have a city facility. So I ask you, when it's time to sign agreements and contracts, to please make sure the citizens, us seniors, are involved. After all, it was our taxes that helped pay for some of these properties. Thank you.
Joan Deputy, followed by Joe Burfield, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning. This is my first time here, so here we go. And I'll be easy. My name is Joan Deputy. I'm a citizen of Reno, and for the past 5 years, I've also been a part-time City of Reno employee with the Reno Parks and Recreation Department, working exclusively in pickleball-related activities. I teach beginners pickleball classes, pickleball skills and drills, and I organize and host the competitive portion of the Senior Games pickleball tournament. In Reno, pickleball is played year-round indoors at the city facilities of Neal Road and Evelyn Mount, and seasonally at the Plumas Gym for a total of 10 courts on part-time schedules. Through agreement with the Boys and Girls Club on Foster Drive, the city also has access to the gym each Tuesday and Thursday morning when school is in session. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the United States, with over 5 million people now playing. Over 30,000 belong to the USA Pickleball Association, and locally there are 500 known pickleball players. Every 2 weeks, 15 new players that I teach attend beginners pickleball classes at Neal Road. This is around 400 new players a year with no new venues to play at after they learn the game, nor are the hours that are existing increased. The result is overcrowding and long waits to play very few games at these facilities. Not only does this heavily impact senior citizens, but it also limits the ability of working citizens and youth to learn and enjoy a lifelong sport. Tournaments around the country regularly attract 2,000 participants, bringing in millions of dollars to the host communities. The opportunities for organizations such as the RSCVA and the proposed P3 project to attract people to Reno for pickleball events is a real revenue opportunity for them in the city, which is currently being missed. Pickleball venues for Reno compare unfavorably to numerous cities which have populations only a fraction of Reno's. An example would be Carson City with a population of 55,000 and 12 indoor courts. Reno with a population of 250,000 has only 10 indoor courts. These have let me back up. These cities have acknowledged an opportunity for their citizens, have seized upon it, have allocated resources, and have become better communities. I do believe it is time for Reno to prioritize pickleball to a higher level than it has enjoyed up to now. Thank you for your consideration.
Ms. Deputy, thank you for being here for the first time. Appreciate that.
Joe Burfield, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Steve Shell.
Good afternoon, Mayor. I know you're listening, and council people that are here. Thank you for this time. My name is Joe Burfield. I think I'm the last one, at least for public comment for pickleball, but I am the president of our Truckee Meadows Pickleball Club. I'm also a lifelong resident of Reno and retired in 2016 after 28 years with the city of Reno. So I've been downtown quite a bit. 4 years of my career was on bike patrol in that area, and I'm really excited that you guys are looking at the P3 project as something to revitalize that area. Pickleball has been something that I've enjoyed now since I retired, and one of the things is it's mostly played by seniors, and I've been 3 years now in the Reno Senior Games, but it's during the day, the hours to play, kind of the locations that we have currently kind of cater to the seniors, a lot of retired people or people that have not daytime jobs. So I've met many seniors in our community, great group of people, and I thought this would be a great opportunity to try and plug getting the seniors as part of the conversation while talking about P3. Just some quick stats that I have from the Truckee Meadows Pickleball Club. We have currently just about 300 members, and of that 300, 100 of them are new members this year. And we figure that will continue to grow. As Joan had said prior to me, that there's at least 500 people that are actively involved in pickleball. Although this is a senior group of people, we all like to play recreationally and competitively. The senior games that the city puts on averages about 150 players just for the pickleball events, both recreationally and competitively. We have most everybody that's been playing pickleball around here for a while that's played competitively has gone outside the area. Those type of events draw well over 300. The Las Vegas Open that they have at the Plaza this last September drew 552 people to that event. We're hoping that the Pickleball Club, along with the organizers of the events from P3, that we can bring those type of crowds into that downtown area, and they would obviously spend their money at our casinos, at our events, at our restaurants, and it's a great opportunity to also to show off our new downtown area. I kind of get off on different tangents, so I just want to close with, we've worked really hard with Dan Massey and getting places that we can play. We're all vying for different locations where people can do this. We would be happy to sit on any boards or workshops for P3 for this, and I thank you very much for your time.
Terry Brooks, followed by Steve Shell, followed by Robin Reedy.
Someone said she loved my poems the last time I was here. That inspired me to write more poems for you all to hear. Health is another factor of homelessness that I'd like to address today. And I remember something that Benjamin Franklin years ago did say. Early to bed, early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. But if you're homeless and don't have a bed, you'll probably wake up poor and unhealthy instead. If you're homeless and hungry and want food but too poor to buy it, that's going to lead you to a very unhealthy diet. If you don't have a warm home in the winter but live outside where it freezes, it makes you much more susceptible to all kinds of diseases. And living in an unclean environment that's not sanitary but impure, and having a lack of hygiene can lead to feeling very insecure. Homelessness leads to respiratory problems and disorders such as asthma and to chronic bronchitis as well as emphysema. Hunger also leads to many problems such as these and also reduces resistance to all kinds of disease. Children are especially vulnerable to a lack of sanitation and to the problems resulting from hunger and malnutrition. They may not be getting enough food for full physical development, nor enough for their needed mental development. Being homeless is bad enough, but if you have children too, just imagine what your children are having to go through. And not having mail or a phone for communication leads to a lack of access to health care, especially when you have no means of transportation to get you and your children there. I hope we all see a happy new year in this one, 2020. And I hope we learn to see how to solve these problems that are plenty. I want to thank you all again for listening to me today. And I look forward to seeing all of you on another day. Thank you.
Steve Shell, followed by Robin Reedy, followed by Farah.
Good morning and Happy New Year to our amazing City Council and city staff. Thank you for the great work that you do on the behalf of the City of Reno. For the record, I'm Steve Shell, CEO of Reno Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, and I'm also board president of NAMI Nevada. For those of you that do not know about NAMI, NAMI Nevada is the statewide chapter for the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and I'm very humbled by the great work that the staff and volunteers at NAMI do around our state throughout every day of the year. I'd like to defer the rest of my time to Robin Reedy. She's the executive director of NAMI Nevada, and she has a great campaign that she'd like to share with all of you about how we are working tirelessly to reduce the stigma around mental illness.
We're going to dance. I'm not sure how that works, but it's very cool. So again, I'm the executive director of NAMI Nevada, the National Alliance on Mental Illness here for the state of Nevada. We have 3 affiliates here in the state, and I've also brought with me the executive director of the Northern Nevada affiliate, which represents Washoe County. We have Sandy Staymates here in the audience. And I want to thank you, Steve, for everything you're doing. And we're kicking off the year with our Stop to the Top from the Top program. So you've heard a lot of things that you should be ashamed of, and you've heard a lot of things that you really can't do much about. So I'm giving you something you can do something about, and that's sign the pledge. Mental disorders, particularly depression, have a staggering impact on business productivity in America, greater than physical disorders. Studies further document that stigma, the widely shared negative stereotypes about the causes and effects of mental illness, is the single greatest barrier to treating mental illness and lowering the associated cost. Stigma kills. People would rather die than have someone think poorly of them. NAMI Nevada has begun working with businesses and organization heads to eliminate stigma in the workplace, improve productivity, and preserve the working lives of thousands of employees. The name of that campaign is Stop from the Top. Leaders who care about productivity recognize they can't afford not to seek an end to stigma. But empathy for the suffering of fellow workers in itself, a strong motivator for most of us. However, quite apart from empathy, The numbers make the case that ignoring stigma is bad for business and bad for productivity. When mental health is valued by leaders, there are real benefits in the workplace. The most effective antidote against stigma is direct, in-person contact between employees and peers, people in recovery. NAMI Nevada can provide in our own voice presentations to provide exposure to the personal dimension. Education only or lecturing approach against stigmatizing is not effective. Presentations and conversations with people in recovery who have firsthand experience is the proven method for reducing stigma. We've handed out a lot of brochures about this program, and within the packet behind the letter, we have shown the statistics for Clark County and the statistics for Washoe County. And sadly, we have higher statistics here in Washoe compared to Clark, compared to the state average, and compared to the national average. Mental disorders contribute to workplace accidents. Depressed employees have higher job turnover, and employees with anxiety disorder show up in your emergency rooms. We are asking that leaders in the community, those who represent all of us, sign these pledges. We ask that you sign the pledge to be a stigma-free workplace and encouraging open dialogue amongst your employees about mental illness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you
Farah?
for being here. If you would like my pledge card, here it is.
Thank you.
Farah, followed by Todd Bailey, followed by Chris Oberg.
You're good, honey. Okay, good. So I would like to say that a few great things happened over the holidays, and I would like to take a second to give recognition to some unsung heroes that have really made an impact by being generous when they really didn't have to be. As most of you know, we at Ground Game held a fundraiser for the Chow family. This is a family of 3, dad, mom, and a 9-year-old Leanne. Hi, sweetie. She'll be watching later. After dad was laid off unexpectedly, he found himself without options, and finding new employment was difficult. So they were at the end of their options and on the verge of eviction right before Christmas. The people who stopped this from happening and saving this family from devastating consequences need to be recognized, and I would like to do that. So to start this one off, it was Marilyn York who got me going. Hey, girl. Liz McFarland with Project 150, Bill Frankmore, Guy Clifton, Mike Wood with Remax, Afshan Saida, Erica Bellis, Jason Delmew, Lori Mason McGuire, and Tillman Frick. And we thank all of you for that donation. And after rent was paid, I sent Chow to the Sands for an interview where he was subsequently welcomed into the Jacobs Entertainment family. Thank you, Jeff and everyone over there. It is at this point I would like to recognize Katie Silva. Hey, girl. Due to the situation, little Leanne, the 9-year-old daughter, was unable to have a Christmas, so we could not accept this. And I put out the word, and Katie selflessly, bless her heart, she's great, jumped right in organizing the fundraising. She did the gift purchases, even wrapping them while having the flu. She's amazing and deserves to be recognized for literally preserving a 9-year-old little girl's view of the world, and I'm really proud of her for that. One other family that we were able to successfully help is a young family of 4. Dad, mom, 2-year-old, and a newborn, and they found themselves in a bind as mom needed to stop working due to the birth of baby number 2. And as everyone knows, it takes a minimum of 2-income household these days to even sustain and stay above water. So there were real consequences if we did not intervene with what we call at Ground Game safety net assistance. So when you're not quite down there, but you're not quite gonna make it. The individuals that deserve the recognition for saving this family are the Grace family, and that would be Joel Grace over at Reno Land and his wonderful wife, Amy, and their amazing 4 children, and I wanna say hi to all of them. McKenna, Aiden, Luke, and Quinn actually donated their own Christmas money to help this family, and I thought that was incredible. So sorry to get emotional. And Mike Wood of the Mike Wood Remax, he really stepped up, I'm sorry. And this is where it's gonna get really And the third person who I saved for last that holds an extra special place with me is someone who said he did not want to be recognized, but I really don't care because everybody knows I do what I want anyway. And thanks. And this person paid 3 months of this little family's utilities, which may not seem like a lot, but it's like totally when you're trying to get ahead. And this person behind the scenes gives me words of encouragement and tells me that God is proud of me. And he says, "Stay strong, Farah." He says, "You're doing great work, and my community is proud of you." And those words keep me going, and thank you always, and my love to you. And that person is County Commissioner Von Hartung. And I wish people could see all the good stuff that he does and everybody else that backs me that no one knows. So I love you all, and it was a really good holiday. Thank you.
Todd Bailey, followed by Chris Oberg, followed by Sam Dene.
I might need that. Good morning and welcome to 2020. That was an incredible decade we all just went through, especially here at the city of Reno. I don't get down here too often because I'm a citizen of the county. Of course, it's going to be an election year, and even though you're not in the room, I want to make sure and recognize Ms. Weber, Ms. Doer, Ms. Jarden is here, of course, and Ms. Shiva. I've spoken to all of them in previous election cycles, and I wanted to make sure and recognize you, Ms. Shiva, the mayor. In the last election cycle, I haven't had a chance to talk to you about this, but your cost per vote was just amazing. The amount of money you spent to get the number of votes you did compared to the money that was spent by your competition was just amazing. And I generally defer to your judgment and what you say down here at City Hall because you have the trust of this community. I mean, when I step back and look at how you ran those campaigns and the money you used, obviously it is the citizens of this community that trust you. And that's what makes the city of Reno work at this time. I'm here this morning because I have a request for the new city manager. You recently, I don't know the exact time frame, but in September, October, you directed the city attorney to release some documents as it related to some of the investigations they were doing here in the community. And your statement publicly was you overruled his legal position, which may have been sound, by the way. I really haven't paid too much attention to what that was all about or the legal position or the foundations of it. But regardless of the legal position, what you recognized was you cannot build community trust, nor can you have transparency by simply following a legal track. And I want to tell you thank you for that. The citizens of this county demand over and over again transparency and trust and have a very difficult time getting it. We currently have a problem with that right now up at the Washoe County School District. Up there, people pretty much put attorney-client privilege, or whatever you want to call it, on many, many things that are important to the voters as they try and decide who is going to sit on that board and develop public policy. And my request is, I just want a copy of that. I want a copy of whatever you wrote to the city manager to direct him to release that information. I have an administrator up at Washoe County School District who needs to follow your example, and I would like to provide them a written copy of that document so that they'll be able to construct a similar request so we can get transparency and public trust back in the Washoe County School District. You know, currently they're using the most non-transparent process legally allowed by Nevada state law to select the next superintendent. So we have a lot of work to do up there. I hate to bother you with this request, but I will go up to your office and leave a message with your secretary just for that one document. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bailey, if you'll actually stop by the city clerk's office on the second floor, you can file a public records request, and they'll be able to assist you. Chris Oberg, followed by Sam Dene, followed by Rebecca Stetson.
My name's Chris Oberg, lifelong resident. I still got my quarter. And in the year 2020, if I survive, I made it. I told you I didn't want to die on the highway, and I almost got it this morning on Stead Boulevard. right behind me, because I look both ways when I drive. And the guy almost T-boned me from behind, sideways, sliding across the street, black ice. And I went right to the red light. And the guy pulling out of P-minus State's got it right in the door.
Mr. Ober, can you speak into the microphone, please?
And the guy pulling out of P-minus State's got it right in the door at 45 miles an hour. I watched two other guys play bingo, leaving the road, because they don't know how to drive. And they're hauling ass to go chase the quarter, which I already explained to you. I did something I haven't done in 11 years on the anniversary of my father's death. And he died in this race car. And I drove it. And I'm one badass. Pretty amazing. But that's not why I'm here to talk about my greatness. I'm here to talk about the problem that we still have. And your staff, code enforcement, decided that Home Depot got a special use permit to operate and do whatever they want. And they went out there, Joe Henry went out there and painted a yellow line. And I had a meeting with Naomi Dewar and Bonnie Weber. And they said, well, who decided where the yellow line goes? And Joe Henry said, well, I decided the yellow line goes here. He decides the yellow line goes here. Well, if you look at their amendment to their petition, when they tried to get an amendment for special use amendment, the yellow line goes here. So why isn't the yellow line here in 2006? They didn't get an amendment to do this. And he's telling me that I can request documents and prove that I'm right. Hey, we spend a couple $1 million a year on code enforcement. This is not my job to do your job for you. And Starbucks opens at 5. They can't open until 6. And he says, well, they got an amendment to do that. Bob Cashel told them, you open that store before 6 o'clock again, and we're going to shut you down. And they told Home Depot, you open that door again on the weekends or before 9 o'clock and 6 a.m., I'm going to close your damn store. And we came real close to getting it done. And we all agreed that we're going to let you violate the special use permit and let Starbucks open up. But here's the deal. If we don't sue you for violating the special use permit and we're all going to get along and be good neighbors, you're going to get control of Home Depot. And that was agreed. Unfortunately, today, Starbucks is open at 5, and I bet you they do it, and go look into it. At every store they open, and they're not supposed to open until 6, these people are open at 4 o'clock in the morning. And the waste management company, I'm sorry to take up your time. I make you $400,000 a year in what I developed for you people for perpetuity. And waste management shows up at 4 o'clock in the morning dumping these dumpsters. And waste management is green.
Thank you, Mr. Oberg.
Our next public commenter is Sam Dene, followed by Rebecca Stetson, followed by Kimberly Rodemeyer.
Play a new game now. You're going to get plan B.
Councilmember Weber, is that you?
It is.
Thank you so much.
Sam Dene, that's me, the guard angel against the morally and financially bankrupt Reno Gazette-Journal, who these people up here bailed out with a $7 million purchase of their maybe $1 million building. And I'm not trying to criticize them. It's just the concept of bailing out the financially and morally bankrupt Reno Gazette-Journal. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I spent many years flying B-52 bombers and F-4 Phantoms, defending our nation against enemies outside the border, and I find out that the Reno Gazette is worse than any of the enemies that I ever tried to defend against while I was in the Air Force. I'm responsible for 88% of the good things about Reno, especially the dismantlement of the Reno Gazette. As I just can't really think that much when I think about the Reno Gazette. And now they want to tell you what to do about, for 4 years, they're spending your tax dollars with some fancy video going on, paying, your money is paying for that video that lady is running around reading in teleprompters. And just because they don't report about Sam DNA, me, and all of my humble activities for the last 25 years, activities that have saved the city of Reno or contributed to the city of Reno to the extent of about $500 million. Right now, if you look back on the record, and nobody has ever challenged it, even though I've stated it probably 150 times, I was the driving force that saved the Reno, Nevada Air National Guard. They wanted to get fighter planes, and I said, no, let's get C-130s. I challenged everybody from the Air Guard, and I did it politely, the Air Guard to the airport to City Council to the governor. They got the C-130s. So I was responsible for saving the Air Guard, including hundreds and hundreds of jobs and a quieter airplane and all the good things about it. But now we've got the governor coming down there and somewhat pretty much plagiarizing off of my wonderful deed of saving the Air Guard. Now he wants to bring an extra squadron down here to add to the Air National Guard. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? I actually support that. I have supported the Air Guard here at these podiums more than anybody. I was responsible for them finally getting firefighting C-130s. Now the governor wants to plagiarize off of my ideas and other ideas and have an extra squadron down at the Air National Guard. And I approve of that. It looks like it'll be a wonderful function. But, Governor up there, Steve, you've got to make sure that they use the right venue. And the right venue, and you people should know it, is not having more airplanes in the middle of Reno. Stead is a perfect place for that operation. Now, if you don't like that idea, go ahead and challenge it. Now.
Our next public
You're welcome.
commenter
Thank you.
is Rebecca Stetson, followed by Kimberly Rodemeyer.
Good morning, Rebecca Stetson for the record. So today I'm here representing the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands, Wildlife, and Wild Horses. I'm the chairwoman. We're a fairly new coalition, and our mission is to really take what has been 50 years of mismanagement of wild and feral horses and really create some movement alongside BLM and Dow, the state, and have practical solutions so that we can really make a dent in the overpopulation of these numbers. So first and foremost, thank you guys for taking care with our beautiful home. The amount of wisdom, practicality, discernment, and compromise that your job takes is commendable, and we're appreciative of that commitment that you guys have. Our horses in Nevada, much of our wildlife habitat is going to be lost as a result of developing the precious and alive ecosystem that is the wetlands, which will be Bella Vista. Now, we don't have an answer to our housing crisis, nor do we, or the destruction of the precious ecosystems for the sake of housing. But in regards to the agenda item that discusses watering these horses, it's an interesting solution that will not solve the much larger problem, which is the lack of effective management of wild and feral horses, and subsequently their extreme overpopulation that's destroying the habitat for all wildlife. The Virginia range horses that drink where Bella Vista is proposed to be are a microcosm of what's happening statewide. Virginia range horses are far beyond the capacity of the land, and the PZP fertility program that's being used and the volunteers who are implementing it are commendable. This program is experimental, and although it is a step in the right direction, we have no proof or assurance that it will be effective. The ecosystem is on its knees now. What our coalition would ask is that the city of Reno support and take an active part in creating solutions around our wild and feral horse populations that get them to a management number that's healthy for the ecosystem. There's a document called the Path Forward that I'll get out to you guys, which is essentially what SPCA and a variety of other stakeholders, the Cattlemen's Association, at a federal level have agreed upon what the best measures moving forward are. However, the basis of that program is using this PZP fertility program, which we have no data to show that it will be successful. In Nevada, we have more wild horses than anywhere in the nation. And as it came from multiple NDOW employees, what we see on the land is that our meadows are destroyed as a result of how many horses there are on the range. And although in Reno, in that urban interface, we see a small amount of it, our hope is that we can all look at the issue as a collective so that we can really create some change before we see a demise. We're already seeing a drop in numbers of all wildlife populations, but hopefully we can in the next year really get ahead of it. And a lot of federal funding came through recently, but a lot of that money, if we don't do something and make a change, will go again to feeding the horses that we do roundups with, which doesn't really solve the problem. Thank you.
Our final public commenter in the audience is Kimberly Rodemeyer.
It's really big. Okay, so my map is bigger than your overhead, so I'll try and move this around a little bit as we go. So on December 4th, when we were here about the Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2, Tracy Wilson stood up and said, the only distinction, the only reason that these horses that are on this land are designated as feral is because the land they're standing on. If they were 60 miles to the east, they would be considered wild horses if they were on BLM land. I want you to take this map and look at the dark line is Steamboat Creek. Okay? So there is roughly 10 miles between Toll Road and the Tum Wharf facility. There's roughly 10 miles in there. So I want to be very clear for everyone. In this area, this whole area, there's no water back in the hills. There is no water back in the hills. So all of these developments that have been approved by City Council, every single one that came in said, well, the horses can get water somewhere else, we'll fence them out. The horses can get water somewhere else, we'll fence them out. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so right here, here's Tum Wharf, okay? This was fenced off. So there was no longer easy access to the Truckee River. The rest of the canyon has a lot of cliffs and stuff, so it's not easy for horses to go over to the Truckee and just drink over there. Then Hidden Valley was built, okay? So that was fenced off. That was fenced off. Then we're over here, Double Diamond, okay? Double Diamond, that's fenced off. Then Damani Ranch, over here, that's fenced off. Toll Road, that's fenced off. This part of Double Diamond's fenced off. Then in the city's infinite wisdom, every single one of these developments, mind you, said they can get water somewhere else. Then in the city's infinite wisdom, they decided to build the Southeast Connector. And then they fenced this off. All of this. So what's left? This is what's left. Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2. So then guess what's gonna happen? In your infinite wisdom, you're going to fence that off. There is no water back in the hills. Every single development you approved, everyone said they would have water somewhere else. They would have water somewhere else. They would have water somewhere else. Now there's no water. This development is approved, they're gonna have no water. The lady who spoke before me talked about the agreement between the SPCA and the Cattlemen's Association. I don't know if you know this, but their agreement is to round up over 50,000 wild horses a year and put them in holding facilities and consider slaughter. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment. It should be noted for the record that we did have one online public commenter that is concerned with the development in South Reno. With that, we are on to item A4.
Item 4 is approval of the agenda. May I have a motion?
Mr. Vice Mayor, I do have some changes to the agenda.
Oh, okay.
I do have two items for deletion today. The first is item B1A1, Full Belly Deli Privileged License for Alcohol, to be moved to the January 22nd agenda. And the second item is item B2, the live rescue item, to be deleted from today's agenda. And then I have two items that are requested to be opened and heard together, because they are in the same subject. Item E1, ordinance introduction to amend Recreation and Parks Commission quorum requirements. And item G1, approval of updated Recreation and Parks Commission bylaws. Those are the only changes I have, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Manager. With those changes, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, second by Councilmember Delgado. Any further discussion at this time? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, we are on the B items, which is the consent agenda.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do have public comment registered at this time. Several of them were speaking on item B2, which was the live rescue, and has been deleted from this agenda. Mr. Alderman and Mr. Schneider, would you still like to speak? Okay, so we do have public comment on this item. Our first speaker is Stu Alderman, followed by Jim Schneider, followed by Sam Dene.
I'm a better writer than a speaker, but I'm trying to conceive any possible or reasonable benefits for the A&A reality show could supply to Reno and the area. And I've come up with 4 things that might be the benefits. One of them is it could be the desire by city or county workers to become reality TV stars. And that can bias somebody's decision. Question I have is, can A&E guarantee that it will not, to the tiniest iota, affect the efficacy of the emergency crew? I just see, excuse me, sir, can you please move the camera away from the victim gasping for breath? And I think that is a valid concern. Third thing is privacy. Fuzzing out faces in a town the size of Reno just won't work. It's been shown time and time again that fuzzed out faced people get identified, and with the plethora of identifiable landmarks in this valley, it would be hard not to be able to find somebody who is on that reality show. And my last point is $500 a week, really? My calculation says that's $26,000 a year. And it's really peanuts to an organization the size and the sophistication of Reno to sell the safety of their citizens for $26,000 a year. I can't see in any way this is justified by the financial consideration, and I also wonder how much money will be spent negotiating a contract with A&E, who are a big corporation, and they have the lawyers to make contracts that I don't think the city of Reno should enter into. Finally, I was going to grandstand, and I have $100 in my pocket I was going to pick out and put it on the podium and say, I'll start the fund to help raise the money. But I hope I've made a good enough argument that the people assembled here will say reality TV shows are not the business that the city of Reno should get into. Thank you.
Jim Schneider, followed by Sam Dene.
You've probably read this morning's article in the Reno Gazette-Journal by Anjanette Raymond. And so I won't belabor the points that she made, hopefully, but I'd like to personalize it. About 3 years ago, I was trimming a tree, and I had my head up, and I kept jogging as I was pulling the cutter. And apparently that dislodged a minute calcium particle in my inner ear, causing vertigo. Well, I woke up in the morning. I didn't know what it was. I was dizzy beyond belief. and nauseous, and I called 911 thinking it could possibly be a heart attack. They came this is, by the way, in Sparks. I am from Sparks. They came, they were very efficient. I'm extremely grateful for their services. And I wonder how I might have felt if I knew I was being filmed for national TV. If you were there, you would have seen a rather portly, half-clothed older gentleman in a state that he would not want to be seen by his friends or even the public back in New York. It will make, if Sparks ever initiates such a program, I'm going to think twice before I dial 911. And in the case of the police, we're talking about first responders. Once you're on national TV being perp walked, that's a lifetime sentence. You can be completely innocent. How do you escape that? Now, you're sitting there as members of the council, and it's hard to imagine that you would be in that kind of a situation. Let's say, for example, Hillary Sheave had an emergency, a medical emergency. I'm not sure that she would be immune from the same kind of exposure that we would. Now, if the council, and I believe it won't, but if the council approves this, then effectively and I don't mean to offend any chaste ears in the audience, but you could be kissing the police and fire departments butt with our lips, because you'd be selling our privacy for $500 a week. So please think carefully about it. And by the way, I'm not here ever, so I wanted to take this opportunity to thank specifically Oscar Delgado for his representation of the Hispanic community, which is far underrepresented. Thank you very much for your time.
Our final public commenter in the audience is Sam Dene.
Sam Dene, that's me, the guard angel against corrupt media of all sorts. What we have here today is the consent agenda where they're going to vote on a whole bunch of things, and I added up about $5 million worth of items all at once. I'm not speaking for or against any of them, except maybe possibly one. I'm normally up here talking about saving or engendering dozens of millions of dollars for the community with my brilliant ideas. But today I'm going to talk about what might be considered a small fish on the agenda of, the whole agenda has dozens of millions of dollars, and I'm not going to stay for it all. But what we have here now, and these two gentlemen have spoken on it, I've got bigger fish to fry, many bigger fish to fry, but this is something that should pique just about anybody's interest relative to what these guys want to do. They want to come down and follow around with the firemen and the policemen and have the legal right to record all sorts of tragedies, exciting things, boring things, and then put it out there to do with it whatever they want with it in a reality show. And they're called the Big Fish Entertainment. Big Fish, and I mean, that's almost an insult right there. They're coming down, following around, trying to look for some exciting, like this gentleman here with an emergency so they can film him maybe looking like an idiot or maybe looking like a hero, who knows what. The whole thing is ludicrous. And it's extra ludicrous. And that gentleman back there with the hat, I assume he's representing them. He ought to be, and he's not, oh, okay, well, I got that wrong. He came up there and filmed those guys. At any rate, that's not even the point. Is Big Fish here today? I know there's a lot of big fish, don't get me wrong. They got that guy and that big, a lot of potentates and some big fish up there. But is this Big Fish operation here today? They want reality TV. They are a bunch of idiots, fools, can't see past their noses inside of the, can't get outside of the stupid regular paralysis of habit box. Right here, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm not bragging, man, I don't know why I do it, but this is the greatest reality show that you are ever going to see. No teleprompters, just Sam's brilliant ideas. So why don't you guys forget this stupid, and by the way, you can record this legally and for free, and people will find it a lot more exciting than watching people down there dying or in nasty situations that you now are going to get the approval maybe from them. And I'm quite sure they're going to turn this down. $26,000 a year isn't going to help anything. It's about 1/4 of one salary up there, so think about it. At any rate, I'm against this. If you want reality, and you can go and look at my YouTubes, you don't even have to come down here, I've got thousands of YouTubes that you can go and take legally.
With that, we have no further public comment.
Madam Clerk, for the record and for the public watching at home or those in the audience, certainly the agenda item that were discussed by our prior speakers has been pulled from the agenda. I remind people, as our mayor often reminds people, that just because something appears on our agenda doesn't mean it's going to be evaluated or voted upon. Oftentimes things are placed there and they do not get a hearing. So thank you for that.
I'm quite sure that my point was
Dene,
well taken,
you are out
whether you're
of
going to
order.
address it today. You address me, young man. You
Mr.
address
Dene,
me.
you are out of order.
I'm not. You are. By calling me
If
out
you
of order.
continue to have an outburst, I will have you removed.
No, you won't. It's too late.
Thank you.
There's some reality for you.
Madam Clerk.
All right, we are pulling items from council members if you'd like.
Okay, let's start with Councilmember Jordan. Do you have any items?
From way down here with all my space. Trying to change the tone in the room. Yes, may I please pull B7?
Councilmember Delgado.
Nope, none for me, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Breckus.
B8, B9, and B14.
And any of the council members on the phone.
Yes, I have one or two.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yes, I was going to pull B2, but B3, and I was also going to pull B7, but Councilwoman Jordan did, and B14, which was also already pulled. Thank you.
Thank you.
None for me, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as?
Wait.
Okay, Councilmember Weber.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't jump in there sooner. I don't think I have anything, and is it possible if we, I don't think I have anything.
Thank you. And for the colleagues on the phone, obviously it's harder because we can't see you. Just feel free to jump in anywhere you need to, and we'll just roll as informally as we can. Okay,
Thank
with
you.
those items having been pulled, may I have a motion to approve the consent items, please?
Move to approve all items.
Okay, I have a
Can we have
motion.
a little discussion on the motion?
Let me see, we've got a motion made by Councilmember Delgado, a second by Councilmember Jordan. I have a motion and a second, but we've called for discussion. I'll turn it over to you, Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we pulled item B2, but we had people take time out of their day to come down and talk about it. It was picked up by the media. It's the second time I think it's appeared on the agenda. So, we've done our own research on it. I'd like to ask Madam Manager, because she's placed it on the agenda and she's requested to be pulled. Can we anticipate this coming back, or is this issue not something you are recommending that we move forward at this time? Just trying to prepare the rest of our meetings on this issue.
I haven't yet spoken with staff about it, but it would be my recommendation not to bring it back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, without any further discussion, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
No. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, with that, we should open item B3 as pulled by Councilmember Dorr.
Councilmember Dewar, item B3, you asked for it to be removed?
Yes. Yes, I wanted to pull it off the agenda so that I could give personal thanks to the representatives of the pepper mill. They have made an active decision to support a variety of nonprofits and efforts in the community. And they looked around them and they saw not very far away Virginia Lake. And they called up our Parks Department and discussed some items that might be in need of assistance. And it was very coincidental because the very same day that they called, I had been contacted by several constituents asking for improved signage in Virginia Lake. And at the very same moment, the pepper mill employees use Virginia Lake, and it turns out that the concierge often recommends their guests to recreate at Virginia Lake. It's so close. So they had also been thinking that some improved signs would be helpful. So it all came together beautifully, and we had actually, they contacted us and said they wanted to do this. So with that, I would just highly recommend approval of this item and a real strong thanks from my heart for them considering this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. I'll take that as a motion. Do I have a second? A motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Jordan. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? Passes unanimously.
All right, item B7, as pulled by Councilmember Jordan.
Councilmember Jordan.
Can we get somebody from staff? I just would like a little bit more information as to what all this entails with regards to the upgrades. Are they already completed?
Good morning, Frank Rivera, Public Works Department. You're asking, have the upgrades to Amtrak been completed?
Correct.
No, this approves the contract awarded to, Group West Construction for the roof replacement, new HVAC system, and the remodeling the restrooms.
Okay, and the only reason that I ask this is I know what percentage of that building is currently being used?
All of the buildings being used except for the vacant east section that doesn't even have any walls up. So,
So does
folks
this?
riding the bus tend to hang out in the waiting room on the east side.
So do any of these renovations, should we ever get a tenant in that vacant section, would that require additional repetitive renovations should someone ever go in there?
So these restrooms will be ADA compliant from now on, so that'll help get a tenant in the east side.
Okay.
And then the TIs will be done by the tenant, hopefully, for that vacant spot.
Okay, I was just trying to make sure that should we get a tenant, because I know that we've got some things moving around. We may need that space for some other purposes. I just wanted to make sure we weren't spending money doing this renovation to only have to do some additional repetitive renovations if we get a tenant in there.
Long term, we plan on having that. And this remodel is keeping that in mind, that we want somebody in that east side. So,
Got it.
great.
Okay, thank you. With that, if anybody has anything else, I would move.
No, I just want to say I am super excited about this project. It's a long time coming. Obviously the other space will have a tenant build out, and maybe that'll be their responsibility, and we'll get there. But we just do not get these opportunities very often to put money into one of our buildings, and this is one of our most significant buildings. So I'm very excited, and I'm excited for the traveling public, because I think they've suffered, and people's experience in Reno has suffered because of the lack of amenities in this building. Thank you.
And thank you for your donation on this as well.
Oh, yeah, I gave some, as the Historic Resources Commission liaison, I gave some of my contributions last year to this historic building. Thank you.
Yeah, and Chairman,
Councilmember
Vice
Delgado.
Mayor, to that point, I know the CDBG subcommittee reviewed it quite a bit, and a lot of it came back to the ADA accessibility for those passengers that are quite there quite often. It's come to us at various times, and with that, it was met. So it's good to see it's moving forward. Just appreciate that.
Great.
Before we take a vote, I want to just comment, Councilmember Breckus, this is not a building that I was really familiar with, to be honest with you. I haven't traveled by Amtrak that often, and when I have, it's been in the other direction, and we just were outside, quite frankly. And so in my briefings, I really wanted to get to know this building better, and so staff is very graciously setting up the opportunity for me to see it. Because as I understand it, and staff was very forcefully advocated for this building's special nature. And I suppose I liken it to the ferry building in San Francisco or Grand Central Station. And so I'm excited to learn more about the historical nature of it. And I think I've used a word that Councilmember Breckus has used before about the crown jewels of the city's, buildings that it owns. And it sounds like this fits that category. And so I thank Councilmember Breckus for being an advocate for these special buildings and really exhibiting the leadership. And I appreciate that from her.
Definitely a beautiful building, one of our favorites.
And Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I think you pulled this item as well, Councilmember Dewar. Is that right?
Right, or I would have, but I too wanted to weigh in that I was really pleased to see this finally taking shape. I have toured the whole building, top to bottom, east to west, north to south, and it's fascinating. It has a tremendous history for our community, and I really think this will help bring it up in its capacity and its utility for our public. So I highly support this item.
How long will the renovations take?
I think the renovation take 4 months, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Still my motion to approve.
Councilmember Jordan, is that a motion then?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion by
Second.
Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Delgado. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Item B8, pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I'm just, this seemed like an unusual project effort. And the staff report gave me some questions. What is anticipated with this services? I thought we bought some equipment to look at our lines. Are we looking for infiltration from stormwater here, or can someone explain what this services are? It's not a huge amount, but I don't recall it coming up when we did our CIP at budget time.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, council members, for the record, Dustin Waters, Senior Civil Engineer in Public Works. The purpose of this project is to determine the available capacity in some of our interceptor lines, 18 inches and larger.
Okay.
So it's to install flow metering and have a consultant actually do what you mentioned, is do some I&I investigation. There are areas that are suspected of wet weather impacts to our sewer system.
So is this geographic specific? I mean, how many 18-inch lines will you be looking at where?
Somewhere between 8 and 16 locations. A couple of those locations are going to be clustered where we know we have impacts from wet weather events, and the others will be scattered just to determine the capacity of the interceptors in areas where we've seen recent development, and we anticipate further development in those areas.
Is the majority of it going to be in the Stead sewer shed area or the Tumwater sewer shed area?
Both. We have Stead, Northwest Reno, and I have location maps if you're
Okay,
curious.
maybe you could just get those to us afterward. I'm always curious about the West Reno area where we have the septic tanks problem, and wondering if we're looking at that. And then also wondering, I thought it had come to my attention, actually over on the Yory Grove area, where someone was held up on doing a tenant remodel of a change use on an existing building because of capacity, and they had to chase the line down, and then they had to wait for the project to go under the freeway. Remember that one?
Yep, I do.
Yeah. So is this trying to get ahead of that? Because through that process, I was learning that we leave it to the development side of things to chase these lines and check out capacity. Is this us trying to get further on ahead on some of these lines and
Yes,
do
trying
that
to determine
ourselves?
the capacity of our interceptors, but also expand beyond that and get into some of the smaller and more critical lines. The developers are still required to demonstrate capacity to the interceptor.
Okay.
But this program will further define the capacity of the interceptors and as well go beyond that where we have more critical lines.
Okay, like the little, I don't know what you
Yeah.
call them.
Yeah,
the
not
trunk.
all of them. Yeah, trunks. Trunks are like
trunks, yeah.
15 inches and larger.
Okay, okay. Well, that's good because it seems like it's something we should have done probably a long time ago. We just never got to that point. I was surprised through that process, this whole deal got held up, that we really don't have some good flow understanding. In my mind, we should be able to go to every large line, even some of the neighborhood ones, and know, where we're at. And this will get us there?
This is the intent of the program. So this is the start. So we'll see what we find and then expand depending on the results of this
Okay,
investigation.
I'd like to be informed. I'd like to see those maps, but I'd also like the council to understand what we're seeing on these because too often from the development side of things, as we move toward what our big goal is, which is infill, I hear, I've got so many problems there, the infrastructure's so bad there, it's easier for me to go up where, the only problems are the horses, right? Because there's new lines and everything. And so I'd like to have this front and center to this council to understand where we're moving in this. Do we need to accelerate it? What are we finding? Because like I said, I was stunned that a perfectly built out building on Uri Grove was held up for 6-9 months on a critical change of use for getting a line under the freeway. So, okay, thank you. I'll move.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, a motion by Councilmember Breckus, a second by Councilman Delgado. Is there any additional discussion on this item? Seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item B9, as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, so, is your the HR director here? I guess, these next 3 items are, salary increases, and I just pulled B8, for, mid-year increases for, a whole segment of our workforce that I think is often forgotten. And I brought this up last year, and I think that it's still not being addressed. I'm in support of what we're doing budgetarily wise, but I think that was decided back in May. But it seems that the system of classifying these people, who's where, these resolutions that we have, overlapping resolutions, do not provide clarity to the public, to our workforce about who's what, under what framework of compensation and representation they are. And I'll give you a couple examples. There's a reference in the resolution we're about to adopt to something called pay for performance. My recollection is that was something tied in a bargaining agreement that has been pulled out of one of those bargaining agreements years ago. We used to have a whole framework of how raises were given above and beyond COLAs and so on. That's gone, but this language and the identifications of employees to that is gone. And there's also this term that I do not understand called hourly employees. That does not appear compliant with the charter. And the questions I had that came back from HR are, well, they're not really hourly. The charter calls them this. I think we need to sync everything up. And I'll tell you why. Number one is every week, I'm seeing people walk out of the door in retirement here, and I'm very excited for them. But we're seeing a lot of transition in our workforce, and if we have this overly complicated, unclear compensation packet for a segment of employees who are outside of some of the larger bargaining groups, it makes it, I think, difficult to recruit and retain, particularly to employees who might want to be lateraling over. A lot of people aren't going into municipal service. A lot of people sometimes seek growth through lateral, and it would be very hard to understand if I'm here in this group, not in what this represented, to go over here. What does that mean? Where am I going? And so on. So I think there's a lack of, there's a global cleanup that I would love to see occur to simplify and make it more understandable what is what employees and how, and then, of course, the charter gives the broadest guidance, but strip out some of these concepts like hourly and salary. I think they predate some of the advances in employment law. And I think you weren't here before, Mr. Gregerson. Is it Georgeson or Gregerson? I'm sorry. Gregerson. I don't think you were here. Were you here last year when we did this?
No.
Okay, so that's why I wanted to pull it and repeat it again. I'm the liaison to the Civil Service Commission, and they do have jurisdiction over some of these employees also. I'm going to ask them to have these conversations and ask that they work with you on it, because I don't see why we have, it should very clearly sync up with the work that this council's done on the charter work, on the numbers appointed, the numbers. But it seems like we're using these resolutions that give some guidance to systems that predated that. So I think there's work to be done on clarifying all of this.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, thanks for your work and your response to my questions.
Any additional comments from the body? Okay, seeing none, I'll return it back to Councilmember Breckus for a motion.
I'll move.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Breckus and a second by Councilmember Jordan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please signify by saying no. Passes unanimously.
Item B14 is pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I think Ms. Dewar said that she wanted to comment on this. She would have pulled it first. It's her ward. I'd like for her to start the conversation then, and then I'll defer my comments after.
Councilmember Dewar, are you on the phone?
Yeah.
Okay, take it away.
Okay, first of all, I just before we go on, I just wanted to comment on the item that we just approved, which is, I just wanted to say I'm glad that we have a mechanism to recognize our employees that are outside of the bargaining units, whether they be management, mid-management, confidential employees. We've done it before, and I'm glad to see us doing it again. So I just want to mention that. On item B14, this is a series of streets that are part of the Palisades development, and I basically have a question for staff. At this time, this is some of our highest streets. There are other higher streets proposed to come in, but we're starting to climb up the hill with these Palisades streets. And my question is, when do we decide that a street would be public or private? And is there a benefit to the city either way? What's the pro and con? To understand, in terms of accepting these streets, that means we are accepting responsibility for the snow removal and the maintenance of the streets. And the issue, again, is it's just we're starting to get pretty high. These streets will get more snow and be more challenging to clear. So I just wondered if the staff could address that.
Yeah, Mike Michelle, engineering manager. To answer the question, when we're here tonight to accept an offer dedication that was made on a final map about 3 years ago, and this is a standard action that we take when on a final map a street is offered for dedication. We typically, as a matter of practice, reject the offer. We don't want to accept it until the improvement is complete. And so we're here tonight because the offer of the street network has been completed to city standard. And so I'm here tonight recommending that we accept the offer and the streets as complete so that it can be accepted into our street maintenance network for maintenance purposes. The decision to go...
I understand that. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Continue on, please.
The decision to go private versus public, that's really made at the tentative map stage. A condition of approval was on this tentative map that this street network in Palisades 3 be public. That decision was made many years ago. So that's when the decision is made to go private versus public. There's advantages to both. As you know, typically streets that are not gated, that are open to the public, they're made public. And they're made public because, well, the public drives on them. And it provides a better means of maintaining the roads, I think, as opposed to it simply being left to an HOA.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'd like a map shown up that I've asked staff. It's the display maps for item F4. That's further down in the agenda, which is, okay. So, thank you for that. When I did my research for today's meeting, the area in the red is the area proposed for a second reading of annexation. Then there's some land in between, and then the land with just the, you can't see any buildings, is the one for the roads that we're accepting today, correct?
Correct.
Oh, thank you. And what I have seen time and time again, both in the Northwest, in the Northeast, and in the Southeast part of town, and even the little bit of development that I've had up in my area, although most of that was within the large Collin Ranch PUD, so everyone knew what was going to happen everywhere. As we piecemeal this work up the hill, there's folks like the ones on the streets that we're about to accept who go in, they buy their house, they don't know, for example, that this land that's about to get annexed up the hill, which I am sure will be in for a master plan and zoning intensification to suburban densities, that all those folks are going to be driving down the road here pretty soon. And I certainly see that because I see one of the roads we're accepted to take is a stub to the next road in between. Is there a long-range transportation plan for this area? That when a tentative map comes in, people can say, oh, that's going to take that traffic, or the planning commission say, no, we're going to have private roads up here because it's what does the long-range transportation plan say for this? For those decisions that you said were made a while ago at the tentative map should be public or private?
Good morning. Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. To answer the question, is there a transportation plan? It's really the regional transportation plan and the regional roadway network. The specific alignment of local roads as the city's plans are currently configured are not specified, and those are built out. The local and collector and smaller roads are built out subdivision by subdivision, and as Mike mentioned, with decisions on public versus private made with each subdivision. That being said, the zoning is really the plan, and the intensity and kind of the sizing of roadways is based on the zoning up the hill. The site in between the proposed annexation and the developed area is zoned for development, and there is no current proposal to change zoning further up the hill, but if there was in the future, downstream roadway capacity would be a significant consideration in the review of that request. That being said, we are working towards a more detailed transportation plan with the City of Reno that extends beyond the regional scale roadways that would likely get into those topics.
So right now the area in red, we'll talk about that when we get to that. So I guess, for me, I'm having a hard time seeing these roads come in through the tentative map process, because I think that we need to look at the area and how it links up, connected, and what we're taking on. And then, I'm sorry, but the whole horse issue makes these more expensive roads. If we got to go carve and, pull horses off of these streets, maybe we should be having the HOAs doing this. My preference would be maybe that we hold all these to 40 acres in the county densities and not suburbanize. But if we're going to do that and we're going to suburbanize up these hills, I think maybe we need private roads and put the HOA in responsibility for dealing with the carnage. But let me ask you this, there was a tentative
Councilmember
map.
Breckus, I'm going to
Okay,
stop you there just
okay, I
because
have
we're
another-
over, but I'm going to pass it to the colleagues, and then if we can come back
Okay,
to you.
that's fine.
I appreciate your thorough examination, and I don't want to truncate the discussion because it is an important one, but we've got 3 members on the phone who are each dealing with some issues, and I want to stick closely to the timelines today in respect for them. Are any of the other colleagues have questions on this particular agenda item? Councilmember Dewar, I'll come back to you as well on this specific item. Okay,
Sure.
let's,
If no one else has a comment.
well, I think Councilmember Breckus will have a comment after yours.
Okay. I just wanted to mention that for the last few years, I've mentioned the need to do an area plan for this region. And I think everyone knows it. I think I've discussed it with the planning folks, with our city manager, with our assistant city manager. And I don't know actually how to get it from concept to reality. And one of the reasons is we're all dealing with pedestrian issues. And what I've had to do in many of these areas that are just adjacent to this area is I've had to come back in, work with our public works staff and putting in sidewalks, flashing lights, crossings, speed limit signs, even lights, some expensive infrastructure, and then some not so expensive infrastructure. But yet, that's what a lot of the residents come and ask me to do, is that they're concerned about pedestrian safety or car safety. And the steeper the roads get, the more difficult it gets to maintain speeds and to maintain safety. So I am very interested in doing a broader, a more regional understanding of the transportation in this area and, of course, all the areas of the city. I know that I've been working with RTC on their South Reno traffic study, and they've come up with a lot of recommendations. A lot. And the public has been very actively involved in that. The thing is, they're gathering this input, but it's going to be many years till they can really do the things that they need to do. So I am willing to support this. I understand this came in, Palisades Whole Development came in before I came on council, and I've just been working with it, trying to deal with it the best I could. But it still doesn't take away from the need to have a broader conversation and an actual planning effort on transportation and many other issues in South Reno. So I just wanted to add that in. Thank you.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I echo that. I think we're having so much difficulty in these high growth areas. Here it's the horses. Up in the north, it's effluent disposal. In the west, I think there's also issues of infrastructure, capacity, response. And I do believe that we need to get to these area plans and be ourselves in charge of them and get the other agencies on board to help us design plans, because I don't think we're having good outcomes. But my question on this is, when this was approved at a tentative map, there was an amendment to this condition 10 that had to do with the horses. What was that condition in that amendment? Because it related to the horses in the streets. And obviously, it was approved and it came back, but do you recall how what that was at that point?
Mike Michelle, engineering manager. Councilmember Breckus, I'm not familiar with that condition.
Yeah. I guess also I want to call this out as an opportunity for the council to think about the zoning code as we're redoing it. Here we have a tentative map that I'm not crazy about. I remember this one coming through and thinking, I think those roads should be private. I think those should be private streets. And I'm not entirely sure that tentative maps should not be going to the council.
Vice Mayor Reese, we're getting a little off the agenda here.
Yeah, I'm going to be bringing that up quite a bit. So thank you, because I think that we do need to highlight as we go through how our zoning code is not working for us. And with that, I will also support the motion, but I think that it is resulting in a process that's not serving us well in the communities we're building. Thank you.
I want to thank council members Dewar and Breckus for their comments on this item. It sounds like there perhaps is a way for us to have some additional discussion, and I'll direct my comments to Madam Manager, that it sounds like there might be another agenda item for another day, a broader conversation about some of these issues. I did hear a motion in there from Councilmember Breckus, and I want to confirm that that is a motion to accept the staff report.
Well, usually we defer to,
Well,
the
I'm-
board
Oh,
person.
I had
I'll
heard
make
you
the
make it,
motion.
so.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. It's just we have a
I'll
difficulty
make the
with.
motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar on the phone. You've made the motion. I'm looking for a second.
I'll second.
And a second by Councilmember Breckus. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries
Aye.
unanimously. Thank you, and I apologize, Councilmember Dewar. I certainly understood that it was in your ward. I just know that it's harder on the phone, and I was trying to give you a little bit of cover down here. That might help us later, and so we'll move along to the public hearings on item C, it sounds like.
Sorry, we are on item C1.
Okay, let the record reflect that the city council is opening the public hearing on item C1 and also C2. Madam Clerk, was proper notice? Actually, let's just do this in a different order. Mr. Hall, I understand that agenda item C1 was, and I'll confirm with Madam Clerk, was noticed, but is it accurate that C2 was not noticed?
Yeah,
Or
there's no
did not?
requirement for C2 to be published in the paper.
Understand. So for your perspective, do you want me to open each item separately then?
Yes, let's
Okay.
open C1. I'll go ahead and read that. That's ordinance introduction, bill number 7115, case number LDC 20-00023, Innovation Drive zone change. Request for a zoning map amendment from 1.5 acres of industrial commercial to plus or minus 1.5 acres of general office zoning district. The plus or minus 1.5 acre site consists of one parcel located on the southwest intersection of Innovation Drive and Double R Boulevard. Project has a master plan land use designation of mixed employment, Ward 2.
And Madam Clerk, can I confirm that as to item C1, proper notice was given?
Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Okay, I appreciate that. And council members, any council members need to make disclosures with regard to this item? Okay, Councilmember Dewar, this is your ward. Are you looking for a staff presentation at this point?
No, but I'd just like to make a comment.
Okay, well, I'm going to direct it to you and ask you to include in your comment a motion if you're so moved or inclined to do so.
Okay, unless any other council member would like a presentation.
It sounds like Councilmember Breckus would like a presentation, but let's start with you, Councilmember Dewar.
Okay.
Your 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to say that I've had a brief opportunity to talk to both the developer's proponent or advocate and our staff. And what I've deduced is that this is a parcel just south of where we approved a rezoning and then recently did a groundbreaking for a new hospital. And I think the hospital is going to bring tremendous benefits to this area. Often around hospitals, we don't have industrial. We have more often general office, professional office, those kind of activities to support facility. I don't know in depth what they plan, but I would hope that that is what they have in mind rather than building an industrial building next to this new hospital. So with that in mind, I'm very interested in seeing the zoning change. I think it would be a benefit for the area. So I would be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar, and I'll invite Ms. Foos to come forward for a brief presentation. And let me, before we do that, Councilmember Breckus, are you looking for a general presentation or you have a specific question?
Well, it appears that the staff report says that the zone change request is for greater flexibility of uses. And to me, the burden, and I think the policies say, is, to demonstrate why the current zoning doesn't work. And broader flexibility of uses is not enough detail for me to understand why we should amend our zoning map. So what are some of the flexibility of uses that you believe in representing to the Planning Commission us that the IC is not the appropriate zoning district and the GO is preferable?
And Ms. Foose, before we begin, I wasn't trying to truncate your presentation. Make the presentation you desire. I figured it might be helpful if you knew what the concern was that might implicate or help your presentation be made in the way most efficient.
Absolutely. Thank you. For the record, Angela Foose, Planning Manager, here on behalf of staff. Anne Marie Lane was actually the planner on this case, but I'm going to be responding to council on this. This is a zone change for a 1.5 acre site. It's on the corner of Innovation Drive and Double R Boulevard. The one thing that has changed in this area that is impactful with this zone change is the recent PUD, and that is the Northern Nevada Sierra Medical Center. That has been recorded. At the time the staff report was printed, that PUD had not been recorded. So while council had approved that PUD, it wasn't officially recorded. Now it has been recorded. So that zoning is in place now. When we look at what uses make sense around a hospital type use, we typically don't associate industrial with uses that are accessory to hospitals. So when the applicant came forward and requested this change, we looked at the difference in uses that are allowed. Within the IC zoning, by far you can do a lot more uses. That's industrial uses, commercial uses, office uses. The one thing that is unique about the GO or the general office zoning is that it allows for medical type uses, whether it's an urgent care, more medical related facilities. From staff's perspective, that made sense because of the recent approval of that PUD. That does conform to the master plan as well. So we found that this made sense at this time, and so staff recommended approval.
Thank you for that. So when I read the code and the uses for each of the zoning districts, you know, this is not industrial, this is industrial commercial that allows a lot of commercial. So the fear that we're going to have industrial, the change condition of the, you know, the PUD is not one, is not a concern for me. Is medical, what's the use that you're saying is distinctive here?
The medical facilities, and I will pull that specific language up. But
Yeah.
that is not allowed in the IC zoning, and it is permitted within the GO zoning.
Can you put that on the table? I know you had that in the staff report, but.
That's called out as medical facility.
Medical, can you show that? Medical facility, day use only. Now, what is a medical facility, day use only? Is that doctor's offices?
That would fall under, well, an example would be maybe an urgent care. So
Okay.
right now, urgent care is not permitted in the current zoning district, and it would be permitted.
Yeah, I don't see an urgent care going in next to a hospital on a 1 acre parcel. What I do see here with this zoning change is the potential for a straight to permit drive-through facility. And what I see is hospitals are big employer generators. A lot of people work there, they walk on their lunch hours. Walking and, you know, the ability to do that is one of the top 5 themes in our master plan. And I'm concerned in this office park setting, you know, you got hospital visitors who go out for strolls. You're introducing a use that is very autocentric without any ability to have a discretionary review and see how it works. And that use in particular is the drive-through facility that I am very concerned how we're doing drive-through facilities in this community. I don't think we have a good track record. I don't think we have it down right. I don't know how many of those that I see went through Planning Commission, how many didn't. I think most went straight through building permit. I'd like to see every drive-through facility as we redo our zoning code go through the Planning Commission because I think the site conditions need looking at. And I'll just say that the one downtown here often loads up onto Virginia Street. The one on Keystone Avenue often loads up into Keystone Avenue. And the classic worst one, and I go there sometimes, you know, is the Dutch Brothers across the street from the convention center. And so the distinctive use here I see in a small size parcel is drive-through. It screams drive-through to me. I don't know if they've said drive-through to you and had any conversations. It relieves them of a special use permit with that. And I just cannot do that. I think that you're introducing auto-oriented uses into an environment where we'll probably be seeing with this change condition more pedestrian activity. And I think we need the special use permit and the planning commission to look to see if that's an appropriate use in the area. And that if it is an appropriate use, that we're not going to create the congestion problems that we see with other drive-throughs in the community.
Okay, any other questions from the body? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to turn, oh, is that you, Councilmember Dewar?
Yeah, just 2 points. I think Councilman Breckus brings up some very legitimate concerns, and because the Dutch Brothers is in my ward, and it does back up onto a main arterial, which is Virginia Street. Double R is a main arterial through this area, and traffic tends to travel pretty quickly once they get through that light, whether they're coming down the hill or going up the hill. So, I mean, maybe it's just a word of caution to the staff. If a drive-through is proposed, to take a really good look at the stacking and try to avoid the problems that we've already seen. I think it will probably be more medical oriented, and that's why I want to support this. But I also want one other note of caution. Just south of here, of the area that we're talking about, we've had some significant flooding issues. In fact, in 2017, when Swan Lake flooded, we had about 60 homes flooded right off Offenhauser and Autumn Hills, which is in a development that comes close to backing up to this area. So I just want to put a marker for staff as well, that we're going to have to take a very close look at stormwater as this project develops. We've got already some big industrial complexes. We've got storage units just south of here, and then we have the homes. And the homes are the ones that are bearing the brunt. So they've already come threatening to sue us. I'll just be blunt. Back in 2017, I was able to hold them off with a promise of a fix, which I am working on, have been working on with our public works staff. But that doesn't mean it's the same conversation I had with the hospital. And so I just want it to go on the record with the same conversation and the same caution. Is just because it's a small parcel, I noticed that it's actually a low area and water may already pond there. I don't know that for sure. But it's just something they're going to have to look at and be part of probably a more regional solution, just as the hospital is. So with that, I would make a motion to approve this rezoning.
And before we get to the motion or the second, although I'll hold it in abeyance, Madam Clerk, was there public comment on this item?
There's no public comment registered.
Okay, and public comment has now closed. I'll return to the motion maker. There's been a motion and a second. A motion by Councilmember Dewar and a second by Councilmember Jordan. And I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, motion passes, I think, 5-1?
6-1.
6-1. Okay, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, are we on item
C2.
C2? C2, I think, is the one where I asked Mr. Hall about its status, and I think, as you indicated, we did not have to notice it in the same way that we had as we opened C1, but do I need to ask for the same disclosures or any of those kind of formalities?
No. You do
Okay,
not.
and so with regard to this item, it looks like Mr. Gregerson is here for a staff report, but before I ask him to make that, I want to ask if the council has any questions of Mr. Gregerson or requires a staff report in the first case. It doesn't sound like we require one, so I'll be looking for a motion. Can I get a motion?
So what we are looking for is fiscal impact pursuant to statute. That's why we have it on the public hearing. So I would like Mr. Gregerson to give you an idea of what the contract provides for and what the fiscal impact would be to the city.
Understandable, as required by Nevada revised statutes. Mr. Gregerson, can you identify the fiscal impact for this body?
Yes. My name is Mark Gregerson, Director of Human Resources. Before you this morning is a side letter of agreement with the Reno Fire Department Administrators Association that was negotiated as a consequence of the addition of a new position being added to the bargaining unit. The new position was Emergency Medical Services Coordinator. It makes some changes to post-retirement medical coverage, as well as identifies that new position. The fiscal impact is identified in the staff report. Total costs of the contract to the city for the 3-year duration is $4,500 in fiscal 19-20, $7,800 in fiscal 2021, and $7,800 again in fiscal year 2021. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that council might have.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the body. Any questions from council? Councilmember Breckus?
Yeah. We approve all the side letters for all the different agreements, right?
I can't speak historically about what our practice is because I'm new here.
Yeah.
This clearly was a modification of an existing collective bargaining agreement. And in that particular case, I think it's appropriate to bring it in front of this body for approval.
Okay. Yeah, and I understand tracking it with the budget, what we did, so thank you.
If no one else has any additional questions, I'll ask for a motion. Councilmember Breckus?
I'll move.
And a second? I'll second. Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Breckus. I've seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Manager, I know we have a closed session that we need to get to today. Where did we intend? Oh, okay, actually, let's do that after D1. I know that we have a presentation. Mr. Edelson is here in the audience, and so let's move on. Madam Clerk, where are we?
We're on item D1, which is a presentation from the Reno Aces. I'm sorry,
Great.
C1 presentation.
D1, D is in dog,
Oh,
right?
it's D1, that's what I said the first time.
So we have a
Yep.
presentation. Madam Clerk, can I ask also at this time if there's public comment on this item?
We have none registered.
Okay. Welcome.
All right, good morning.
Good
Council.
morning and welcome.
Yes, we have council members on the phone. Thank you.
I'll save the good stuff.
Please understand, it's no disrespect to you. It's
None.
just we've got a lot of moving parts and people on the phone and we're trying to conduct some business. But it's not because anyone does not want to hear the presentation, which we all love our Reno Aces and Reno 1868 FC. So tell us all about it.
Eric Edelstein here. For the record, president of the Reno Aces, Reno 1868 FC, sending regards from the Simon family. They'll actually be in town visiting next week to check in on us and talk about hopefully some exciting potential developments. I know that's a topic we want to continue to drive on the land across the street from the stadium. Today we're here as part of our settlement restructuring agreement that was signed in 2013 to provide an annual report on a number of topics related to Greater Nevada Field and our business in general. I've provided you with a deck here that has all of that very specific detail in it. I don't want to walk through it and read it to you, so I'm going to leave it there for you. But I did just want to highlight, a few things that are just really important to who we are and what we're doing at Greater Nevada Field. I think one of the major things we want to share with you is this year we've developed sort of a rallying cry around our facility and with very core tenets of how we're going to continue to best impact our community. And our rallying cry that we've developed this year is that we are, the letter R for Reno, we are the place to be. And all that we're going to be working on is going to be built around being the place to be, whether it's baseball, whether it's soccer, whether it's Nitro Circus, or any other event that we're having at Greater Nevada Field. We are going to be the place to be. We're working on making sure we have the best employee culture possible. Over 700 employees with a payroll of over $5 million last year, making sure that we're training them, that we're educating them properly. We're going to provide the best-in-class guest experience at all events throughout the day. We're going to be the best at what we do. We're going to benchmark ourselves against our industry. We're going to put much more strategy into our growing community and making sure that our new businesses and new homeowners and new renters and new people living in this area know about us and are personally invited to be a part of what we do. We're going to increase our storytelling around our sports and making sure that we are connected to our community through these tremendous athletes that we're so fortunate to be able to watch every day. And we're going to invest in our community. We launched literally yesterday a program across our entire company for all 50 of our employees to invest in community support outside of our building, every person, every month, throughout the year, trackable, definable. We're going to put our money where our mouth is more than it ever has been in being out in the community. With that rallying cry of "We are the place to be," the major thing that I want to let you know, we continue to invest in the venue. We have the Stadium Authority, which is providing around $80,000 a year through the agreement with the county on our taxes. That is functioning and working. We've invested between $500,000 and $700,000 a year each of the last 3 years in private investment to continue to keep the ballpark at its absolute peak. The biggest thing we've done preparing for 2020 is we've taken the lead. There's been a lot of talk in minor league baseball, Major League Baseball about safety and foul ball injuries and the growing number of foul ball injuries as the players are getting bigger, faster, and stronger. And we took the furthest degree of safety that we could. They're actually up now if you come by, but we will have netting from foul pole to foul pole at the stadium this year. So all of our seats, every fixed seat in the stadium will be protected by netting that will catch any line drive, hard foul ball that comes that area. So after 20 years of having to take a breath and wait every time a ball shot into the stands in the hopes that everyone was okay, we won't have that anymore. People are going to be safe. That was a $170,000 privately funded project that we just recently completed. I mentioned the amount of people that we are continuing to employ and have employed. We ticked over the $5 million payroll mark this year. So we are continuing to grow our payroll. It's in the numbers here. We were down in attendance. Don't want to belabor it. It's real. We need to fix it. We're taking strides every day to grow that. And continuing to invest in our people is going to be a big way that we do that. And then, lastly, we do have 2 professional teams that are performing very well. We set a home run record for the Aces last year. And our soccer team, over the last 3 years, the United Soccer League, we have the winningest team in the USL, which is really remarkable because we are not the highest payroll. We are not close to the highest payroll. In a very competitive industry, we've been able to be extremely competitive. So we're really proud of our on-field accomplishments. We're continuing to make the stadium the best place that it can be. And we have 50 full-time employees that are dedicated to serving the community throughout. With that, I conclude my comments and happy to answer any questions I may for you.
Well, I want to thank you for being here and for the presentation. I've been privileged to spend a fair amount of time in the stadium, probably not enough, although I'm not sure your numbers are really reflective of the important community touchstone that it really is. I'm excited for your upcoming season. When do Los Azules kick off? Is that March 14th?
March 14th will be our first regular season game. We're working on a preseason friendly for February 29th. So
Great.
we'll likely have our first match 29th.
Well, it's exciting, and I want to continue to recognize you for some of the programs that you have done, which are, I think, not done elsewhere, which includes some diversity-related programming, reaching out into different segments of the community who aren't always represented in, maybe it's baseball or maybe it's soccer, but they're represented here in Reno. So I thank you and the Simons family for investing in our community. I have the privilege, of course, with 2 of my colleagues of sitting on the Stadium Authority Board as well, and so we get to see the reinvestment of those dollars back into the stadium. For my part, I'm really happy that it's a beautiful stadium. It's a beautiful product that you are putting out there, and so I wish you the best of success and luck in these upcoming season. Certainly, if there's anything that I can do to help you with that, never hesitate to call. And I thank you again for the presentation. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, thanks for coming here today. And, I also, I always go to the debt financing page, and, Mr. Simon, he got a deal, and he's been a very good partner on it, and also very transparent. And I think that gives me a lot of comfort because, the public's in on this, and he's very transparent, and he stood up on it. And so that's always been a great pleasure to me because, I was a skeptic of this. I didn't support the restructuring payments in November of 2012 when I was a week on the job here. But thank you to him very much. Thank you to you. I also always kind of go to the other areas because they're linked into the finances. Now, that old freight house seismic study underway, I'm now the liaison to the HRC, Historic Resource Commission, and we're just frantic about all the buildings we're losing. We're losing so many. Every quarter, it seems like one jewel is going down. Do you think you could come to the HRC and talk in a little more detail about where you're at on that? And are you going to be able to do anything with it? Do you think he can do anything with it?
I'd be happy to come speak. I don't have all of the information yet.
Okay.
We were embarking on a renovation of the old freight house. We stopped when engineers said, whoa, we have to do a little more seismic on this before we continue. So I want to be aware that until we have the full picture, we have put a pause on that, but I'd be happy once we have all the data to come and visit with you on it.
Okay. Well, we're in tough straits too, and we stood up to $8 million on seismic on this building this year, so maybe share that with him. But also, what about the rest of the freight house area that is going to then kick off, the development will kick off the tax revenue to help our bottom line? What other properties are undeveloped around in that area?
So the general, if you're speaking about the land directly adjacent to the ballpark, essentially from Lake to Evans, River to the men's club, the Simon family has now acquired all of that land.
It has. Okay.
Yeah, so we have all of that land acquired with the purpose of now being able to move forward with a development. We are meeting with partners next week, three potential. That all have varying ideas for those different parcels. And both Herb and Steve Simon will be here for the whole day to talk about that.
To look at it. Okay.
So we are, I've sat before this body and said this before, that we're close, and so I'm hesitant to say that we're close. But I feel positive about the momentum we have.
That's great. I didn't know. So you acquired, the Simons acquired the Mitzvah property now?
Correct.
Okay. And then what about what's known as the Boondocks property across the way? Is that still under ownership?
That is under ownership.
But you don't have any agreements with any developers on those yet?
Correct. Yeah, correct. There was a recorded option that expired in November.
That's right.
There are no current options on any of the land.
I think last year during the term of the year, there was some announcement, and we've all seen it. We don't really I don't until I see something built and a shell and going up. But I remember that announcement came mid-year. So now all of it's open and okay.
Correct.
Well,
that developer with the option is still in discussions.
Okay.
But the option has expired.
Okay. It's just really imperative. Second to the university coming down and making significant investment in downtown, Mr. Simons making an investment in those areas, I think is really the most important thing to our downtown revitalization. That still has some way to go.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the body? Members on the phone? Okay, I'm looking for a motion. Councilmember Breckus.
Well, I think it's just acceptance, and please move forward with the direction to, save the building and revitalize the surrounding areas.
Okay, I have a motion and a second by Councilmember Delgado. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you for being here today.
Good job.
At this time, I believe we're going to take a break and go into a closed session or legal briefing. Okay, legal briefing. And so we'll come back let's say 1 o'clock, or do you need additional, how much time do we need, Madam Manager? Okay, we'll be back and we'll be in recess until 1 o'clock.
when we, in attorney-client
Okay, we're going to come back to order. I apologize for being a half hour tardy. And our meeting in the back just ran long. Madam Clerk, can you situate us?
All right. Oh, everybody's off. We're working on the mics.
Okay, we're just getting some technical issues resolved here real quick.
All right, Vice Mayor Reese, we are back on and reconvening at 1:32. At this time, I believe Council Member Delgado is the only one not present in the room, so we do have a quorum. We're ready to proceed. We're on item D2, which is a
Okay.
P25 presentation.
Great. Let's first start off by asking if if council desires a staff presentation on this item. Okay, anyone on the phone, I imagine there might not have been a request for staff presentation, but I wanted to ask just in case. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none.
The radios. Oh, okay. Yeah. Did you give us a staff report?
Mr. Vice Mayor, this item is a presentation, so I think it would be prudent to have a staff presentation.
Great. Ms. Rijma, Ms. Kinsey, you're prepared to go?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so, okay. So thank you, council, everybody on the phone as well. Rishma Kimji for the record, Director of Technology, City of Reno. So just wanted to go through where we are at with our public safety radio communication system and hopefully get some feedback on the steps that we need to take next. There we go. All right, background. Background. So Washoe County, City of Reno, and other regional partner agencies back in 1996 discussed the issue of having a regionalized public safety radio system because it is a much easier way to transmit data between agencies when there is a crisis or emergency situation. And so in 1999, they came up with the Washoe County Regional Communication System. It is a consortium of our Regency partners, and the system that we used at that time or that we're actually currently using is a term you might have heard as EDAX. It is the Enhanced Digital Access Communication System. That is the way our public safety radios transmit information between radio and the officers and dispatch. So that's all the radio calls that you hear, it's through the EDAX system. City of Reno, it should be noted that we were one of the original partners. There were 5 partners when the Washoe County shared radio system started, and City of Reno was one of those. All right, so in the past 20 years, our EDAX system has come down to end of life, and so it will no longer be supported by our vendors. That is Harris Communications. And so we have to now look for a new system. There's a new system out. It's called P25. It is in its second phase, which has allowed for enhanced communications. But it is a new standard of digital mobile radio communication. So this is the new system that is out there for public safety radios. All right, so how do we move towards this new system, right? Because there's a new governance structure that has to be put into place. One of the premises to this new system is that it's a one state, one system premise, so that the entire state of Nevada will share a P25 Phase 2 system. And so in May of 2017, Washoe County, NV Energy and NDOT signed a shared radio system agreement. It's an interlocal between those parties, and that established a statewide governance structure. Right after that, NDOT issued an RFP for the statewide P25 system. And then in September 2018, Washoe County, on behalf of the shared radio system, entered into contract with Harris for a not to exceed amount. And then NDOT also entered into a contract with Harris for the P25 system. So we're using one vendor statewide for this one system, one state solution. And we hope for it to go live earliest fiscal year 24-25. So what is P25? It is a newer protocol. It has enhanced functionality, which allows public safety personnel to keep contact in the field. It is a standardized digital mobile radio communication system. It is designated for public safety. It is a replacement for all the older systems that are out there. The big key to this is that it is vendor agnostic, so we can go to any vendor that has a P25 compliant radio and system, and we are able to join the P25 system. So that is very nice. The EDAX system was proprietary, it was not agnostic, and so that was some of the hurdles and siloing we had throughout the state. It is interoperable, it is on the 800 megahertz frequency, it has greater serviceability and communications. There is just greater functionality which will allow us to have greater communication in the field for fire and police and dispatch. So what I really wanted to present to you today is what are our options here at the city, because we do have a few options and I wanted to be able to discuss those with you. I want to remind you that this is a public safety solution, but it is a one state, one solution system. Again, we're all going towards P25, but we have the option of joining one of two distinct governance structures which are available throughout the state, or we can build our own system. And so as we go through these options, I just want to kind of highlight what the pros and cons are as we go through. So the two governance structures, again, it's the Nevada Shared Radio System. That is, the statewide system. Washoe County has their own share of that, so we have a Washoe County Shared Radio System. But again, it's one state, one solution. It's P25 no matter where we go. All right, so let's talk about the Nevada Shared Radio System. It's a P25 system with statewide coverage. If we agree to their interlocal, we have a voting membership on the user group and technical advisory group that then provides recommendations to the governance board. Pricing is determined by legislative actions. So every 2 years, we get a new price list for the price of radios and licensing. And they license by radio. There's different ways to license a radio or to account for a radio for pricing. They're going to use how many licenses we have attached to a radio instead of how many radios are actually active. Tech services are provided by NDOT's District 2 tech support. So they do have an office in Carson City that would be able to provide us tech support. City of Reno does have a communications tech, and that tech does all the tier 1, tier 2 troubleshooting for most of our radios, and we work very well with our vendors to send back radios if it's a hardware issue. And with the shared system, we can still buy radios through the Harris contract on a heavily discounted rate. The Washoe County Shared Radio System, again, it's a P25 system. It has statewide coverage. There is a new interlocal agreement, however, to comply with this new system. So currently, as we are on the EDAX system, we are on an interlocal agreement that has governance for the EDAX system. This new interlocal will have governance based for the P25 system. Washoe County will maintain ownership and financing and operation and infrastructure for the P25 system within the county. And we will be a partner agency that will repay Washoe County for any monies towards the system and its build out. Voting members, we have a voting membership in the Joint Operating Committee. That has remained the same between the two different interlocals. We will have a membership to the User Committee. And these two the voting member to the Joint Operating Committee will be making recommendations to the county manager for any decision making in the P25 system. Pricing will be determined by Washoe County. They've said they'll go through towards the license per radio model, and that pricing is provided yearly. And again, we'll still be able to purchase our radios through a Harris contract. So what are our options? Washoe County, they are going to be issuing a medium-term bond because the price to build the P25 infrastructure is going to cost them about $15 million. And so we can then prepay our portion of that, which comes out to about $3 million. So we prepay our portion, we're done with infrastructure costs for the P25 build-out. But then we still have to pay our annual operating costs, This year, we have paid almost $300,000, and that's based on our count of active radios. And then yearly, there is an adjusted cost to our radios for operating costs, and we'll also add on 10% for debt reserve. Option 2 is to pay yearly, so that $3 million or so is broken up yearly, but there is going to be, a debt payment to that. So our total payments will be about $4 million. After all is said and done, we still make our yearly payments, and then we'll make this aggregated payment yearly. And then that will still include all the infrastructure costs and then 10% that'll go to the debt reserve fund. So there's two ways we can pay if we decide to stay with the Washoe County shared radio system and we agree to that new interlocal. The last two options are a little outside the box. Option 3 is to actually just join the Nevada State Radio System. We would sign an interlocal agreement with NDOT. We would also sign a general interlocal agreement with all the 3 primary partners. The one that we'll sign in specific with NDOT will provide us our SLAs, so our service level agreements, and where we go for issues and troubleshooting. We will continue to use the EDAC system, so we will stay on the interlocal that we are on with Washoe County. We will stay on that until about fiscal year 23-24. At that time, the P25 system should be up and running at least at 100%, and so we'll be able to then transfer all of our services onto that system and not have to use the EDAC system anymore. The approximate cost for that is about $750 a radio. And so if we look at our estimated cost for fiscal year 23-24, it's about $1 million for those radios.
Ms.
And then-
Kimchi, that's an
yes,
annual cost, correct?
That'll be an annual cost, correct?
Okay, thank you.
And then option 4, really outside the box, is we build our own system. It is a $7 to $12 million price tag at this time. Those are rough estimates based on, we'd have to make, leasing agreements for mountaintop space and different technologies to combine all the P25 systems. But a reminder, it is vendor agnostic, so we don't have to stay with Harris if that is the direction we'd like to go in. We could issue an RFP and find a system or a vendor that would work with us. But again, that is an unknown long-term cost because we wouldn't know what the yearly operating costs are at that time. But we wanted to just present that it is an option as we have discussed it internally as something that could be done. So lo and behold, here is a graph that just shows all the different payment options and what our yearly estimated costs will be as we look moving forward as to which governance structure works best for us. Again, I just want to stress, no matter which interlocal we go to, it is still the same system. It is a one system, one state solution. So public safety radio communications will not be impacted. It's just who do we want to agree with in the interlocal? Who do we want to partner with for services and operating of the system that we would be on? And so if there's any questions, I am happy to answer those at this time.
Ms. Kimchi, thank you for the presentation. Before I turn it over to my colleagues, I want to ask our police and fire chief to come forward and give us some opinion on these options as they relate to your agencies primarily. Is there one of these options that is a preferred one that you've looked at? Help us out.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. For the record, Reno Police Chief Jason Soto. So I think what's important for our council to understand on all of these options is how those numbers that you see in front of you could change potentially depending on who it is that, which option it is that we go with, and the potential for, I suppose, future costs. I think the two most the ones that make the most sense would be county or state, personally. I think that to build it out on our own would be a very expensive endeavor, and I think we have two options in front of us that we can make work. Remember, it's the same radio system. It's a P25 system no matter how you look at it. But in terms of the governance and the boards and that's where I've, expressed some concerns in terms of how we want to move forward on this. Is that specific enough, or do you want a more specific
Well,
answer?
I guess what I heard you say is building it ourselves is not an option, and given the price tag, I don't think that's an option either. But then we're down to essentially either pay go or pay up front, and that's a different question. And then one is with the state, or one is with partnering with Washoe County, right? And as between those options, you're saying you can live with either the state option or the county partnership option. I ultimately, at the end of the day, think that this body is concerned with which one works best, meaning that's your technical expertise, and which one makes financial sense for us to do. And so I just want a statement about your opinion about those two items.
So I think, for the record, Jason Soto, Reno Police Chief, I think there are more restrictions. This is, and Fire Chief can correct me if he wants to, but I think there's more restrictions with the Washoe County partnership in terms of restrictions to us as a city and some unknowns than there are in the state. Personally, that's my thoughts.
So the answer, therefore, is the state option is preferable.
Correct.
Okay. And I guess I would direct it back to Madam Manager. Is there an opinion from the manager's office about this particular choice? I mean, we're trying to figure out what are the discussion points, and I'm sort of trying to just direct traffic.
I appreciate that, Mr. Vice Mayor. I think that there's a number of different things. First of all, of course, we look at the cost. And the cost upfront is about $3 million if we wish to pay that upfront in the Washoe County model. I understand that it's the desire of our finance director to do that because overall that's cheaper than paying over time. That said, we have had some struggles with Washoe County on the timing of that payment. It would be her preference to be able to pay that sometime in September 2020 after we've been able to close out the 2020 fiscal year. But we have gotten pushback on that. Just as late as yesterday, I did have that conversation with the county manager. The state system, it seems easier to enter. However, it is about $1 million per year, every year. So over time, you're ultimately paying a little bit more. I do believe that there is an aspect to regional cooperation that has to be considered. In the structure of the Washoe County project, the sheer volume of radios that the city of Reno brings to the table in that deal is significant, and exiting that system, I think, will cause certainly a ripple effect with the remaining members of that. So imagine just the infrastructure. Part of this is radios, part of it's infrastructure. If City of Reno is no longer part of that, of course, the number of radios decreases in the total contract. That increases the cost per radio for the remaining people. It also decreases the denominator, denominator, I think, in the allocation of costs for just the infrastructure, making that infrastructure more expensive for the remaining entities that are in the Washoe County system. So I don't know that I have a recommendation one way or the other, but I think that distills some of the issues that are at hand here.
Well, and before I turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Breckus, I think part of the problem is when it's a presentation to the body and we don't have the ability to read about it beforehand and sort of ask some of the hard questions. When I hear the sticker shock that comes with the original thing that I sort of looked up for was when you said it was $15 million, but here we can pay $3 million up front. I have to know where it's coming from, and again, it's just that difficult for me to process as we're moving fast up here. So that's why I think it's an important question and why I'm saying, well, what is our police chief, what is our fire chief's opinion? what is your opinion, because those help inform my opinion. Does that make sense?
Yes, and even $3 million is still a lot of money, obviously. And so that's why we really, although we have been sending memos over time about this, I really wanted to get in front of you and have this discussion. The next step would be, I think, an interlocal coming our way. So this is not the last time that you're going to be seeing this. This is really just to make everyone aware of what's going on and a potentially big price tag item coming our way.
Okay, that helps me a lot. I appreciate that.
And I just want to interject, Rishma Kimji, for the record, is that on the 17th of this month, the JOC, the Joint Operating Committee for the Washoe County Shared Radio System, is having their meeting. And at that time, they will be asking for a vote, yea or nay, on the interlocal agreement as to whether those partner agencies want to join the new P25 interlocal. So it would be important for me to know, and for Chief Cochran to know, who is a primary member of the JOC, which direction does council want us to vote, so that we can make the appropriate vote to move forward.
So, Madam Manager, we need to give some direction today. It is an important direction that we give. It's not that we can just wait and bring this back and chew on it more.
That is correct.
Okay.
Well, so the JOC is going to be
The
meeting.
interlocal agree, so let's put it this way, we have to state whether we are going to agree with the interlocal. So if we are going to stay with the Washoe County Shared Radio System, we have to say yay or nay on that piece. The payment piece, we can come back and discuss those options again, probably more in depth with Debbie as when she returns. So that piece can be be isolated from this discussion today. Just wanted to make sure that there was an understanding of what those numbers look like as moving forward. When we bring the interlocal agreement for approval to the council, we will need to make a decision.
And I think that needs a little bit of clarification. The JOC will be discussing the interlocal, but ultimately, the interlocal would come back before this body
Correct.
for actual approval.
And Chief Cochran, I know you're behind there. Did you have something to add with Chief Soto's thoughts about which of the options were there?
I'll just be very brief because I don't have a lot to add. Dave Cochran, for the record. Chief Soto summarized, we've talked about this a lot. He summarized our positions, and between his comments and the managers in terms of regional cooperation, the impacts that if our pulling out may have on the region, maybe some better operability in the state system in terms of our operations, and ours being fire and police. But I understand that we want to be good neighbors as well. So,
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to bring it to the body and start with Councilmember Breckus for your comments. Thank you for waiting patiently. I didn't mean to get us off in a different direction.
I mean, and I appreciate this, kind of getting this in front of us, and, I mean, it was a good presentation. It would be good to have it before, so we're really getting hit raw with it today and the deadline, which, I think we should be in charge of our own destiny. It's cancel your meeting if the council's not ready to move, because we set the agenda, not the technical committee who meets every quarter, on an issue like this. But having said that, I think that on these regional issues, it's time to step into cooperative regional, and this is just Washoe County, Sparks and us, pretty much, when some regional services being provided by Washoe County that they're providing regionally and they're taking the lead on, and also maybe to all of their county residents. And I'm really going to dovetail this with the blow up of the Excella agreement, the permit tracking, and I'll leave that there. But what I understand, here's how I would feel comfortable saying, yeah, let's go with Washoe County. If Washoe County is saying, look, the regional service that's being provided in this is the system infrastructure, and that's being provided under county resources to all county residents. Everyone, in Washoe County, 435,000 people, gets the infrastructure. Now, every department, those that service, the cities and unincorporated Washoe, have to pay their radio licenses. That seems to me the way that a regional framework works. And if that's not on the table, why would we, again, like we did in the Acela, where we're the big volume business licensor or building permitter, abrogate some kind of leadership to Washoe County, which is, you know, the umbrella, but they're not necessarily the big user. And so for me, that's where I would want to pull out. Do I want us to stand up our own system? Maybe we would have to. I think we need our own Acela system like we always had. But if there's this other option of NDOT, which is a broader umbrella and has a system, I think we should go there. I think when we work with Washoe County on these arrangements, we come in with them in the lead when they are providing the bulk of the services uniformly to all the county residents. And I'm not hearing that they're doing that. The cost of this system is they're going to pay for the unincorporated and not for the incorporated. Why don't they pay for all the incorporated? That's the answer to me, is if they want to step up to the table and pay for, you know, a part of this to all residents uniformly in Washoe County, okay, that's, thank you.
Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. I guess my comments more kind of boil it back to what the end user benefit or harm is by not kind of moving forward in this sort of regional approach. I think we've all been witness to or party to kind of a jurisdictional dogfight over turfdom finances, which we have to always be good stewards, but you know, the city of Reno and City of Sparks residents are all members of Washoe County. And I think we've come a long way in trying to embrace this sort of regional approach. So I guess my question to you is, all cost divisions aside, the benefits of this are what?
Okay, so for the record, Reno Police Chief Jason Soto, I should have been a little bit clearer when I spoke. Washoe County has always been a good partner in terms of radios and any endeavor that we've joined on with them. There's some specificities that at least when we were working through this that I personally didn't see in terms of, you know, these costs right now are what you see, but how these costs can change in the future caused me concern and caused me pause. And I wasn't able to get clarity on that. I don't believe that IT was able to get any clarity on that. So, and you know, this is, you know, just me looking at it as a whole. As we move forward, yes, it is not the state number is higher, but there's some securities that go along with that in terms of how we need to maintain a radio system for the city of Reno. And I know that we're all Washoe County citizens, and I appreciate that, and I think we can make either of them work. In fact, I know we can, and I know we will. But there were some specifics that I just never saw. And again, it comes back to exactly what you said. Well, who's going to have the reins on this thing, and how are we going to move forward when we need to move forward on what are sometimes critical decisions and critical ways to move forward.
And I guess to the city manager, to my colleagues too, I mean, we kind of see this with other shared costing issues when they're regionally applied, whether it's this issue or the homeless issue or whatever it may be. And I'm not fully convinced of what the answer is unless you start creating through legislative action these sort of RTC style commissions and boards that then the money gets allocated to that regional board who then makes a, you know, I don't know what the full answer is.
I would agree, and there's just some challenges, some unknown challenges there, and I just want our council to be aware of those unknown challenges, and I'm certainly would accept any decision that this council makes, and we will make it work, no matter what that decision is.
Yeah, and I guess my ultimate my overarching comments on that are during these I'll call them bubble discussions, because we all live in our bubbles, right? And everybody has their different perspectives and their different approaches and their different ideas of what they're having. Is my comment is about the end user or benefiter, which is the overall safety of the community and our ability to communicate in the most efficient, effective, and quickest manner possible, and to never lose sight of that, ever. And there will be times we may be footing more of the funding of this for some infrastructure that isn't in the city of Reno. There may be other times when it flips on another committee or commission where it's the other way around. I just don't ever want to lose sight of the benefiter at the end of the equation.
I think that's a great point, Councilwoman, and I am very confident in saying that whatever that decision is that we make, that you make to go forward at the end user, will have a more efficient radio system and they will be safer because of that.
Any council members on the phone would like to join the conversation?
Yes.
Councilmember Weber.
This is Councilwoman Weber. Thank you. I'd like to put in for, I think, as some of you have suggested, is that the regional cooperation is really the direction I think we need to go. I can remember serving on the county commission, and that then Sheriff Haley was working on this program. It's gone back many years trying to get this kind of a program together, and now it's being mandated that we all participate. I think it's really important for us to look at the county as being the lead, because if we don't go with the county, what's going to happen to the county as well? But we need to be united in this. And in an effort to make sure that we get what we need, as far as Chief Soto was saying that we might not be getting all of our answers up front, we need to have either a council member and some staff working to make sure that nothing is eliminated or not, that we don't have a priority there as well. But I do believe that we need to work with the county and hopefully the city of Sparks. And this is for our region and for our county constituents. And so therefore, I do believe that we should be working with the county and not the state at this point.
Okay. Bring it back to the body. Any additional questions? Councilmember Breckus.
I mean, I guess my thinking is, you know, the state, I think there's upside to being with the state because, you know, as they fund the system, we can make those requests to them also. I think that we should tell Washoe County that if they can put a number to what service level the county is providing to all residents, and that'll be uniformly applied to those in the cities, then we're in, okay? And we'll buy our radios. But if they're not going to come to the table and provide a regional system, we'll just go over to the state one and be a partner of that.
So, Rich McKimji for the record. So just to clarify a little bit, the cost that we would have to pay to engage in the radio system at the Washoe County is based on the number of radios we currently use for public safety. So
Okay.
they have devised a number that is associated to each radio. So we are paying a dollar number per radio. Our number is $3 million because we have 20% of the radios of the total share. So
Yeah.
that's why our dollar number is a little high, but we are paying for our share of the radios to be part of the system.
Yeah, this is a real complex intergovernmental relations discussion as much as it is a technology one. And
Right.
so if Radio One
Right.
costs $10,000, okay? But the cost that they've come up with Radio One of $10,000 involves $5,000 for the device.
Right.
That, you know, a police officer will be carrying around, and $5,000 for the system.
Correct.
Okay? So they need to be, if that's how they're paying for theirs, the unincorporated residents are getting $5,000 out of the county budget that Reno resident me is not getting, okay? And so this is how we need to be looking at the county budgetary commitments. If the county, under this system, is budgeting only $5,000 for unincorporated residents, they get that higher level of service. that's a no-go. Everyone who's a Washoe County resident
same-
needs to get the same level of service from their commitment to the system. They seem to pick always that they're just going to pay for the unincorporated residents. That's a no-go. That's a no-go, okay? And that's really in our master plan when we talked about regional, cooperation. So I think if we can come up with a framework where the cost is that Washoe County, as the regional agency, is going to apply to all Washoe County residents, a certain value of their resources going in, then we'll sign up for our share of the radio costs. But if they're not willing to do that, I think we need to walk somewhere else, because again, we will be shoring up the county budget and not getting the Reno residents the same fair share that they deserve of services from Washoe County under this framework. That's what I see.
Well, I think you're very right about that. I want to go back to what I asked originally, which was the most important question to me, is what do Chief Cochran and Chief Soto believe is the most effective system and meets the needs of your agencies? Because I'm not in your position. I don't know the intricacies of all of the radio issues, nor do I understand fully all of the levels of interoperability that are necessary for these to function. And so, again, it's difficult because we're at the dais responding to a presentation and trying to make the best choices we can. And for me, it's to trust your judgment, the two of you gentlemen. And so I want to make sure that we are supporting the decisions that you make, even if today it's not a vote one way or the other. I'm telling you, I am here to support the decisions you bring forward in that regard. And so, again, I leave that for our colleagues to decide what the ultimate outcome would be, but I'm strongly supportive of the vision that you've put forward. Let me see if anybody else on the phone has any comments, because I think we've done so here in the council chambers.
Vice Mayor, I just, sometimes it's hard to hear the comments. And I vaguely could hear Chief Soto, but I would agree with you. I think since they know the intricacies of the system, obviously we want to provide, the best possible public safety that we can. So could I have Chief Soto weigh in here? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear him before, but I think now I've got it figured out on my iPad.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor. Chief Soto for the record. So the system is the same. The P25 system, whether we go with the Washoe County route or the state route, is the same. The questions and the concerns that I had as we were moving through this process with IT and with those that were intimately involved with this process were not all answered on the Washoe County piece. And that causes me pause and it causes me concerns. I didn't have those same struggles, or we didn't have those same struggles when we asked some of those questions with the state. So again, I understand that we have partners, but I also appreciate some of the comments that were brought forward in terms of this is a big price tag. This is definitely going to have an effect on the citizens of Reno, Washoe County as a whole, but also Reno. And I represent Reno. I'm the Reno police chief, and I need to make sure that those questions are answered and that they're addressed. That is important to me. I know it's important to the fire chief. And again, I am more than willing to work with whoever wants to come forward and address some of those concerns that we've made, that we've brought to the forefront over the past, it's been a while now.
Chief, and you do serve on that board, am I right? You're at the table?
No, I am not at the table on that board, but I've been working with IT.
Who is representing us on? Who's
Chief Cochran.
Chief
at
Cochran.
the table from?
Yeah, Chief Cochran, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
And he's here too in chambers.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think Chief Soto makes some very important comments. I certainly want to go in the direction of which they recommend, because it does affect us greatly. So, yeah, that's where I'm at.
Mr. Vice Mayor, could we bring up the the options
cost.
again?
Yeah. Can I also ask, as you're doing that, to bring it up, Madam Manager, where is the money coming from? Is it our general fund? Is it in the next budget cycle? How do we pay whichever option we were going with?
It would definitely be a general fund expenditure. If we were to try and do it all in one fiscal year, I think, looking at this next fiscal year, we would just have to make that allocation off the top. And that is actually why we were hoping to do if we were to pay it in one lump sum, to do it in September to close out this fiscal year and then use whatever unspent funds from fiscal year 20 in that lump sum payment.
So I guess my question is this. Because the difference is fairly substantial, right? Is there no way to say we want to go with the county, but contingent on them getting the questions answered? Or have you already approached that and you just can't get them answered?
So we have, Rishma Kimji for the record, so we have collectively met and talked about the interlocal and the changes that are necessary for the interlocal, and we've discussed this with the city attorney's office as well to give that feedback to their deputy district attorney who's in charge of the process. So we have, the pricing is the pricing. We can't make changes to the pricing too much because there is a fixed cost based on the contract that we have with, or that Washoe County has with Harris for the build out of the system. What we have gone back to them with are the concerns that we had in the interlocal agreement language. So we've gone back and said, we don't think this language is appropriate for the city of Reno. We don't think this language is appropriate, or we don't think this methodology is appropriate. And so there has been some collective bargaining, right? Okay, city of Reno, you guys don't want this, so we'll give you this. Or other agencies, you were not, didn't like this piece of the interlocal, so we'll make those changes, or we'll modify it to where we find middle ground. The pricing, however, is the pricing. So if we prepay, where the concern is with the prepayment really is that they want the prepayment by July 15th. And we had conversations with them saying, if you gave us till September, we are more likely to prepay. And yet they still came back and said, no, prepayments are due July 15th. So we kind of feel like at times we are struggling to kind of make our point and say we want to be a part of the system, but there are some conditions on our end as well that need to be heard. And being the second largest radio partner, right, we have 20% of the radio share. We were hoping that they would understand that, okay, City of Reno can pay in September if they're going to prepay that $3 million. That's a big chunk they don't have to go to bond for, right? But we did not get that privilege or understanding from them. So we are a little challenged. Thank you, Chief. We are a little challenged when it comes to some of these negotiations, especially when it comes to the dollar amounts.
Do we think that the council could give you some support in that regard and say we're giving a 15, 30-day, I mean, we want to go a certain direction contingent upon and absent those questions being answered and kind of locked down, we're going to take a different route? I mean, does that help you, or do you even have that luxury?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure that that would help, right? Because that's
If I may,
from
I
them.
think that would be very helpful
Yes.
as direction coming out of this meeting to go forward and with the enumerated concerns, which at this time, I believe are the timing of an upfront payment, and then also language, and correct me if I'm wrong, around escalation of costs over time and how that's really governed by the member agencies. I don't know if there's any other language that was outstanding. I know those were the two in my mind.
So just to update that, they have changed some of the language to have a more not so controlling language like they had initially. So they have language that is more regionally cooperative, where Washoe County does take responsibility for a lot of the fiscal piece of the interlocal and the system. So we have found some middle ground in some of the language that is there. But again, my concern here is not political, right? So I'm trying to stay out of the political fray on this and keep this at my level a technical conversation. The concern on my end is not support, it's not interoperability. Those will all be there regardless of the system we go to, Washoe County or the state. The concern for us, because the line item for radio payments comes out of my budget, right? Because IT supports the radio communications for Reno Police, Fire, and Public Works, and the other agencies that use it. So the concern I have is where those dollars are going to come out from, how we are going to make those dollars come out, because the $3 million will have to come out from a general fund line, right? And then how we will continue moving forward. I don't have concerns on the technical or support side. Thereby, I think it would be great if council could give us that support when we go back to the JOC to say, hey, we want to join this system. However, we have concerns about how we are being treated when it comes to the payment of such services.
Okay, so what is your timeline that would best fit that framework? In other words, because you have to put a pin in it at some point, right? You have to
Correct.
put a deadline or
Yep.
stuff will fail. So what does that look like to you?
So we would want the direction on how we need to move forward. So if you're coming back and saying, hey, you're gonna go to Washoe County and say, we'll abide but this, we would want that from council today, right? So because our meeting with the JOC is next Friday, not this coming Friday, but the Friday after, where we have to state whether we agree with the changes and the language of the interlocal so that we can bring it back to council for final approval.
Got it.
But Ms. Kimsey, I don't understand that approach, because as I understood it, that's the approach if we want to have an agreement with the county.
Correct.
But our staff is saying we prefer an agreement with the state.
Correct.
So and I'm trying to figure out how to square that, because we as a body have got to make that be the direction, not necessarily the payment piece of it, because I think the payment piece works out differently with the state according to this chart. So it's not about whether or not we're going, because we now know that it's, both systems will be the same. That means all the delivery, interoperability, all that stuff is the same.
Yep.
It's not necessarily a question about the payment, it's a question about staying with the county or moving to the state. There is the rub, right? Okay. And so that's the one where I am deferring to our staff.
And that's where I was trying to get at, is assuming we can get the appropriate framework, is that what you're wanting from us to help drive the conversation with the county to get the framework in order to get you at a level of comfort? Or is your preference the state regardless?
Okay, Chief Jason Soto for the record, and maybe I can clear this up a little bit. To answer Councilwoman Jordan's question, there are some specifics in terms of the language and in terms of the payment that I had concern with when I went over the documentation and had meetings with our city manager and our staff. If those can be addressed, then I think we can make it work, because I know that part of the concern is we want to be good neighbors and we want to work with Washoe County. So I'm not saying that we can't do that, and that's what I said on the front end of this, is we can make it work. But it's very difficult, I think, for the city of Reno to not be given 60 days to make a full payment, of the $3 million or whatever that cost is, close to $3 million, when we could do that, when we should be able to do that, especially when we're such a big partner. So when we're the partner and when we bring that many radios and that much to the table, I certainly want to make certain that we that everybody understands that, because I think that's important for our citizens, for the citizens of Reno, the ones that I represent and that you represent, in terms of having the best working relationship with whoever it is that we partner with.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Ms. Kimji said that we're 20% of the Washoe County system. Why are we so low? Because we have more police officers than they have sheriffs, unless we're talking about the jail, maybe.
So if the Washoe County Shared Radio System is over 19 different agencies.
Oh, okay.
It's not just the three large agencies, counties, City of Sparks, and City of Reno.
Okay.
There are other airport, UNR, those kinds of places.
Sure, but you said we're number 2 user.
That is
Who's the
correct.
number 1 user?
The county is.
And why do they have many more when we have more firefighters and we have more police officers?
They incorporate Washoe County School District and other agencies that they support.
Okay, so why don't they support us? Why are they supporting the school district and not us? If that's in their
Good
total,
question.
I mean, really, you know, we just took it wasn't as impacting as this, but that Acela agreement, we just walked back from. I never supported in the first place. I knew that system very well, and I knew it wasn't going to be working out. And I think that we have inherited so many of these interlocals. We pay for the extradition secretary out of one of our JAG agreements who spends 2 minutes a week on extraditions and the rest staffing the sheriff's office. I mean, I think we get into these agreements and say we're going to do regional cooperation, but really what we're doing is we're letting the county provide a higher level of service to unincorporated residents and not doing uniform services to all the county residents. So with this one, I want to go with the state.
Let me just make one correction, however. So when it comes to the technical support, there is a joint venture in the technical support. We do have a radio communications tech that services the radios for the city of Reno.
Of course.
We partner with the Washoe County Radio Tech Support for those issues that we need support from them because they are the administrator of the system. So I do want to make it clear that on the technical level and support of the system to ensure that it is up and running, we do get that support from Washoe County. But the arrangement between the agencies is different.
But when you break in that device cost to us,
Correct.
they're building in a little chunk for what they're putting in, and that chunk needs to go to their budget as a uniform service to all Washoe County residents. So I'm ready to go with the
Mr.
state.
Vice Mayor? Mr. Vice Mayor?
Councilmember Weber, give me 1 second. Let me let Chief Soto comment because maybe he'll answer your question.
Okay.
And then we'll come right to you.
Thank you.
It's just a comment on Councilwoman Breckus. In terms of the regional cooperation, I have to speak on behalf of police too, in that there is a lot of regional cooperation. And yes, you are correct. We do provide for the extradition personnel, but in turn, Washoe County does provide a lot of services to the city of Reno and vice versa. For instance, last week when we had our funeral services for one of our officers, they handled our calls for service. So there is a lot of give and take from law enforcement, and I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. We try and keep that relationship. But I know there's some challenges there as well, some things that we've certainly been looking at a little bit more intensely over the past year, and we'll continue to do that to try and get the best for our citizens, the citizens of Reno.
Councilmember Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I really would ask that we hear the other side of the story. I know we have committee members, but we're hearing, we don't know why they said no to September. Do we know that it wasn't the treasurer's office or some department that said we can't do it until then? So I would like to ask that we either bring it back to our next meeting, and maybe we can't do that, but I think we need to have representatives from the county because they are working with other entities. And I think this is an important look at what we're going to do. Are we really doing cooperation and working with our own county and our other city entities that are a city of Sparks? Or do we really want to break it apart and go with the state? I think we need to work with the county if we can. And we need to hear the other side of the story because we don't have why they are saying no to September. We don't know that. They want July 15th, but why?
So Councilwoman Weber, this is Rishma. We actually do have a representative from the county here who could probably best answer that question for you instead of me giving the analysis on that. So if you'd like to hear from our county rep, I'm happy to bring him up and you can ask him that question.
I don't.
Maybe he could just respond to that.
if that's okay, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I will indulge the representative from the county to come forward, but very briefly, we have additional items on our agenda. And so I think we've had a very good discussion here today. I very much appreciate the depth of information provided. And then I'm going to turn it over to Member Jordan to see if she can't bring us home. Come forward, please identify yourself. Thank you so much for being here.
Good afternoon. Quinn Korbulik, Washoe County Technology Services. So the question is about why we have essentially drawn a hard line on the prepayment into the system. And the reason is we have certain so we have a contract with Harris Communications, and that contract has milestones. And we have put off milestone payments in the process of obtaining our bond financing. We expect to have our bond financing complete and ready to go at the beginning of fiscal year 21. And at that time, we have agreed with Harris through our contract that they will bill us for very large milestone payments. So and the total contract is about $15 million. They're going to bill us for about $3 to $5 million for fiscal year 21. So we need that money at a certain time in July to be able to make those payments. They're going to bill us in July. We have 30 days to make those payments. So if we wait until September, and we don't even know, again, I know that you guys have a decision process on how you would utilize your end of year funds. Maybe you guys, for us, we don't know if you're going to make a decision on those funds, whether or not you would allocate those to the radio system, or if you would decide to use them for something else. So we need a commitment from the city to say that yes, you would prepay. And we're asking everyone in the agreement, all of the 19 agencies, by May 30th to make a commitment to prepay. And if they make that commitment, and we've provided the prepayment numbers starting in July of this year. So we've had these numbers available. They've fluctuated a little bit. They will continue to fluctuate a little bit because of interest rates on the bond financing, et cetera. But we've provided a pretty kind of a worst case scenario number, so the highest possible number that you would pay. In any case, we have set that May 30th date for prepayment commitment and the July 15th date because of our necessary contractual obligations with Harris Corporation for the radio system.
Okay, thank you for that comment, and I'm going to,
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Weber, I think that answers
Mr.
your
Vice Mayor.
question. No problem. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Jordan, and I'm looking for a motion.
Thank you very much. And I think that gives some clarity. So here's the deal. I think we now kind of understand the parameters of it. I think we could allow for the opportunity for the JOC to meet, to go back to the county saying, we need these questions answered. We intend to do the prepayment, but we need to have the questions answered, right? Is that what I'm understanding? That's what I'm hearing from our chiefs, that where their level of hesitation and concern with inking the deal with the county. Fully understanding, if we go with the state today, the county's deal is imploded. I mean, right?
Right.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, so I don't want to get into you burned us on this, so we're going to burn you on that. I mean, we've seen that movie and it didn't play out well. So I don't want to go back that direction. I just want to give an opportunity, if there's a couple week window that we can say that council's direction was to go back, get the questions answers. We intend on prepaying, but we need to get these questions answered. We want to maintain this relationship. I want to allow, if city manager, if we have a couple weeks.
So I would like to offer one thing here and that is that we have been working with all of our regional partners on this for the last several years and have provided a draft of the interlocal, I think in early this summer. So we've been working with all of our partners, and we have requested all of the agencies to provide their questions and their feedback. We've worked with all of the agencies to provide, as Rishma indicated, we have compromised on a lot of language in the interlocal. And at this point, I'm not sure, I know there are still questions, but If there are unanswered questions, please bring them to me and we will get them worked out. Otherwise, we've worked on a lot of language in the interlocal to this point. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions that are unanswered today.
Thank you for that. Yeah, for the record, Reno Police Chief Jason Soto. So in talking with the City Attorney's Office at recently, we have changed some of that language from fiscal control to fiscal responsibility, which is better. In terms of that language, I don't like the language fiscal control because then if it's dictated by whoever has that fiscal control, then we could be the recipient of whatever that is. And I don't like that. I don't think that's right when we're talking about cooperation, but it's my understanding that that language piece has been changed. Now, the prepayment, I think that's a great point, because if we're allowed to have that prepayment, in September or whatever the date is that we have that prepayment, we as a city save a lot of money as well. And that's money that we can use for other areas that are in need within the city of Reno. Now, that doesn't address all the questions that Councilwoman Breckus brought up, so I can't speak to that, but I can tell you that the fiscal control has been changed to fiscal responsibility, and that's important for everybody to know.
So, Madam Manager, I guess back to my question, is there opportunity until our next council meeting with the direction that has been provided to maybe get some of these issues ironed out?
Yes, I believe so. I think that the council discussion has been pretty clear, and I think that we can now move forward with our partners and discuss the outstanding items and see if there's movement there, and then come back to you at a future council date.
So,
I believe we're clear. Am I getting,
Yes.
we're clear? Okay.
So, Madam Manager, with that, I would make a motion to continue this item to our future council meeting as deemed appropriate by you, the city manager.
Okay, I have a motion. Can I get, okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Weber on the phone. All those in favor? Oh, well, we'll take a discussion. Councilmember Breckus.
I'm not going to support it. It seems like every time one of these agreements come back, the underlying fundamental issues of what are regional services and what are not regional services, something that I've been, focused on since 2012 when I embarked upon doing this job, just always get hung up and not resolved. And I think it's not right for Reno residents. And I think that's why then, the county then, and we'll see when we get to Prado, can say, oh, if we don't, a developer can say, look, if we don't develop in the city, we'll develop in the county. And the county can continue to be like a city because they're off the hook on providing regional services to all of us. And what happens is they're backfilled with our hard budgetary situation. That's not right. That's not a winning ingredient for us. And the other thing is, I'm very uncomfortable with this concept of our leftover budgeting funds in September. I mean, I feel those should not be in existence. They shouldn't be on the table. They shouldn't even be a discussion point. They should be rolled into us so we can, as the course of the augmentations go, look in and see what were our conversations in May that were out there that didn't get funded. Because I wanted a river ranger. And for example, and so having those earmarked and expressed to other entities, hey, we've got this little money over here, I think is not fair to a transparent budgeting system and cycle that I thought we all wanted to do. So I'm not going to support. I think going with the state is a good idea at this point, from what I have, the information I have today.
Thank you for those comments, Councilwoman Breckus. What I can tell you is that what we will do, what our team will do, is we'll go back, we'll look at the language, we'll make sure that the needs of the Reno citizens are addressed, and if there's any of those needs, we'll make sure that it's apparent at the next JOC.
And another point is, why did the county enter into this agreement with Harris in the first place without getting all their partners on board? Now we're over a barrel.
Well, I think it remains to be seen, but I think, Councilmember Jordan, I'm inclined to support your motion with the caveat that I've already expressed my support for the chiefs, both of our chiefs' movement towards the state. If you can work out the things that you can work out and that makes you change your mind, then we'll be back here to have the final vote. But I think our council has given you enough direction at this point that I am supportive of Councilmember Jordan's motion. And so, again, City Manager, you have heard my position on this, and I think the rest of the staff understands where I'm coming from. So with that in mind, I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, motion carries 6-1.
Vice Mayor Reese, we're on item E1, which is an ordinance introduction, also to be opened with item G1, which is the bylaw changes.
Okay, I'll send it over to the City Attorney's Office for reading the ordinance title, at least as to E1.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7116. Ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title II, Administration, Chapter 2.08, Boards and Commissions, Article 2, Recreation and Parks Commission, Section 2.08.070, quorum necessary, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Madam Clerk, I assume we have no public comment on this item.
We have none.
Okay, in the absence of any questions or discussion from council, I'm looking for a motion, please.
Move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion from
Second.
council. Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Delgado, a second from Councilmember Weber. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Item F1,
Can I pause for, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. G1, there's nothing necessary there.
No, it was a combined motion, as I
Okay,
understood
thank
it.
you so much. Appreciate it. And so, Madam Clerk.
great. We are on item F1, which is Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2.
Okay. Mr. Hall, if you would read the necessary ordinance title.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is ordinance number 6536, case number LDC 19-00054, Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2 PUD Amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Section 18.08.102B, .1265, to change the text in the Planned Unit Development PUD Design Standards to 1, convert plus or minus 16.4 acres from commercial-only use to residential with a minimum density of 20 dwelling units per acre. 2, convert plus or minus 5 acres from residential to commercial-only use. 3, reduce the density of the existing residential use from a maximum of 30 dwelling units per acre to a maximum of 20 dwelling units per acre. And 4, include the updated text for A, the wild horse section and related fencing standards, B, the affordable housing section, C, modified landscape requirements that reduce turf in common areas, D, a phasing and PUD completion timeframe, and E, modified permitted commercial uses. This request allows for the development of 612 dwelling units, which is an increase of 37 dwelling units from the 575 dwelling units that are allowed. The site is located within Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2 PUD zoning district and has a master plan land use designation of special planning area. The plus or minus 77.37 acre property is located southeast of the eastern terminus of South Meadows Parkway, north of the north terminus of Rio Wrangler Parkway, and east of Steamboat Creek, Ward 3.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment on this item?
We do have public comment on this item. Our first public commenter is Tracy Wilson, followed by Larry Lucero, followed by Randy Walter.
Ms. Wilson, before you start, I just want to thank the audience members who I know have been here for us for most of the day on this item. It's always difficult to gauge where an item will fall during the course of a hearing, and so I appreciate the public who's been here today for most of the duration of our meeting.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Wilson. I volunteer with Hidden Valley Wild Horse Protection Fund and work closely with Karina Vance and Wild Horse Connection. I do documentation and data analysis for the American Wild Horse Campaign Virginia Range Fertility Control Program. I'm a technical large animal rescue responder with LRTC and also an LRTC board member. I put together a team from the Wild Horse Alliance of Northern Nevada as well as American Wild Horse Campaign to figure out what would be needed to water the number of horses we have in this area when development cuts off the last 4,000 linear feet of water available. I've been the spokesperson for this team, and we have not strayed from what we have asked for. To clear up any misunderstanding, we did not compromise on 2 water sources. We told them and this council from the start that a minimum of 3 water sources are needed to adequately supply the 375 to 400 horses in the area. We prepared a proposal outlining this and the reasons why, and you all received a copy of that. We asked for and tentatively agreed to the details surrounding the what, where, and how of the 2 12-foot water tanks that Corona Cyan said they would provide. The third source still needs to be found to prevent 1/3 of these horses from not having water that they need to live. At the suggestion of Corona Cyan, we reached out to RTC to ask if they would move a fence line north of this project and the eastern portion of the Daybreak project to allow horses access to the natural creek for a third water source. To many of us, this is an easy solution because other than fencing, which is required there regardless of which side of the creek it's on, it requires no ongoing maintenance or funding. We still have not heard back from RTC despite several attempts to follow up as it's stuck in their legal department. To date, we have no idea if they will grant this request, so it is not even on the table as a water source. To prevent any future misunderstanding, if we get this is a small area and would make up one of the 3 required water sources. It would not be the only source. Mayor Sheevy, I don't have an agreement between us and the developer to show you as you asked last time. I asked Corona Cyan for a written agreement and have gotten nothing back because they are still working on the water legality and rights issues. Karina Vance is working on a letter for them stating that it is not illegal to provide water for the horses. That letter needs NDA approval, which likely won't happen until closer to the end of the month due to the person needed being out on vacation. And if we did have an agreement, we would not have no ability to enforce such an agreement when they sell this project off, which has been for sale for a good while, because council voted not to include it as a condition. All of this time and work could be for nothing if the next owner, the HOAs, or whoever comes down the line decide they don't want to do it. And then what do? How will the horses get water? It will have already been cut off for good. I understand this is an amendment request on a PUD that was approved some years ago, but one thing I ask you to keep in mind is that when this original PUD was approved, the horses had much more access to water. RTC took what remained of it other than this portion with the construction of the Southeast Connector or Veterans Parkway. Things changed, circumstances changed. To ignore that is a disservice to our community. We would like to see the 3 alternative water sources as requested since day one, guaranteed to carry forward to the future owners of the property. Thank you.
Larry Lucero, followed by Randy Walter, followed by Caitlin Gell.
Good afternoon, Larry Lucero with Corona Cyan. Excuse me, I have a cold. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Since we were here for the first reading on this, we have had continued discussions with Karina Vance, who is under contract in her group, the Wild Horse Connection, as the manager of the Virginia range of horses. We continue to work with her. She is working through difficult wording in the California state ordinances, and we have our attorney fully engaged in the same thing, and we think we have a path to get there to be able to do it, to provide the water legally to the horses, presenting it as a wildlife resource under the code. So we're working on that, and as Tracy said, that has to be reviewed by Doug Ferris at the Nevada Department of Agriculture before it can come to us. He is on vacation until January 21st. We've continued to work on this in good faith, just as we said we would, and we will continue to do that. It's already been pointed out that this is an approved project. We are trying to make it a better project. We appreciate staff's report in time. We met with the Planning Commission. They had good suggestions. We modified the project to meet the conditions that the Planning Commission preferred. We moved 5 acres of commercial property up to the north end of the project. And so we have operated in good faith and will continue to do so to get this done. I know that there were some concerns about mercury testing on the site, and that the mayor, in fact, conditioned her vote as a no vote based on her concerns about mercury. We have with us today an environmental engineer that was involved in the testing to provide additional information to you so you can have comfort that we do not have mercury contamination issues on this upland property. We did receive a letter from Karina Vance of the Wild Horse Connection. I believe it's in your packet. It verifies what I am telling you today in terms of our continued efforts to work through the legalities and all the details of providing this solution for the horses. As Tracy Wilson said, yes, we are aware that the horses, the horse community of advocates believe that 3 water sources are needed. We don't dispute that fact. We just don't have any way to control other people's property, the RTC's actions. I don't know why the RTC, as you guys are one of the entities in the RTC board, you guys didn't account for some horse access to that water source when the crosstown connector was designed. So I'm not aware of that, but we don't have the capability to create that 3rd source. We're offering 2 sources, which is above and beyond what the current project has required, and it's a better project. Thank you.
Randy Walter, followed by Caitlin Jell, followed by Kimberly Rodemeyer.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, for the record, my name is Randy Walter. I'm here representing Corona Cyan on this application. As you folks know, at your last meeting in the first part of December, the City Council agreed that our alternative plan was a better plan than the PUD that you currently have. As a function of where we are right now in the second reading, apparently there's some concern about the fact that things aren't going the way that everybody thinks they should go. I think Larry has kind of outlined where we are as far as the wild horse folks are concerned. Again, it was the applicant's desire to move forward with an agreement with the Department of Ag, who actually owns the horse herd, as well as the Wild Horse Connection, which actually manages it under contract. Those are the people that we wanted to work with and have been working with and will continue to work with. As a function of that, the amendment that you have is really just a minor amendment. We're trying to make the project better. This is a second reading, and it's really kind of up to the City Council at this point. We would like to continue to work with the wild horse folks and try to solve their problem. Larry outlined the problem with the 3rd site, and it's just something we don't have any control over, unfortunately. We're doing the best we can. We're trying to provide for something that the horses will need, and we're hoping that that'll be beneficial to the horses in the long run. It's an agreement that we'd like to try to move forward on. If the council decides that the alternative that we have in front of you is not acceptable, then we have the existing PUD. And the PUD that is currently existing has much higher density, much more traffic generation, commercial land uses that really aren't the greatest, but if that's what we have left to do, then that's what we'll move forward with. We're hoping that that's not what your ultimate choice is. We'd like to know if you have any other issues that you want us to discuss. We'd be happy to do that. We don't know what they are right now, but we'd be happy to discuss them in the future. I'm going to introduce Caitlin Jelly, who's part of McGinley Associates, did the original analysis for us on the mercury and can answer the detailed questions that I don't have the answers to. So with that, I'll turn that over. If you have any questions later, I'll be happy to answer them.
Caitlin Jell, followed by Kimberly Rodemeyer.
Good afternoon. My name is Caitlin Jelly. I work with McGinley & Associates. I'm a registered professional engineer in 4 states, including Nevada, and a Nevada certified environmental manager. As both Larry and Randy indicated, we did the mercury study on this land prior to moving forward. And what I want to start with is that here in Nevada, mercury's an easy contaminant in the sense of we know where it came from. It's very clear where it came from, and therefore we know how it was deposited. It came from the mining industry in the early 1900s. They used mercury to try to slurry out the gold and silver, and then it thus became a byproduct. The thing about mercury is that it moves within the sediment of water. So it moves in floodplains or any sort of water tributary, which again makes it pretty apparent as to where it's going to go. It doesn't just widespread move. So for part of this project, we reviewed the conceptual site model with the land that's shown in the figure here. It's the Bella Vista property. It is well outside of the flood range for both the 100-year floodplain for FEMA, the 500-year floodplain, and any other floodplains. I believe it's between 9 and 10 feet above the current floodplain on the edge there. With that stated, it's not within the floodplain, so therefore it is not expected to contain mercury at all. The client went above and beyond and decided to sample for mercury. We collected 20 samples between 6 inches and 1 foot below ground surface. All samples were the highest concentration within the sample was 2.8 milligrams per kilogram, that's parts per million. That is well within the background of Nevada soils. For the record, for reference, the national cleanup level is 11 parts per million. So with that, and then also it should be noted that how the sediment moves, it moves in layers. So therefore, if you were going to find contamination for mercury, it would be on the surface. And if it's not in the surface, it's not going to be below. You would find higher levels at the surface with decreasing concentrations as you got deeper within the soil. So with these samples, with that low level, we are of the opinion that there's no mercury here that could be of issue to future residences. Thank you.
Kimberly Rodemeyer.
So, just quickly, what she just said was not what RTC found at all. RTC found multiple locations where there were higher concentrations of mercury 2 to 3 to 5 feet below the surface than there was at the surface. That's why they did depth testing. That's why they went down 5 feet. So just to, clarify something there were multiple locations where they had mercury sinks, where the Army Corps of Engineers would not allow them to build, and because they found mercury that was way above acceptable levels below 2 feet, 2, 3, and 4, and 5 feet. So just so we're clear on that. I'm sorry, my name is Kim Rodemeyer. I'm here today representing the 1,800 stakeholders of the USEC who oppose this project for some of the following reasons. At the December 4th meeting, a council member asked staff, who is building the bridge over Steamboat Creek at South Meadows? The response from Mr. Stockman was, whoever gets there first. And you guys let that slide. This is the Daybreak PUD handbook that was approved by council in October. There is nothing in this handbook that says Daybreak is building a bridge. This is the handbook for Bella Vista. It says they're building a bridge. Since when do you allow developers to hand off portions of their projects to other developers? This also impacts the federal permitting process. If anyone needs a 404 permit for their project, that entire project is reviewed by the Corps. Letting Daybreak build a bridge that is supposed to be reviewed in another project is negligent on your part. Next, our concerns about mercury. The applicant did, according to the language in their analysis that they provided the handbook, was they scraped some dirt off the surface. That's their language. And they did not find any reportable levels of mercury. They and your staff said the project area does not flood, so they weren't worried about the mercury. You let that slide too. Did it not occur to you that if the area didn't flood, they would not have found any mercury? And she just said, mercury moves by water. If this area doesn't flood, how'd the mercury get there? You let them get away with that so that they did not have to do any hard and expensive work depth testing. Then, our group has told you repeatedly that the 404 permit that was issued to this applicant in 2006 for the first phase of this project expired in 2008. We were told that by the Corps. That permit was only for the realignment of Steamboat Creek for phase 1. Your staff even told you it was expired and that the permit was in the monitoring stage. The applicant stood up here and told you that the permit had not expired. They can't use that permit from 2006 for the bridge over Steamboat or the walking trail that they have planned in the wetlands. They need a new permit. Make a phone call to the Corps. Ask them. Ask Councilwoman Dewar. She knows about federal permitting. We told you the FEMA remap was going to end across the street from this project. Do you have them wait to see if they're going to be in the floodplain? No. All indications are that there is going to be a huge increase of people being put into the floodplain. It's at least a foot off, they say. And then that means the project is going to flood, yet you let this slide too. Then, Councilwoman Dewar, Mr. Vice Mayor, may I have 15 seconds?
I'm going to give you an additional minute, Ms. Rodemeyer.
Thank you. Then Councilwoman Dewar asked in October for the new wetlands delineation map to make sure that the applicant was not building in the wetlands. I brought that up on December 4th, and that was let slide. Not one of you brought it up. The applicant tells you, of course, it's the same size as 2006, and you say, great, with no proof. Deny this project. You make the excuse that they have approvals, or they make the excuse that they have approvals already in place for a project. This is just an amendment. So deny this amendment, and then deny the tentative maps when they come in and they ask for them until these serious questions are answered. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Vice Mayor Reese, it should be noted for the record that we had a public commenter who did not wish to speak but is in opposition of this project. We also received 2 letters of opposition in our office.
Okay, and for the record, I think I received multiple letters over the holiday, which I forwarded to your office. I don't know if they've all made it there, but of course, they're part of the permanent public record. At this point in time, I'm going to bring it to our body. In my briefings, I had asked some very pointed questions, and I know that Arlo was here and prepared to speak to at least some of the issues. And so I don't know if the council desires any kind of presentation, or you'd like to answer some questions among the body first. What is the desire of the body? And members on the phone, please chime in here as well so we can direct traffic the right direction.
Yeah, you know what? I'd like to see the presentation, Polly, answer any questions the public may have had. Maybe we could answer those questions could be answered.
Okay, Mr. Stockham, welcome.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year. Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. Maybe I'll just use the overhead to present some information if we could. Whoops. New machine there. We have to do it upside down. As the applicant mentioned, this is a pretty targeted amendment to an approved PUD. In effect, the 5 acres on the north end, Village 1A on this map, are being changed from residential to commercial. The Village C on the south end is being changed from commercial to residential. It's not changing any provisions within the floodplain area, which is planned as open space, nor in Village A2 or Village B. In addition to those targeted changes in sum result in 37 additional homes if this amendment is approved, and a reduction of 11.4 acres of commercial, in addition to relocating the commercial up to the intersection of South Meadows Parkway, which is generally better for traffic distribution. Additional amendments the applicants agreed to the process includes the expanded wild or feral horse provisions and the side agreements and the 2 troughs you heard about before. That's not part of the existing approval and would not be required under the PUD as currently approved. They've added water-wise landscape standards. They've added an expiration date on the PUD, which doesn't currently exist. And they've provided a voluntary contribution of $500 per home towards affordable housing in the region. The net result of all this traffic-wise is a reduction of a little over 5,000 average daily trips, resulting primarily from the reduction in commercial use, so it's overall a reduced intensity, as well as an improved distribution of that traffic more to South Meadows Parkway and Veterans and less to Rio Wrangler. The Planning Commission did review this, and they the initial proposal was all residential. At the request of the Planning Commission, they added that neighborhood commercial node on the north end and received a unanimous approval from the Planning Commission. I think you've heard a lot about the horse discussion, and I'm not going to get back into that and some of the thorny legal issues we have here. I also don't have a whole lot to add to the mercury language. We as staff agree that the mercury hazards primarily exist in the floodplain areas, and the development's not included in the floodplain areas. I'd additionally point out that there are numerous steps in the process where sampling's done and the developer essentially assumes liability if for some reason there is excess mercury. So there's numerous steps in the process. This is not something that's normally part of a PUD approval, but really through the technical aspects of the site development plans. I think that's basically what I have. In terms of the specific questions, those might be better for the applicant to answer, very detailed. Our understanding is the wetland issues are essentially in process through the existing PUD and are not affected by this change one way or another. That's basically what I have. I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the body at this time and see if anyone has any, I don't see anyone in the queue. On the phone, do we have any of the members who would like to make comment?
I would.
Councilmember
Naomi.
Dewar, I'm just making sure that I've got you by voice. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I've spent a lot of time since this project was past its initial approval for a PUD amendment, evaluating the issues that have already been brought up. And I wanted to make a few comments. I will kind of cut to the chase. At this time, I think there are a lot of questions still out there, and I'm not comfortable moving forward for a number of reasons. And I could enumerate a couple of them. I'll do it quickly. On the mercury, I think there's been assumptions made. I don't know that there's been a thorough analysis, including the uplands. Our public have expressed extreme concern about the potential of mercury since so much has been found in the area to the north. And I think it's important for us as council members to acknowledge that. In some of my review, I found out that when you have a legitimate concern such as this, and it's a technical issue, I think one of the best ways to move forward, and we actually recommended this on Daybreak, and I think it was included, was to have a third party do an assessment. And that is, if you read the literature, you find out that that is what gives the public the comfort, is that if they have the ability to have input, ask questions, and have the results be known, everybody can get on the same page and understand both the risks and the lack of risk. At this time, no amount of mercury is safe. There's no amount that is, as I said, safe for humans, and there's no level that's acceptable. So I think we owe it to our publics to make sure that that issue is put to bed appropriately. One way to do that is to make it a condition of this permit that a mercury screening analysis would be conducted by a third party with public input, so that we cover all the bases and we feel like we as a council have done our due diligence. I'll address the horses next. I clearly heard commentary from Tracy Wilson, who apparently works very closely with Karina Vance on the same group, and they said they need 3 watering sites. At the time the PUD may have been approved, there was lots of open water. At this point, there's not, so they have a location that is compromised. I think whether they can make the watering sites on their land or not is it's still their responsibility. It's just like any person that would do off-site mitigation. They've got to figure it out. So I think that should be a condition of any kind of approval. We received a letter from Tina Nappy, who is one of the preeminent environmental advisors in the entire state. She served at the Wildlife Commission for 15 years, on the Water Board for some 8 years, and on other commissions on sage grouse and everything else. I value her advice greatly. She recommends that the wetlands plan be identified. We've left it up to the Corps, but we adopted wetland issues in our master plan as a point that we wanted to make sure we're protecting wetlands. The Corps of Engineers, like every federal agency, has been cut and is continuing to be cut, and some of their programs zeroed out. So I don't think we can just say, well, it's up to the Corps, it's up to EPA to take care of these things. More and more is falling to local government, and so we've got to do a better job. And then she recommends a wetlands plan, and she also says that if we're going to address horses as wildlife, which I think makes a lot of sense, we need to address other wildlife as well. And so my recommendation to those who might want to support this and go forward would be to condition the PUD that approval of any kind of tentative map would be dependent on a wildlife management plan, a horse management plan, a third-party analysis of mercury, and those things should be signed off when the projects are submitted for a tentative map. I think there's too many questions, and we're down to some of our last spaces, and so that's why I'm recommending that. So I'll cut it off there and just say I still have a lot of concerns, but I think there is a way that this body, if they wanted to move forward, could address them. Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar, we're going to move to Councilmember Jordan, but if you have additional comments, we'll come back to you. Councilmember Jordan.
Okay.
Thank you. I think, refresh my memory, did we say we were going to be having a larger global discussion about how we address some of these issues on projects as we go forward? We did, correct?
Yeah, I think there's also a discussion about in the zoning code workshops and updates that this would be part of that broader discussion. Obviously, this is a second reading, which gives me some pause because I certainly voted for it on the first time around, and so I want to be thoughtful about it. But you're right, there is a broader discussion coming, but might be nice to have some of your thoughts, I guess, today is what I'd say.
Well, and the reason I asked that was because I got to thinking there's multiple horse groups, and we're going to have to discuss that when we have the bigger global discussion, is maybe as projects, the interface is an issue, that maybe we identify a group or groups, because I'm not sure how effective we're going to be when there might be multiple organizations and they may not be in agreement with what the approach is. And then you got these, anyway, that's just for a future discussion. I was just not sure if we had that. The other thing, the only comment I wanted to make was my recollection, and we don't have a representative from RTC here, was on the Southeast Connector to allow access to the watering source would be a direct violation of the 404 permit during the revegetation period. So we don't have anybody here to speak to that, but that is, when we talk about the multiple watering sites, that I know is in some briefings that I had, that would be a violation of that permit.
I want to.
If I may.
Can I come back to you, Councilmember Dewar? Or did you have an answer to something that was being addressed there?
I was just going to say that to Councilman Jordan, my understanding from what we heard from Tracy, who is part of the Wild Horse Connection, who is the official group that's been assigned to do this, my understanding, what we heard, is that the RTC is still evaluating it. So I don't know that they've said it's illegal or inappropriate.
Okay. I as a representative had heard that it was a violation.
I want to address
Maybe some of the other people there could address it.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone here to do that, but the point is well taken. I want to address my concerns to the body and I suppose to the public, in part because when this matter came before us before the holidays, I am someone who voted to approve the amendment. And over the last, let's say, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I've been revisiting that vote and some of the issues surrounding it. And one of the things I'm certainly appreciative of is the applicant and the developers' willingness to continue engaging in these conversations. Those things all in a vacuum, I suppose, seem very positive, and I would encourage you to continue doing those things no matter how the vote shakes out here today, because at the end of the day, we're a community where we're trying to find ways to move developments that are appropriate forward. We have a difficult part of our region, the South Meadows, that has a number of layered issues, and they sometimes stack on top of each other, sometimes are not entirely aligned, but the way forward with any of those things are the continued conversations. I've been sort of privileged over the last week or so to spend some time communicating with Ms. Wilson about some of the very unique issues involving wild horses. And so that, for me, has been very informative. And part of this discussion is informed by the concern that I originally had, which Councilmember Dewar, quite frankly, highlighted to me, because when I voted the way I did in the last hearing, I did so because I believed, mistakenly now I know, that Ms. Wilson had found a way to compromise with the developers. And so I was I guess, misreading the situation. I didn't understand the forcefulness or maybe the lack of it. And so I've had to go back to Ms. Wilson and get absolute clarity on that issue. And of course, from this podium today, there was some clarity on that issue as well. And ultimately, where I fall is a concern about whether or not the side agreements that are being raised are going to be enforceable when the project may or may not be sold. I'm also concerned that there was, a sort of basic fundamental understanding about how many watering sources would be needed to provide for the wild horses. And ultimately, I am going to err on the side of caution because I think, as Councilman Dewar has indicated, there are a number of, and I'll use Councilmember Breckis's term, hanging chads. There are a number of threads out there that have just not been resolved, and they're not resolved for me today, whereas I think ultimately they can be resolved, and with a bit more time and people not being on vacation and people being able to get a hold of people that they need to, maybe they will be resolved. And I am reluctant to move forward on this second reading because of those things. And so that is ultimately where I find myself today. And so I'll defer and look for my colleagues in their questions about this issue as well.
Yeah, I'll just, if others are, oh, Oscar's going. Sorry.
Oh, I
Mr.
think
Delgado. No,
Mr.
go
Del-
ahead. No, you go. I'll push my.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate that. And I also had a chance to speak with Ms. Wilson, and also took a number of times talking to you over the last few weeks. So I appreciate all the insight. I think there was some also community misunderstanding too about what this, and Arlo, if you can step up to the podium, is. Also, I think there was certain understanding that the project already has been approved. This is an amendment to an existing project that's gone through the Planning Commission. So just two pieces. If the project were not to move forward today, what does that mean for clarity for the community that's listening and others? Is there's already been an approved PUD. What's the process for that project if that went through?
They could, at their option, come in for building permits and tentative maps in accordance with the approved PUD.
Okay. So
That's
do we still have?
essentially
Would we
if-
still be at the table to ask for recommendations for considerations for the current PUD that exists?
In some cases, tentative maps will certainly come forward for Planning Commission approval and get to this body if appealed. Building permits typically would not. So that would be a building permit. We'd have to confirm compliance with all code requirements, and then those building permits could be issued. So it would be some of each. The subdivisions would get to the Planning Commission, and primarily the non-residential pieces or any apartments or things like that would likely be at the building permit stage.
So and as I stated during the last meeting, Mr. Vice Mayor, is there's a lot of moving parts here, but one of the big pieces was understanding the traffic issues that we're dealing with in South Meadows right now. The new project was going to lessen that overall impact there. One issue that's been apparent to me, to your point earlier, is the gate issue that's currently taking place down there. Where I hear from tons of residents out there right now where and I've seen a few different emails where the gate has been fixed numerous times, but there still hasn't been a solution to that, which is really a public safety issue that needs to be looked at, which, again, in deliberations, also spoke to some HOA members at the Cyan Corona development, and there seems to be some operational issues overall with the current PUD. And so my questions are, it's really a reflection for the constituents down there, is there's currently an operations issue that's taken place that I don't think has been as transparent as I think can be and should be. My hope is that the developers hearing that, I understand that one of their representative came forward and says we're good to move forward with a denial today. My hope is that we don't have a denial, but we go back and revisit some of those opportunities. I don't think they're so far-fetched and out of reach that we can't resolve some of those issues. But I can see possibly moving forward today with an approval with some of these, again, some of these chads that are kind of still hanging out there. So my hope is if the developers are looking forward to continuing this item, sitting down and sitting around the table to see if there's some opportunities, great. If not, then I see that you guys laid it down and said, "We'll go move forward." Then I think that's your prerogative, right? My hope is that we don't go that way, because again, I see that the overall benefit of the project being amended to the lessen overall traffic, get some residential homes in place, and so forth. So, and to Councilwoman Dewar's point, I think there's some opportunities also to look at a wetlands plan, a wildlife plan, and so the reality is that there's going to be an interface with that community as we start to build out more and more into the eastern range as well, from where we are. So, those are my points. My hope is, if hearing from the developers or anything else, to see if that's an option. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Stockham, if you could come forward, though, I wanted to come back to a very fine point. And for those of you who are playing a drinking game at home, as a lawyer, and apparently that's where everyone drinks when I say that, and so I'm trying to give them the opportunity to do that. But as a lawyer, the point that Oscar Delgado has made is an important one, but I want to understand the nuances of it. So with the approved project, it would come in, and you heard Ms. Rodemeyer's concern about the tentative map process. When this project should come in at the tentative map project stage, there will be an opportunity for some additional conditions at that time, is what you're saying? Or no, only on certain portions of it would there be the ones where it was a difference between subdivision versus pulling a building permit?
On tentative map applications, within the constraints of law, those can be conditioned. However, some of the project is likely to not be a tentative map. Commercial spaces typically are not done as tentative maps, so a good chunk of the project could very well come in without a tentative map and not have that opportunity.
So that I'm understanding it fully, and it's sort of that chicken or the egg thing, right? It's a question of how do we approach whether the project is a better one today than it was before. And I'm suggesting, and the word good faith was used a number of times, that the good faith in being a good neighbor, a good developer, a good owner is to continue to work on those things without taking, I suppose, the path of least resistance, meaning that just go put up whatever you want in this area. I just don't think that is the appropriate end game here. And I appreciate your nuanced sort of explanation of that, because I do think at times, at least what I've learned in the time that I've been on the council, is that community members are absolutely well-intentioned and they are very concerned for the things that they're passionate about. And sometimes they come and they have pitchforks out, and then you sit down with them over coffee and you say, well, here are my thoughts on that. And they come to see at least why you decided a certain way or did not. You don't always have to walk away agreeing, but then at least there's more conversation about it. And that's why when I pause to ask about this nuanced question, it's because I know you know the answer. And I think most of the time I hope I know the answer. But I'm trying to provide that transparency that we all desire from this body in a way that's meaningful to others who are watching this and thinking critically about our community. And so I thank you for your ability to answer that question sort of discreetly, as it were. I'm going to move now to Councilmember Breckus, who's been patiently waiting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just, maybe most of all for the benefit of my colleagues, how I'm looking at this is each of these PUDs, which are pretty big approvals because they're very vesting, means they give a lot of rights to the applicant and whoever buys the land from them ultimately. I try and look at each one on its face, and we've inherited a lot. Some, like Spring Mountain way up on Winnemucca Ranch, was approved over a decade ago, has never come forward with a tentative map. Some, like Evans Ranch, came through on an amendment in 2014, and I didn't think that amendment improved that project, and so I didn't support it. Some we have approved, we have adopted, we have ownership. And this is one that we do, and I feel particularly so because I supported this PUD when it came forward. I wasn't quite sure about it. Things hadn't started really jumping the way they've been jumping. And just in the same way that we, earlier today, the body decided that the change condition of that hospital down in this same area created a change condition to justify a zoning change. I think that a lot of change conditions have occurred down in this area from when I originally supported this PUD, that, they're on a roll of a dice if they come through on an amendment. And they've said, we've got rights, we'll go with them. And they do, and those have to be honored. But, you know, if they were ready to go with that, they would have done it. If this project had come forward with tentative maps right after they got that PUD amendment, I think some of the conversations that are being had now would not have been had. I think the point of some of my colleagues saying, well, you know, we'll continue the conversations and so on, that's great when you're creating policy. But when you're giving a regulatory approval, it is what it is, and it better be clear as heck for everyone. And so for me, I think on this one, that was a hard vote for me to take, but I supported back when with the information I had. This amendment, for an amendment to continue and to support this project in this location with the change condition, I need a lot different complexion of project, and I probably have a timing issue in terms of the work to be done on the floodplain analysis. And so I just cannot and will not be getting there at this point on this one. And I may even have a hard time supporting any approvals up in this side of the valley with the critical horse infrastructure still hanging out. And I don't think that that can be left to any these one-off agreements of this or that. I think a global solution is needed on that area. So I'm not going to be supporting of this, and although I was in the past. Thanks.
And I want to speak to that for a minute because as the newest member of the council, and if you're drinking at home as a lawyer, you know, when you say that you supported it in 2013 when it came up and now you don't because of changed conditions, it frustrates me, I'll be honest with you, because it appears to me that you want to pass for having voted for it and create the conditions that we're here for. But today you're saying, but conditions have changed. But, and again, it's a friendly conversation, I promise you. It frustrates me because you've said there are rights that come with the PUD that they received. And those rights have legal consequences, and they allow certain types of development to occur. And so this is where we diverge in how to approach what I think is a technical amendment and one that is supposed to be designed to approve a better project. I am going to vote not to approve this second reading, and that will have consequences, but my vote should not be a reflection of anything other than the fact that this was an approved project, which you approved, and which others approved at some time, and now I am having to deal with the consequences of that approval, and I'm working hard to do it, but it's not really fair to have approved it and then want to pass today. And
Well,
I hope that, I mean, again, I'm saying it in candidness and kindness.
Yeah.
It's not an angry thing that I'm saying to you. It's just I'm expressing to you a frustration I have about where we find ourselves today,
Yeah.
which was created by other councils, which now I am having to find the consequences for.
Well, let me just expand to that because I think that one thing is very harmful to our region is speculative PUD improvements, where it's just putting a value on a land because someone's going to get there and all the details will come. And if a PUD is approved, a tentative map should be coming pronto. It should be ready to go. Anything else is someone just with some land trying to place some value on it and not going. That's what I believe where we're at. And it hurts everyone else because it hurts the infrastructure modeling of what we need in this area. So the fact that they got this approval when they did and haven't been able to move forward on it, it should not be turned around to me that I've got to honor these rights. No, I'm going to tell them, why didn't they move with their project? And now that they haven't moved with their project, they've got to change community out there. This is not insignificant. It is substantive, and I'm not going to support it. And they want to go on their reliance of what they had, that's fine. But, and I'm hoping, and I'll tell you, and I don't want to be shut down by the attorneys, let's hold this concept for the zoning code rework. On one of the PUDs that came forward said, you want to approve this? Put a condition on, they need to come in within 18 months for a tentative map. Do that. Make people be real on these large approvals in a timely way because otherwise we're just being, I think, played for speculation for people who want to title land and move on. Thank you.
Well, and in fairness, when you stepped off the dais for a very brief moment, Councilmember Jordan did point out that there was a broader discussion to be had about the very nature of a PUD that is gotten and then sits dormant for a long time, and then the world has changed. And I want to have that conversation. I think Councilmember Jordan does too. But again, you said an important point there that I think our colleagues must pause and reflect on, and that is, when they have a PUD, they have a certain bundle of rights, and what those rights are determines how they move forward with them. And so I don't want to be handcuffed by the decisions that were made by you or any other council, but at times, as a lawyer, that is ultimately where I feel some constraints, and I might have voted very differently in 2013 than you did. I might vote differently tomorrow when a project comes by. Each one, I think, is important, and each one of us votes our conscience. I'm looking for a broader path forward, obviously, and beyond this specific project, there are other things that we'll have to address in the future.
Yeah, I just feel when someone comes through for a PUD amendment, and we're the only, as to my knowledge, we're the only local government in the state of Nevada that does it this way. So I think we are out of step with the best practices. When someone comes forward, they're usually done in conjunction with development agreements, which make them more real projects in my view. So when someone comes forward with this, everything's on the table, because they did not use their rights, and their rights are up for reconsideration fully and completely.
And this is where I would turn to Arlo or perhaps our legal staff. Is it accurate to say that everything is on the table when these things come through? I have understood that that was not the case. And I know that Councilmember Dewar and I have spent some time together in conversation over this item too, and I'll look for her input. But maybe if I could at least go to Arlo first, or the legal, whoever would like to address that issue, because it does situate where we are today and is an important part of the discussion.
Carl Hall, City Attorney, it's my opinion that everything is not on the table when a applicant comes forward with a PUD amendment. The applicant typically has to agree to it, and then there's also findings under 278A 410 that talks about whether or not it's going to harm the other residents or create other issues. So, no, the whole PUD is not open when they come forward with an amendment.
Are we the only jurisdiction that is doing this not best practice, as my colleague has said? Is there some way for you to, and perhaps it's beyond the scope of our conversation today, if that is the case, I'm looking for tools in the toolbox that your office can provide so I can answer that question.
Yeah, for the record, John Shipman. I think with regards to development agreements, we have in our code a rather high bar to use development agreements. They have to be projects of regional significance. We've only really done one, and that was the Meadowwood Mall project back in 2000. We just haven't used it. That could be changed by lowering that bar, by making them kind of a more standard tool that we could use, and then if that is in fact more in step with what other jurisdictions are doing, then so be it. So,
but if I may, I mean, someone in the record here wrote a letter. They're not with, they're in the other Cyan, and said, I bought a house over there. I knew what I was getting to. I looked at that PUD. I had reliance on that PUD. I don't have reliance upon this amendment. When you talk about the reliance of the residents, you have no residents here, but you do have residents who saw a binding agreement, and now we're changing it. And so I believe that those people have the reliance when you take the read of the statute.
It's honestly something I hadn't thought about, and although I think Councilmember Breckes and I may have stopped there to pause and talk about it, I just hadn't conceptualized the argument that's being made there. I want to make sure we go back to the phone because I don't see anyone in the audience. Is there anyone on the phone who wants to comment at all at this time?
This is Councilwoman Dewar. I would just say I'm interested where Mr. Delgado would like to go. And I was inspired by what he said about the need for some wetland management plan, a mercury plan, and the horses and wildlife. And I think if we could get there, those kind of plans, and have an expectation of when those might be coming back to us or finalized, or maybe just leave it to the developer. I don't want to put anyone on the spot, and I don't know that they've figured that out. But I am interested in what others are, specifically Mr. Delgado's thinking.
Okay, I'm going to come back to the body here. Councilmember Jordan, you've been patiently waiting. Sorry for the delay.
That's okay. Thank you very much. I would kind of be interested in hearing from the developer after having heard some of the discussions that are going on here. I did want to take an opportunity. I think sometimes we villainize, in particular, sometimes we villainize people for maximizing what they could get out of their purchased property. And I get really sensitive when we start saying, oh my goodness, they're going to come in, they're trying to do this so they could turn around and sell it so somebody else could do something else. Guess what? If I do a home improvement and it makes the value of my home better because I'm going to sell it, good for me. I don't want to villainize particularly those that have been trying to improve or benefit their properties that they have invested good money in. And I just have to say that because I think we sometimes forget they too have much invested in all of this. And frankly, I've seen many a developer that hasn't worked in half as much as these guys have to try to improve this project. And, you know, I just want to pump the brakes a little bit on in any way kind of throwing stones, because I think they've put forth good effort. Is it going to be enough to get everybody to a level of comfort? Maybe not. But I've sure seen a lot of folks that haven't worked half as much as you have to try to improve the project, to make it better. It's a better project. I mean, if we can get some of these things worked out. So I would like to just hear from you. I know you've had delay after delay. You've attempted. It doesn't sound today like it might get where you want to go. I mean, what direction are you thinking of going? Are you just going to go back to the drawing board? What are you thinking?
Larry Lucero, Corona Cyan. Thank you for the opportunity. Well, it's a good question. I mean, obviously, we have been here since 2008 when we started developing the Cyan project, Bella Vista Ranch Phase 1. We have continued to develop through the Great Recession, which is the factor that no city can predict and no developer can predict, and causes delay, causes those approvals to sit on the shelf for a while until the economy comes back. When the economy started to have a pulse in 2012, we immediately moved forward to start the entitlement process on this Phase 2 piece, all the while continuing to develop the first phase of the project, and that will end up building out at about 1,500 homes. We finished lots, filed preliminary maps, final maps, all through since 2008 to now. And we've continued to do that. We had various agreements with the city. We had an agreement with the city for a public facility site there, a 6-acre site that we worked with the city on. The city at that point was in a difficult situation for a fire station agreement with Washoe County, and they were going to have to get out of a fire station over by the Walmart on the other side of the highway. We worked with the city and ended up giving the city a contribution of $1 million to help facilitate the fire station being built in Demonte Ranch. You know, we had a city that was able to step up timely to develop the park site in Cyan. We stepped up and invested about $1 million out of our pocket in an advance. We got paid back through park fees that were collected to develop the tot lot and about 2 acres of the park with bathrooms and a picnic pavilion so that the homeowners out there would have a place to take their children, get on a swing, have a picnic, have a birthday party, and we've hosted parties out there with the fire department coming and being with the neighborhood several years going on. And we continue to do that. We're not here as so much to maximize the value of this property. It's not going to be a big delta on whether this amendment is approved or not. We think it's a better project. When we came here in 2012 and got the entitlement that we sought, we were faced with the reality that there was a gun club next to the project, and we could not put residential uses next to that gun club. So we respected that, and we got the entitlement, put the commercial there. We knew it wasn't the best place for commercial. Now that gun club property is zoned for single-family residential uses. Now it's kind of the opposite. We don't think that commercial use, which isn't really the greatest location for commercial use, next to those future homeowners is going to be the best thing for them. So we have come back and working through the Planning Commission, we've moved things around. We just think it's a better project. Yes, conditions have changed. The horses have been there since we purchased the property in 2008. We could have fenced off the property in 2008, and those horses would have had no water to drink since 2008. We have allowed the horses to continue to drink, and we've stepped up and said we can solve so much of this provision for the horses, but I don't have control over the RTC, and those things are a little beyond what we can do. That said, if the concern about the water for the horses and wildlife at large is a great one and a public concern to the city, let's attack it and address it together, if that's what the concern is. And we'll be here, we'll work with you. We would like you, if you want to give direction to continue this discussion, which we're open to, provided there is a community interest in solving it, not just talking about it to delay projects and shut down projects. If it's really to solve it, let's do it. Would you consider a special assessment district for this area that will address creating really functional facilities through the infrastructure of the roadways that are built out there? Maybe we can, through that, we can't cover it on, say, 200 homes that we're going to build in this project if it goes single family. And that's what the market is today. We can't carry that load cash out of pocket. We have to build Rio Wrangler Parkway and the bridge over South Meadows, which we hope together with the Daybreak folks. They have some of the same issues. Maybe we can come together with the Daybreak folks for at least their properties on the east side of Steamboat and our property, and we can do a community facilities, a special assessment with you guys helping us put that together that can include some facilities that provide real wildlife resources to the area so that this is done properly. As it becomes a community amenity that you can all be proud of forever. And that's what we like to see happen.
So what happens with this today?
Well, I don't know what your purview is. If we're open to continuing the discussion, but let's get some direction from the council specifically.
Okay.
I don't personally believe that the mercury issue is, it's just a red herring. The flood issue, this is not even in the 500-year floodplain. This is ridiculous. There are scientific facts, and you should not, you should put your judgment on the scientific facts, folks. And if you're going to stray into, those kind of areas of innuendo and false belief, we really don't want to play in that party. But if we can address real things through real solutions, we're here, and we'll continue this discussion.
Hey, that was helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back. Councilman Delgado, this is in your ward, and so I'm going to turn it over to you for a motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With that being said, from the developer, I will look forward to working with you, and we could establish, I'd like to set a date because I don't want to have to renotice everyone on what's and all those pieces. And so I'm thinking second meeting in March. So we'll get together soon after today. We'll see if anything changes between now and then. I'll make sure that the council is notified about what's taking place and how that timeline looks like. So what's the second meeting in March, Mickey, or is it the first meeting in April?
Yeah, just for the record, John Shipman, Deputy City Attorney. So the issue is this is a second read, and you have 45 days after the first read to adopt it. And so there's no, if it was to be pushed even to the next meeting, it would be 47 days. So there's really no ability. It's going to have to come back.
Well, I think there may be some, it's going to require just changes in general. It might have to come back as a first reading anyways.
Okay,
right?
just wanted to make sure everybody's on board that that's what we're talking about. We're talking about starting from the first read.
So it's not a continuance of the reading of the second.
So we'd have to do a
Correct.
denial with the idea.
Yes, what Mr. Delgado
It wouldn't be a deny, I mean, I think the way you can do it is you can set it for a date certain to come back with a first reading.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I ask also, and/or, I would like for the council to maintain the authority to send it down to the Planning Commission again, because, you know, they're our experts. But also, I don't think that what I learned from the Southeast Connector and Daybreak, that the mercury is a red herring. I really don't. And so I would like to have that understood. I'd like to understand the floodplain mapping exercise, because of the, you know, what we've learned about the kind of backblow of the water when these flood events hit and where they would go. But one of the critical issues on this project for me was that this PUD had a lot of wetlands that it would have to maintain. And then the common interest community responsibility for that was going to be outside of this PUD. I guess the project owner has maintained the ability to drag in other people for maintenance responsibility under this HOA of the other developments. And for example, the guy who wrote the letter and said he's in the other cyan, and all of a sudden, this cyan goes, and now his assessment is up on, you know, the fine print of the common interest community documents he signed, and he gets dragged into this one. I would like that issue tickled for this council, because I may well not be able to support this PUD amendment if it drags in other people who bought in cyan and didn't see that they were going to have to come in on this.
Councilmember Eckers, I appreciate your thoughts, and I assume that Councilmember Delgado will take that into account, and maybe it's a thing for another day. But I do want to go back to Councilmember Delgado, who I think was going to craft some resolution for us today for our agenda item that's in front of us, and so I'll turn it back over to him.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and it's again.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry.
Councilmember Dewar, do you have? I think I'd like to get Councilmember Delgado the opportunity to finish his thought, and then if we have
That
to.
wasn't me. That
Oh.
was the mayor.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. It's the audio quality is not awesome. But can we stop? Can we go to Councilman Delgado, see where he wants to go, and then come back to you?
Sure, yeah. If he's going to make a motion, that's fine, and then I'll just ask for a quick discussion. Sorry, I just didn't. It's hard not being in the room to know when to jump in. So you just let me know.
Totally understand. Mr. Delgado, do you want to wait for the mayor, or do you want to proceed?
That's fine. I can hear from my colleagues. That's sure.
Okay, so Mayor Sheevy, let's jump in here for you.
Oh, no, I just wanted a quick clarification, a couple things. I really appreciate the developers trying to, you know, work with, you know, some of the issues that are, you know, obviously pending with this development. Just a couple of clarifications quickly. Are the developers working with the coalition? I mean, are they having conversations and working together through some of these issues? It sounds like the horse advocates, but how about the coalition?
Oh, I don't know if they are having conversations with the coalition. Sounds like their focus has been on the issues that we kind of tasked them with way back when, which would have been primarily the horse advocates.
Oh, I was just curious because the coalition brought up the mercury.
Well, hopefully, Madam Mayor, they're hearing the concerns you've raised, and there might be an opportunity for those conversations to continue outside of today's process.
Right. And that one woman that did speak, she was right that mercury, you know, follows water, so that it is still a concern. The other clarification that I'd like to know is, from what I heard from the developers, I think, and let me know if I'm wrong, but they said they could come up with 2 watering sources, not 3. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted clarification. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sure wish you were here.
Thank
Councilman
you.
Delgado.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and looking across the way with the developer, looking to, so what we're going to both agree to is on March 25th to bring the item back as a first reading on March 25th. Between now and then, we'll be able to sit together and hopefully bring in some other community members to talk about what are some opportunities to maybe make some changes to the current PUD so it's.
The 45-day limit is a new piece of information.
Okay.
That, so this, you have to get your second reading within 45 days, I understand, of the first. So that's a completely different thing that I don't have the authorization to agree to.
Okay.
So I guess I would ask that you give us some good faith from your side, that we've given from our side forever, and approve this today, and we will be here to continue to work with you to solve these issues. And the horse issue was taken out of the handbook anyway, so you're not addressing anything in the handbook with that anyway. We are continuing to work in that direction. If the city will step up and have an interest in some sort of special assessment district, I think we can all come up with a much better solution that would resolve the entire wildlife water resourcing issue out there. But at this juncture, I would need your approval today. I won't guarantee we'll come back.
Gotcha. I think as of my understanding, just from reading the room as best I can.
Yeah, I understand.
Is that may not be an option for us. My hope is that maybe with our decision today, that between now and then, if you guys would be open to reapplying, and if you get the authority from those that you need to, that we could have further discussions and be back in front of the council shortly. I think there's just too many hanging pieces right now to move forward in hopes that we would have something concrete said and done today. So it looks like I'll change my motion.
One yet, so
Okay.
I'll entertain a motion.
So I look to deny our F1, the adoption ordinance of bill number 7111, case number LDC 19-00054, Bella Vista Ranch, Phase 2.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilman Delgado, a second by Council Member Breckus. In the absence of any additional questions or comments from the council, I'll call for the question. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please signify by saying nay. Motion carries unanimously.
No.
Nope.
Oh,
I
I'm
think there
sorry.
was one nay.
Oh, I apologize, I couldn't hear it. So the motion carries 6-1.
All right, with that, we are on item F2, an ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney's office.
Okay, City Attorney, Mr. Hall, if you would read the ordinance title for us. And for the record, we're going to take a quick break after this, maybe just 10 minutes after we get through F2.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6537. Ordinance to amend ordinance number 5443 to provide for the delegation of the City Council's authority to apportion assessments within Special Assessment District Number 4, Somerset Parkway, to the Chief Financial Officer of the city, providing for the effective date, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
And Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none registered.
And I'm not certain that we have discussions or questions from council, but I'll open up to the body. If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Breckus. Any further discussion at this time? Seeing none, I have a motion, a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please signify by saying no. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we'll stand in recess for 10 minutes. Okay, we're rolling right along. I think we still have a couple of members on the phone, and I understand our time with them might be short, so let's move along to item F3. As I understand, this is an ordinance adoption, so I'll turn it over to Carl or John for the reading of the ordinance title.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is item number F3. This is an ordinance adoption bill, and it's ordinance number 6538. Ordinance to amend Title 12, Chapter 30 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Downtown Streetscape Design Standards, adding Section 12.30.010, adopting this downtown streetscape design manual by reference together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none.
Okay, in the absence of discussion or questions from council, I'll be looking to entertain a motion. I have a motion from Council Member Jordan.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Weber. Any further discussion on the item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Vice Mayor. I want to make sure I clearly heard the motion and second.
Oh, I believe the motion was to approve.
This is on the streetscape.
Yeah, it was moved to adopt.
Yeah, thank you. It was just a phone thing.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Motion carries unanimously.
Item F4, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
And Mr.
Madam
Vice
Clerk,
Mayor?
did we skip over F2?
Nope, we approved
Nope.
it before the break.
Oh, okay.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, this is ordinance number 6539, an ordinance annexing to and making part of the city of Reno's certain specifically described territory being plus or minus 80 acres of property generally located on Desert Way, plus or minus 1,350 feet east of the current terminus of Mine Shaft Drive within the city of Reno's sphere of influence and the city's portion of the Truckee Meadows service area, Washoe County, Nevada, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
None at this time.
Okay, I'm going to bring it to the body. In the absence of discussions or questions from council, I would entertain a motion.
Can I just, again, see the map for this? And I had a question what the existing county zoning is in light of the discussion we had about the subdivision nearby and the statements that, you haven't had any discussions with anyone about any zone changes? Okay.
The zoning in Washoe County is general rural, and that would convert to our UT 40, which is our equivalent, essentially equal zoning. There's no upzoning as part of this action.
Okay.
The stated reasons for this annexation is for infrastructure serving the parcel below, which is zoned and within the city and zoned a combination of single family and open space and is in review right now.
Can we see that? Because that was a different decade. Well, they can bring it. Oh, okay. So because that's something that was split on me, or not split, but missed from that other discussion the other day. And while you're doing that, we have two ways in the state of Nevada to annex, or within Washoe County to annex land. One is through a program of annexation that is adopted regionally through the regional plan, and then another is voluntarily by property owners who are contiguous. Can you identify which one this is? Is this in the program of lands that we identified through our cooperative plan
This is a voluntary contiguous annexation.
So do we have any other programs of annexation? Why isn't this in the program of annexation?
The program of annexation is pretty outdated. I think it's expired, and it's something we're going to need to update at some point here.
Okay.
But typically, when it's a 100% voluntary annexation, this is the standard process used.
We just allow,
The program of
okay.
annexation basically authorizes annexation over protest, and it's typically done for already developed areas or things of that nature, approved projects.
Okay, so anyone contiguous to the corporate boundaries, that's what I was forgetting, because earlier, we were looking at where we accepted the streets, if you could.
I'm just seeing if we have a.
Okay, where we accepted the streets. Oh, Okay, okay.
That might better depict what we're looking at here.
Okay, we accepted the streets there, and that is a subdivision of single-family 15, okay. And then under review right now is that a tentative map that's been approved by the Planning Commission?
Everything you see lotted and blocked up there is already approved final maps. The two parcels immediately east, downhill of the hatched area, that's zoned for development and within the city, and there's a tentative map application in review currently. The hatched parcels are this annexation parcel. There's no rezoning proposed. There's been discussion of maybe putting a couple few homes at some point in the future. They'd be allowed 2 homes under current zoning, 2 homes following annexation. But due to the topography, the most feasible way to kind of get to that northeast corner, upper right portion of the development area, zoned SF15, goes off of the already annexed parcels and into this annexation property. And they also have a water tank proposed up there. They could do those facilities under their current zoning in Washoe County. It would just mean duplicate approval processes. And we also, in our tentative map review, due to wildfire safety issues and other issues, we would like to have, if we're going to have an access road serving city development, that access road would best be in the city as well.
When does that tentative map go to Planning Commission?
It is currently, we just received revisions just before the holidays, and it's slated for the first meeting in February.
Yeah, okay. For those reasons, I'm going to continue to not support this annexation. I think it's premature. I think that, the path is not clearly defined through a comprehensive plan for the area, and we need to get there. And I think we're just going to be seeing a lot of constituent complaints at that stubbed out road there as more and more of these 40-acre parcels keep coming in and asking for zoning change, so. And we're putting more and more folks in the wildland interface danger. And I think we're also taking on some public road dedications that are going to be difficult for us to maintain. And I think the 10 criteria for annexation are not met. One is the timeliness, the premature, and rational corporate boundaries. Thanks.
If I could, there's one other point
Mr. Vice Mayor? Go ahead.
One other point that's important, all of these properties that are not already zoned, including this annexation property, they're in Tier 3 under the updated regional plan, which means they could not be rezoned without comprehensive facility planning done. And we have had discussions with numerous property owners up there about doing that. The property that was already zoned and already annexed is in Tier 2 and can move forward. So we're not intending to or really able to do future rezonings without doing that more comprehensive planning that's been discussed today.
Yeah, and I'll just add that Tier 3 master plan conformity makes it just appropriate to stay in Washoe County at this time.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yes. I, too, cannot move forward with the recommending approval of this annexation for a couple important reasons. One, the applicant has said they need somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 to 5 acres of this property for their development, but yet, and they could have gotten that through an extraterritorial jurisdiction. In other words, they would have just said, here's what we'd like Reno to ask for from the county, this water tank and this other thing, not bring in 80 acres into the city of Reno. There's a requirement in our master plan that says if you're going to bring a property in and you have an intent to upzone it, that you need to be applying for that zoning change at the same time. And they have presented to my NAB their intent to increase the density on this 80 acres. They've also had conversations with me. So they've been pretty clear that their hope and dream is to increase intensity, and yet they're not giving us the requisite submittals that are required by our master plan process. So those are huge process concerns for me. And then lastly, I think we're starting to enter into like a leapfrog type annexation. Well, we did the Palisades, so then we did the Westview Estates, so then we did this one up the hill, even though we say we're only going to use a few acres of it. And then we say well, no, we might use more. And then there's one up the hill further. And I don't think that's appropriate because I don't think that land is appropriate for development. It's a very steep. It's in a wildfire zone. Water's a challenge. Plowing roads is a challenge. So I don't think that is something we would normally have put into a plan of annexation. It was pointed out by Arlo that it's in Tier 3, meaning it would be much more difficult to develop. So I think there was a path forward that they could have gotten what they needed for their development below without kind of creating a whole different scenario. So if I'm asked to make a motion, this is not in the city yet, but it's right next to my ward, I would probably not support that. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments by council? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion.
Well, I'll make a motion.
Hold on a second. Councilmember Dewar, Councilmember Jordan has moved to adopt. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion?
Okay.
Okay, hearing none, I'll look for call the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please signify by saying no.
Nay.
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
With that, Vice Mayor Reese, we're on item H1.
Okay, this is the opportunity for announcements regarding city boards, commissions, activities that are mayor and council related. I'll start with Councilmember Breckus.
None.
Councilmember Dewar.
None.
Councilmember Delgado.
None.
Councilmember Weber.
None.
Okay, Councilmember Jordan. And I have nothing. Madam Mayor.
Yes, I do, Vice Mayor. Thank you. And Councilwoman Dewar would remember this. Right before we went into break, we were at the flood board meeting, and one of the issues and topics that came up was the unanimous voting structure over on that board. Do you remember, Councilwoman Dewar? We had wanted our board to weigh in on that structure.
Absolutely.
So I would like at the next council meeting to have some background and history on why that voting structure exists. I have my certain thoughts on it, but Mayor Smith had said that our council had weighed in on the voting structure about 6 years ago and felt that voting structure should stay because we had a conversation about it at the time, and that Reno had never, weighed in. Evidently, I don't know, because there's some backstory that I don't really know. But what I'm trying to say is basically, I'd like to have that as a discussion as one of our items for the next council to get the feedback from our body on the unanimous voting structure. Thank you.
Could we, because I've never served on flood, when we get that, can we have background on the revenue source? I think it's consistent with when we did our strategic plan to look at all regional revenue sources, and it's been a long time since I've understood that, and then when I understand what they do and where they get their money, then I can understand, the conversation she wants to get to.
And I think that's a good idea to have a little more broad overview of, the flood board, how it was created, where the sources do come from, and what have you. That would be great.
And I think, Madam Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, if I can add a little piece of that too, is if we wouldn't mind bringing why the structure is the way it is at the flood board versus what it is, say, at the RTC board, and the differences, just so staff is prepared in terms of the differences between how each one is set up the way they are. Thank you.
Sure. I would, and you know what? I think you make a great point, Councilman Delgado, in the sense that maybe you guys sit on boards that have different voting structures. This one certainly, to me, is interesting. So yeah, I mean, just maybe a little bit of history on maybe if you guys said on other boards that your voting is, that, you know, it's structured differently. So thanks. Perfect.
Okay, let's move along, Madam Clerk. What agenda item are we on now?
We're on item H2.
Okay, this one, Madam Clerk, may I just ask as a starting point, do we have public comment on this item?
We do have public comment on this item.
Okay.
Our first public commenter is Tammy Holtstill, followed by Danny Cleus, followed by Denise Ross.
Tammy Holtstill, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. And by the way, today is the anniversary of the beginning of the flooding for Lemon Valley 3 years ago, today. Prado Ranch is in part of that flooding, especially this part of it. And it is my understanding that there has been some staff communication regarding hydrology, and they're not including the public on it. And I think anything that goes on with this development should be to the public information also, and not be hidden behind closed doors. So I think there's some policy that is not being adhered to. It is not transparent and should be up that. Also, we know it's not transparent when this project originally was supposed to come back in June. A letter was given to you guys 2 hours in advance asking for it to be postponed or requesting a postponement. And before you guys could vote on it, staff just pulled it off instead of actually having it a vote and when it would come back. And now somebody's questioning, why hasn't it come back? There should be deadlines. I would think they were past their deadlines. There's a lot of questions I have regarding this, and thank you very much.
Danny Cleus, followed by Denise Ross.
Danny Cleus for the record. This project's been denied by both planning and city council back in 15 and 16. Then we have the flooding, comes back to you guys. It's been denied by the planning commission. Over. Now it's in front of you. Well, let me put it this way. In front of the planning commission, they drew it out too. This is what they do. Now in front of you, they're drawing it out even more. Their property is underwater. It's still underwater. It's been underwater for 3 years. It's not going anywhere. It's still going to be underwater. Plus, if you look at the Lemon Valley, North Valley's master plan, it doesn't fit in our community. It should never even been thought of to come into our community. It needs to be denied. It needs no more continuances. We're all tired of coming down here for this stupid stuff. And plus, North Prado's still in court. It hasn't been settled yet. It doesn't belong in the North Valley, shouldn't be in the North Valleys, and doesn't belong in the floodplain. It needs to be gone and over with.
Denise Ross, followed by Will Roberts.
Denise Ross, I wanted to point out, if any of you have been out there recently, maybe you would understand that that area is still underwater, and that time and time again, we've had public support where we have rallied up all of the people from Lemon Valley, and they've showed up time and time again, and then Prado's been granted continuances. Well, it comes time that our people and our support start to dwindle away because they've appeared here, they've taken time off work, and they appear, and then it's continued. You guys talk about consequences today. Consequences. They did not follow proper procedure when they asked for a continuance. Y'all know that. It was approved by staff. It never went before any of the city council as required. That was brought out, that was pointed out. Let's do some consequences. These people have big bucks. They keep coming up with promises and things that aren't truth. Let's make them face the consequences. Let's put this out, make them start from scratch. Let us address the flooding issues. And I guarantee y'all, if it continues and it is approved by the city, and once again, it is proved to cause more flooding to the residences, as on video, we have these people saying that it would affect the people downstream. Y'all gonna be in court again. You worried about them taking you to court? Let's make them deal with the consequences. Make them stick to the rules. Thank you.
Will Roberts.
Good evening, Council. Will Roberts, for the record, Lansing Companies, 5190 Neal Road, Suite 420, Reno, Nevada. First of all, the situation at hand right now is we've been diligently working with our professionals, our professionals at Wood Rogers and Cardno regarding the drainage. This is about safety. At the end of the day, it's about safety out there. And we felt it was important that we go back, rethink the process of how we fix the drainage out there from a regional perspective. So we contracted with our consultants, spent a lot more money doing that. The findings were dramatic. We then set a meeting, both with the city and the county, to present those initial findings, just to say, we're looking to prove this up. So before we come back and try to force anything here, we want to know we've got a regional solution, and we do. But before we put it on the record, we want both John Flansburgh from the city, Dwayne Smith from the county, as well as RTC to endorse it, because RTC's in their design right now on Lemon, and they're throwing stuff at the wall right now, but they're looking at everything. So we said this is a way to save RTC money, save the city money, save us as a development money by coming up with a cohesive plan that is a regional fix, a permanent fix. The Haskell barriers go away. There's no more flooding on the east side of Lemon. It all goes to the west side. The flood zone gets changed. Everybody, I know it's a line. And to the fairness of the residents out there, real quick, the issue with the flood zone wasn't enacted till FEMA put that in place. So a lot of those people probably bought out there before that FEMA flood line was established. But again, you know, we're working diligently with the city, the county, RTC. We've had numerous meetings, and we're going to have another meeting that we're setting right now to bring our findings forward. But again, before we do any of this, we want both the city and the county and RTC to endorse it, and then we go from there. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, it should be noted for the record, we also received one letter of correspondence in opposition. And with that, we have no further public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Breckus, and allow you the opportunity to make essentially a presentation in the absence of staff that would normally make such a presentation. And so the floor is yours.
Thank you. So last March, the Prado Plan Unit Development brand new PUD item came before us. And very similar to what we just did with this Bella Vista, we talked for 40 minutes, and it had been denied by the Planning Commission. And I guess there's an interpretation of the code that when PUDs are denied by the Planning Commission, they are forwarded on to the council. I think it's something we should think. I think, you know, only appeals should come to the Planning Commission of those. But anyway, so it came forward to us, and we spent 40 minutes. And in good faith, I think I supported a continuance. I was highly reluctant. It was just like Mr. Delgado said, second meeting in March, we kind of, June 6th. And so what I do is when we have these continuances, I take the file upstairs with my notes, And I put it on my desk and I write June 6th meeting. And we took a vote. And in my view, it should have come back June 6th. And a request for continuance should have been made at that time to the council. But staff, in reaching into other provisions of the code, felt they had the ability to administratively grant the approval. You know, maybe there's an ambiguity, but in my mind, when there's an ambiguity of how to read two sort of actions within the city, the number one is it goes with what the council said and the council's level of specificity. So I was very surprised, and I've been kind of, well, what happened? Why is that? And I guess, and there's been some record created, they want to work on, the community development director gave them in a year to work on progress toward their application. I don't understand what that means. An application in a regulatory environment is a set document that is responded to by the regulating environment. And if they're making progress on the application, it would seem to me then there's going to be changes to the application, and that means we've got a whole new application that should probably be down to the Planning Commission. And so, you know, I think it was administrative overreach. If that motion to continue Bella Vista should have gone forward, I think we would have been operating under a procedure that our vote of the second meeting in March wouldn't have mattered, because whatever could have happened. So I think the council needs to rearticulate when we do a continuance and set something that's how it's going to be. Second is, I think with this particular request, we need to tee it up. I think that, and I'm very confused in the record, they're having meetings with our staff, they need to do a regional solution. Are we planning infrastructure, or is there an application that is in process? Because and there's record of 2 meetings with, I guess, their technical team and some of our technical team. I have needs in Ward 1 that need planning attention. Ms. Jardin, I think, is going to ask for some planning attention in Ward 5. I think if someone has gone through the process of having an application, had due consideration through the Planning Commission, came up to us for 40 minutes of our time, it needs to go up or down and not be this ongoing workabout. If it's a workabout and we need infrastructure planning, that's a different path. It's not an application regulatory proceeding that we do with these development requests. Now, there's some back narrative there. I understand that this property owner wants to step up, much like the Evans Ranch people did on that sprinkler project through the alignment in the airport up there, to be part of the solution. That's great, but if they're going to have 7, 8, a years of meetings with our staff and offer this or that, where's the public narrative? Bring that in an application, show that there's a large dedication of public land for, or whatever this infrastructure is, or, and pack that all in an application. I feel that this was a very, not an appropriate path of our decision-making process that we need to get through on these requests. I'm sympathetic for them. I want to give them a fair hearing. I approved their annexation back when, and I also hear there's a little bit of playoff, well, we'll go do it in the county. Go do it in the county. But you know what? I don't think the Reno ratepayers are going to want to back up sewer rates and bond our backs for county development. So there's just a lot of moving pieces, and I think this application needs to go up or down, and they can withdraw it, and they can, when they get through all this, they can apply again and pay the $15,000 fees to get our staff's time and analysis on this matter, on their development request. So that's, I think, so to summarize, I think the council needs to say, when, look, when we make a request to a time certain, it needs to go to that time certain. And secondly, is that I think we need to set a time certain for this sooner than a year, because I'm not even sure they have to come in quarterly and state what progress it is. What progress is Mr. Stockham looking for on this application? I don't even understand how an application makes progress. And the public has a right to know what progress is being made. Is the application being amended after each of these meetings? It's very irregular. Thank you.
Okay, I want to bring it back to the body and see if anyone has any questions for our colleague or any questions related to this item. Okay, I'm going to take a stab at a little bit of my concerns. So I understood the item as described by my colleague, Councilmember Breckus, and many of the points I think are valid and well taken. I think I want to say a couple of things, though. Number one, I think the decision to move the original vote on Prado to June 6th was not it wasn't a thought out or laid out idea. It was a sort of a broad, hey, let's bring them back, as you saw today we did with Councilman Delgado, who was sort of thinking about the abstract about the calendar and saying, let's have this particular project come back. I don't think that date is as important to me as it apparently was to you, and I think I've shared that with you privately. Second, I think our staff is working very hard, and I want to continue to support the development staff and the community sort of advocacy piece that they do. I don't think there was any malfeasance or actions that were taken, even if on the other side of that coin, I would agree that there are things which I believe this body is the only body imbued with the authority to do it. But that being said, this is broader than this particular question. This has been framed as it relates to one specific project, and in the agenda item as it's written, it says Prado Ranch. I would have preferred to see this agenda item stylized without reference to Prado Ranch, because it really is a broader question, and the question then becomes whether or not such continuances are capable of repetition. And as a lawyer, this is something that I think about when I'm thinking about how broad policy is made. And in my estimation, at least in the 9 or 10 months that I've been on here, we've only had this occur once. I don't know what your experience is in terms of whether this has happened before. And if really the question is, what power do we assign to staff to make administrative actions as they relate to development applications, we can have that conversation. I don't think that has anything to do with Prado Ranch. And then the last thing I will say is something dovetailing on a comment that you made earlier. And I think you often, Councilmember Breckus, talk about the reliance that people have on actions, and I understandably so. Obviously, if our staff has told Prado Ranch, the folks, that they have a year to go work on their thing, I don't think we get to come back and bop them on the nose mid-course, even if we want to, because they have relied upon that too, and they're out there doing the work. And so there's that element of reliance. And so I apologize for not being, able to articulate in a sort of A, B, C, D scenario. Those are just my thoughts about the presentation, because at its core, I agree with you that as it relates to administrative actions, perhaps I would like our body to have the power to make some decisions, less so. But at the same time, I understand why it happened in this particular case. And if we want to evaluate what we would do going forward, meaning if there's a motion to come out of this, it would have to be very narrowly tailored for me to pick up the things which I've identified as the concerns I've raised. And so those are kind of my broad questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues. And I don't know if anyone's on the board yet, but we'll see what happens when we switch over screens. Hold on one second. And members on the phone, looks like we'll go to Councilmember Jordan, and then let's go to members on the phone. So if you're on the phone and have an interest in this item, we'll be after Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. Maybe we could hear from Arlo on this.
What?
I'm crazy, I know.
Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director, if I could get the overhead, please. So this is the section of code in question, really, on both of these issues. I wasn't really prepared for the continuance of the hearing way back when, but item 1 deals with that. Currently, if an applicant provides a request in writing by 5 p.m. the day prior, that's the requirement for a continuance. Items 3 and 4 are more related to the case at hand right now. Item 3 is really the decision that was asked of me. After 90 days of inaction, we can send them a letter to terminate their application and make them reapply again, similar to what Councilwoman Breckus was suggesting. Reno's practice over many, many years has been if an applicant is working on a legitimate issue towards making a project better and a solution, we often do give them time to do that, especially when there's a unique situation such as the unprecedented flooding up there. They are suggesting at least that they're interested in being part of a significant solution, and it's certainly a property that's situated to help with that. So that's our practice to typically grant those. We wanted to make sure there was progress and it didn't go on forever, so that was the quarterly updates. and the
Mr.
1 year.
Stockham, I'm going to stop you there only because we're having some technical difficulties, and I want to make sure to include the members who are on the phone. So if you can just grab a seat, grab a drink of water, give us a second to see where we can get with IT, I apologize. But very informative. As a lawyer, as a lawyer, as a lawyer, as a lawyer, there's 4 drinks for you for those watching at home, all my fans and fandom apparently. Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Councilmember Dorr and Councilmember Weber, can you hear us now?
Yeah. Naomi can. Hillary?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. And Bonnie, can you hear us as well?
Okay, good. So,
Are there 3 on or just 2?
I think there's just 2.
Okay, great. Hold on. Well, thanks, guys.
Okay, after a brief recess to fix some technical issues, we're back, and I understand our members who are on the phone are able to hear us and fully participate. So I'll call Mr. Stockham back to the podium, the lectern, and we'll see if we can't pick up where the discussion left off. I think, as you said, Mr. Stockham, looking at section 18.06.205, subsections 3 and 4, this was the code section you relied upon in making your decision. Is that accurate?
That is correct. I'll be very brief. Section 4 essentially says if they continue more than twice, it'll be invalidated. So they can't continue anymore. They've used their 2 continuances. Section 3 is where we have discretion, and I'm not sure if the folks on the phone heard our part, but that's where our decision point was. We can send them a notice of invalidation at this point, or we can hold off on that. They submitted a request that they would like to work on a broader regional solution for flooding issues, and that their property obviously is ideally situated to be part of a flood mitigation solution. So Reno's longstanding policy is when an applicant is confronted with something like this, an issue, flooding that wasn't anticipated, they're working on a solution to make things better. We typically do give them a little bit of time to work on that and don't just send them back to the drawing board. That being said, it doesn't change our recommendations on this project, and it essentially will have to come back before you before October for a decision or become gone. And that's about what I have. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay, Councilman Breck has 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think you mischaracterized Mr. Reese that, it's about malfeasance. It wasn't malfeasance. This is about delegation of authority within our organization. It's about best process and transparent process. And I very well know this provision. I think it's got some stumbling issues that, do need to be brought up. But I wanted to bring this up specific about Prado. That is zoning code issues. It seems like, he jumped in to use this provision to take the discretion, he explained, over when the council had already taken jurisdiction and putting a date forward. And that is where I have a problem with that administrative overreach, substituting staff discretion on a vote of the council. That is very specific and narrowly tailored. But I guess my question is, since Mr. Stockham, you're talking about, practice and process, and, every quarter you want an update for them, and they had 2 meetings, I guess, in the fourth quarter with you and your staff. So first, and then they want to participate in this regional process effort. What is progress to you in this first quarter look like?
Well, first point of order, as a community development staff, we haven't spent a minute on this. They're not dealing, it's not zoning issues. They're working with the flooding people. The regional RTC is working on a roadway project that has some flood mitigation components. Mr. Flansburgh and his team are working on flooding solutions that you're all very aware of the challenges up there. So that's the work that they're doing. It's not taking any of our resources. Progress is doing stuff on it. If they're just not doing any of that, there's no real reason to keep going. So they submitted their first quarterly, and they've done some analysis. They've had some initial meetings, and under this, that'll continue. I would add that, the code is what it is. I'm not arguing it's the perfect code or the wrong code. If there is a desire to change these authorities, Section 3 clearly says it's the administrator. Section 4 differently says it automatically becomes invalid in that instance. It would be very helpful if the council as a body wants to handle these situations differently, that we just amend code to do that. Because otherwise staff's in a fairly difficult situation.
So just to follow up, October 3rd, there was a meeting with Mr. Flansburgh. November 5th, there was a meeting with Mr. Flansburgh. Not community development staff, but public works staff. So in the first quarter, the next process on this application, say it's the same, say it's 2 more meetings with people. What, does the public get to know? Is the application being amended each time so that it's looking like something different? If they don't have meetings in the second quarter, is that not progress? I want the public to be able to understand what's being cooked.
We haven't received any proposals to change the handbook yet.
Okay.
They're doing their discussions and their research. It's a complicated issue. We're honestly pretty hopeful that they amend the handbook before it comes back for a hearing, because as you may recall, we recommend a denial of the initial application, primarily on the basis of the industrial uses in that area. It's already zoned residentially. So progress is continuing to do what they're doing, and ultimately they'll need to turn it into either an amended application or a non-amended application and get back before you by this October.
Okay, Councilmember Jardin.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm trying to understand, if there is something that we collectively as a council want to modify to clean this language up, for whatever purpose, that's a discussion. That's kind of, to me, a separate discussion. You've kind of outlined what the process is or isn't. But I guess fundamentally, at the end of the day, we're in the customer service business. And I think our roles, whether we're staff or council members, is to solve problems, particularly problems that have been identified. And I think the very thing that's been voiced as a concern of bringing people here, or they set a date to come here, I think they equally get frustrated that we send it off to go have more work done on items that we've identified. So why wouldn't we want staff to be working with whomever and whatever the project is to resolve identified issues so that the room doesn't fill with people, so then we can send it off to go get worked on? I mean, I don't know. I'm having a hard time identifying, if we want to change the language for the control power issue, that's one thing. But own it if that's what you're wanting. I'm having a problem saying that what you're doing, trying to resolve a identified issue, is somehow a bad thing.
But we've never discussed the application in any manner of substance, us.
But the planning commission did.
Vice
And I
Chair.
watched those, and clearly these issues about, a number of these issues were discussed. So I don't know.
Mr. Thomas, did you have a response for Councilmember?
Please, for the
Jordan?
record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. I think what the core of this is, first and foremost, as the code's written, the council has chosen collectively to delegate the authority of being the zoning administrator to the zoning administrator. That doesn't have to be that way. The council's role and involvement of being the zoning administrator can be changed so that you're put in a position where you have more responsibility to make decisions. However, what has traditionally happened, and certainly I would argue is better for a public process, not only for transparency, but for people to feel good about coming here and feeling like their time is valued, is to try to have as precise and complete application as possible. I think all of you and all the public gets very frustrated when things are half-baked, and they come here with a lot more questions than they do answers. So your staff, and the way your staff approaches this process, is to try to get everything we can think of vetted and analyzed and presented so that when you have it, you have all the answers that are possible. That's the way we approach this. So in defense of Arlo, he felt there were issues that weren't adequately responded to, and he gave them more time to go get more information. It wasn't because he, felt like he wanted to help the application or there was some, negative thing going on here. He was trying to do what we've always done, which is to try to make these applications as complete as possible before they get into a public forum like this. And a lot of people bring emotions and time and energy, and we want it to be as comprehensive and complete as possible.
Well, and to be clear, Mr. Thomas, I don't need you to defend Mr. Stockham because I don't believe Mr. Stockham did anything wrong. I appreciate the effort that staff goes into and the thoughtfulness in their approach. I think there's a broader question at play, perhaps one that I'm not sure is really stylized for this particular, for action, for example, because I didn't know we were going to be talking about this particular subsection of code and who got to do what with it. I had a very broad discussion, and I'm happy to be having it, but that would be a discussion for another day. But I appreciate your thoughts on it. I want to go to Madam Mayor, who is on the phone, and I believe would like to comment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
3 minutes.
Stockholm. Okay, you just give me the hammer when you need to. Mr. Stockholm, can you answer, is it common for you to meet with developers and the community at large?
Yes. Daily.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I just want to be really clear here. When staff is meeting with community members or developers or whoever has a project, it doesn't even really matter, that they are doing it out of, I think Councilwoman Jordan said this, out of, customer service and being sensitive to the needs, and also being very transparent. So I want people to understand that our staff does meet with a lot of different people in different sectors all the time, every single day. And I think it is good practice, and I would hope that you would continue to do that, because that's how we do come to solutions. So I appreciate you doing that. But I also want to make sure the public knows this is very transparent, and I think sort of the rhetoric has been that, something might be conjured up or cooked, and that isn't what's happening here. So I want to make sure that that's very clear. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, I want to also comment on that as well, because I think it is important that our public understands our staff is accessible by phone, by email, meetings. The same is true for each of us on the dais. And so I do my best to meet with anyone who wants to meet with me anytime they want to. And ultimately, that is important. Now, I haven't had any additional meetings about this particular development, but if they call me tomorrow and say, we want to talk about what we've got going on out here, I would certainly give them the opportunity to have that time with me. I think that's part of every elected official's responsibility. And so ultimately, you've made the most important point. I think Councilmember Jordan makes an excellent point too, which is that we're in the business of serving this community, and that means serving our residents. It means serving our businesses, our ratepayers, our developers, all of these are things where broadly you've said, customer service. I agree with that. We're in the business of providing those particular services. And so ultimately, again, I don't find fault with the actions that were taken with regard to this specific case. And I don't know that it would be capable of being repeated. So I'm not sure I want to make broad brush changes to any policies. And so I'm happy to have the discussion. And I think it is important. I think the council member Breckus talks about tickling an item, right? It's good to have a check-in. And of course, I believe every member can certainly call you, right? You say, Arlo, what's going on Prado these days? Give me the lowdown. And you would be there in a jiffy and you'd tell us about it. I think the community, the citizens can do the same thing. I think part of that is why we're doing the North Valleys board that is dealing with some of the water issues in the North Valleys, because that board also has the opportunity to hear these items. So perhaps what I'm suggesting to you, if staff is taking direction, is that this item about where's Prado, what are they doing, would be on an agenda in the future, and Mr. Flansburgh is here. These are the kinds of things that these discussions create. Excellent discussion, and Councilmember Breckus is well to have brought it to us. I just want to make sure that it's a positive interaction. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Breckus, who's been waiting to speak.
Yeah, just, two things is, one, of course we want our staff to meet with everyone anytime, particularly those who are trying to build our community. But when you're in process on a project, you're in a little different zone. And so now the public knows that twice a quarter, there'll be this team of their engineers meeting with our staff. We can understand what is transpiring, where the application is. Is the application, because it doesn't sound like it's a regional approach. It sounds like it's I don't know why Washoe County is sitting in on a meeting about one of our development applications, but I think that now we know how this is going to be going forward and transpiring, and we can, ask for records or, the public can ask to sit in on these meetings. They should be, because this is a notice public hearing that is going on at this point in time. And if it's a planning effort, I think we should advocate for people to be able to be involved. I also want to mention that Mr. Thomas's representation on this issue is problematic to me. He is an owner of the Evans Ranch PUD that is less than 5 miles from this, that has many of the same infrastructure challenges as Prado. And to the degree that he is participating in advancing Prado's infrastructure solutions and the way we get there, he's also advancing his own personal interest in Evans Ranch. Now, I don't believe he should be any part of any discussions of any planning and community development issues in the North Valleys. Thank you.
I don't think we need a response, Mr. Thomas, but if you'd like to make one, you may. I don't think it's necessary.
I guess the only thing, for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager, I believe the ethics law require if a person of staff is, their ethical and behavioral practices are of question, I'm supposed to get notice of that, and that's supposed to be in front of you. So to the extent Councilmember Breckus is casting aspersions on my ethical background and my ability to be serving as an assistant city manager, she has an obligation by law to properly notice that, because that's how I'm taking what she's saying now for the third or fourth time. This issue, just so everyone knows, when I was hired by the city, that was made clear. It's part of my public disclosure. It's part of all the legal process of me being able to do this position. So I do take offense to her personally exceeding the ethics law by making these accusations that relate to my ability to do my job.
Thank you. I'm going to go now to a couple of our colleagues on the phone who have been waiting patiently. I'll start with Councilmember Dewar. Ms. Dewar, or Councilmember Dewar, are you prepared to comment?
Wow. I had raised my hand, metaphorically, about 10 minutes ago, so I'm coming in on a conversation that it's a little bit awkward timing, but I will try. What I was going to mention was that, when we set a time certain for a meeting, what we're doing is we're putting in abeyance the rules. And we're saying that when you come back, you don't have to renotice your application because we're continuing the same conversation. And the clerk is very sensitive to that. That's why she has us do it, to set a time certain, so that the public knows and we know when that topic will be discussed again. And by doing so, they don't have to renotice. It saves them money. An alternative that they could do, an applicant, would be to withdraw their application and apply again. So by continuing an application, we're saving them the time and the money for renoticing and the time and the money to reapply. And so in my world, having worked as a regulator for a number of years, it means something. You're giving them a special process by continuing the application. So that was the aspect that did concern me. I'm very pleased that we're working on solutions. And I think in order to make that process transparent, perhaps there should be made presentations, I was going to mention, to our North Valleys Committee, because that's a place where the public is, where records are created, and people can get informed about what's going on. So I kind of look at these as two different things. One is a permit. Somebody's applied for a permit, getting a continuance, or someone's working on a planning process, and that is a public process. And those conversations should be public. So, and I think we have a way to accommodate both or all. I think at this point, if the Prado Ranch application came back, they haven't, in my mind, maintained. We don't know what date. It wasn't done in the public forum, so the public doesn't know what date Prado has been reassigned. So I think they have to, at a minimum, renotice their application. And if it is significantly changed, they probably have to do a new application. That's just what they have to deal with doing a permit. But I'm pleased that they're participating and want to offer up some solutions. And again, I think those solution conversations should take place at the North Valleys meeting so everybody knows what's going on. And it's not sort of being done in the darkness, but it's being done in the light and with transparency.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I might, I just wanted to remind Council, under your council rules, section 6.0, specifically 6.1.3, it says city council members shall not berate nor admonish staff members, just as a reminder to everyone in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Manager, especially for supporting our staff in that way. It was, I think, well, I'll leave it at that. Let's go to
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Weber. I think you had requested to speak.
Yes, first of all, I want to just say that when we happen to call in for our meetings, I think our clerk's office needs to work on that the call-in numbers are for a longer period of time, because I just missed half the conversation because I was cut off and had to get signed back in. So I apologize. I don't have all the information. But what I have heard is, what I wanted to say to begin with was, I believe this staff report is very good. And I am saddened to hear when people are attacking our staff, because I think that they are doing the right thing. They are trying to work with our community and with the developers, with the people in the community. We need to be working together. All of this is good customer service, and that's their job. And I want to commend Arlo Stockham for doing a great job on working with Prado, because it is a project that is of concern to a lot of folks. And we need to work together to make it a better project. Whether we get to the better project is another thing, but it's always best to have good customer service no matter what, for our constituents and for the developers. So that's number one. But number two, we cannot attack each other, and we are doing that all the time now. And I am really saddened to see that we cannot support our staff. They are doing the job. And when we start doubting our staff, then something's wrong somewhere. And so I'm sitting here listening to this, and I'm sorry that I'm not there, but I think we need to take a step back and look at ourselves first before we start attacking other people. So I'm sorry. This is an emotional day for me, as you all know, but this is ridiculous. Just how the conversation has gone. That's my point. Thank you.
Councilmember Weber, thank you for your thoughtful approach. And of course, our thoughts and prayers are with you this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to come back to the body at this point in time. I don't believe anyone has any additional, there is no.
Mayor.
Oh, okay, I apologize. Jump on in.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know it is difficult because we are on the phone. And I think, Bonnie, you make some great points, and we should all have more, grace and mercy and compassion for one another. Absolutely. And so with that being said, I just want to thank Mr. Bill Thomas for addressing the issue. And I want, the public to know that you have always been transparent and disclosed any involvement in anything. We live in a very small community. I think people forget that. We all know our neighbors. We know each other. If we don't, then we probably are 6 degrees from separation. And so, and especially the political world we live in. You guys all know that. It's sort of a very small bubble. And so, there always are going to be situations where we're close to, just like, Jenny is with Scenic Nevada. And, we all have involvement, I'm saying, in the community in some capacity. So I do want everyone to have a little bit more grace and mercy for one another. And I appreciate you addressing that, Mr. Bill Thomas, because it is important for the public to know that, you have always been very stand up and respectable. And I want the, public to continue to know that about you, and that those comments were not appreciated and they were not kind. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the body now. I don't see any other members who have requested to speak on this item. And so looks like I would be looking for a motion.
So I brought this item. I don't think there's support for a motion. And I didn't expect one from this council. I just wanted to, one, illustrate what had happened, and to think that maybe it's not the best practice as we get thinking about the way we practice. And then second, also have the discussion so the public that was looking for a June 6th hearing knows what they can expect in the next year as this project is going on. And it's really, you know, I echo the thanks of Prado. I want to hear about your project and vision for the project. I feel cut out of that. And that's why I brought it forward too. But I wish the council had the appetite to hear this in the short term. No. It's fine. You don't have to. Well, certainly, yes.
No, we.
Oh, okay. You and I can talk about this later. You know, I think ultimately what's going to happen is you're going to be redesigning your project. You're going to be paying $15,000 again to come through and have our consideration. Or somehow your project, you know, this regional thing will have it'll go off and be an infrastructure project. I don't know about that. That's something I want to know more about. But this was very helpful because the public that was looking for June 6th now knows what's going on. So no motion. I think we just move on.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll move on to item H3 and the next item on our agenda. This is an item brought forward by Councilmember Jordan, and I will not read this because it's not necessary, but I will ask Madam Clerk, do we have public comment on the item H3?
We do have public comment.
Okay, we'll invite it at this time.
Pam McNeil, followed by Carly Borchard.
Hi, Pam McNeil. Mostly just wanted to say it's been interesting sitting here today, that all the issues to deal with, my mind is going around, and I appreciate everything a lot. And I do appreciate Neoma bringing this, Councilwoman Jordan bringing forward this clarification and the text amendments. I think we've all realized from the Planning Commission meeting that it can be interpreted many different ways. And I'm hopeful in going forward and clarifying all these items that all the different viewpoints are considered. One of the things we heard throughout this is comparing the MGOD to Northwest Reno, to Somerset. It's not Northwest Reno, it's not Somerset, this is the MGOD. It was part of the Verdi community. And in clarifying all these text amendments, I think staff has a lot of resources to go to, including the Verdi residents who went through all this. They know the intent. There were staff members that are currently with the city of Reno that know the intent because they went through the process. And I like one of the phrases I picked up today, the element of reliance. And I think a lot of people went through the element of reliance, and hopefully that will be clarified. And thank you very much.
Thank you for being here tonight. As a lawyer, that term is a very important one, so thank you for.
Carly Borchard.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak just really quickly. Carly Borchard for the record. And Pam just kind of summed up exactly what I would say as well. But after the last conversation, I was just moved to stand up and say, your staff has been incredible. The Planning Commission, everything that they pointed out at the Mortensen Garson Stan Lucas project review was exceptional. I thought that the way that they approached it was fabulous, every last one of them. I also want to commend the city staff for meeting with us, for helping us through and understanding certain items that we don't understand. And I think that that's really the soul behind this request, is a text amendment to kind of give us, the public that are trying to follow along with some of these developments, some clarity and some understanding where we don't have it. And there's a lot of that. So I really appreciate it. And I just wanted to express that we are willing as well as a community, and always have been, will continue to be, to assist and like Pam mentioned, you know, we've got a lot of residents that were involved with this planning and kind of the process way back in the day, and they have a lot of valuable knowledge and feedback that can be utilized going forward. So I would hope that we can utilize them. Thank you guys very much.
It should be noted for the record, we received one letter in opposition, and with that, we have no further public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Jordan, for any kind of presentation or discussion. I know you would like to make one.
Thank you very much. And this really has kind of been long in the making to get some of these clarities. I think anybody that's spent any time in this area on different developments, there is a lot of gray. there's a lot of interpretation issues, and they just come up project after project after project. So the attempt with this is to, I'm not going to say we're going to get total black and white, but we're certainly maybe going to get different shades, maybe a bit more clarity on these issues that just keep coming back. Can you walk through kind of what the process is for the individuals that would like to participate? I know this is probably step 1 of 7, and how the public will be involved if there are additional items that may arise that we want to be looking at, how that happens, just process for the record.
Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. Well, we're going to have to develop a specific process, but bottom line, it should be participatory. Our door is open, our phone lines are open. I think everyone in the room here knows that. We want to get everyone's feedback and ultimately bring forward that clarity that's been discussed. So I think we do have some meetings scheduled starting pretty quick here with different groups next week, I believe. And I think we can chart a good path forward at those meetings for subsequent discussions. And that's in addition to the formal, it's going to have to go to the NAB and the CAB and the Planning Commission and the Council, and all the formal steps certainly need to occur before anything gets approved. But I'm kind of talking about the additional outreach and discussion before that occurs.
Yeah, and there are some, and Carly is certainly one of them, that is a great resource. She's a member of the NAB, and she's been out in this area for a really long time. So she's got some historical background and knowledge that we can mine a lot of that and maybe save ourselves a lot of headaches. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Breckus?
I'm just trying to understand the concept a little more fully. I know there's a development request, the reference to the Planning Commission meeting, and that was one that I missed. I watched most of them, particularly when I anticipate they're coming up before us on, appeals. And then this one is appealed, I understand. There was an appeal filed. And so that's question number 1, is if we have an appeal that is coming our way, I don't know if it's appropriate to be amending a very narrow, specific code to those rules. I think that it's a little premature, maybe. I don't understand how we would do
A
that.
couple things. My request for these clarifications was well before that project ever even went to Planning Commission. This has nothing, this isn't specific to that project at all. And frankly, I don't think this will have clarity before that hits us.
No, the appeal is scheduled before you in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
And
there's just
certainly
no
we're
way.
going to not be too
I mean,
far
there
down
may
the
be some
path.
things that would have helped to have clarity on, probably well before they even hit Planning Commission. But no, this isn't going to get cleaned up before that.
But let me ask you, the appeal in 2 weeks that I just learned is coming before us, is that all of this geography that is being amended, or is it a subset?
Good question. It's a significant portion.
Okay.
Essentially, there's 4 large development projects. This is the last of Reno's growth area to the west. It's zoned, it's been that way for a while. There are 4 large development applications at various stages of application or pre-application discussions. 3 of them have been submitted. 1 of them is, I think, gearing up to submit pretty soon. The Stan Lucas case, which is on the north side of this planning area, essentially directly west of Somerset. That's the first one to move forward. That's the one that was heard by the Planning Commission before the holidays and will be in front of you.
And we'll be appealing. Okay.
Yeah.
But let me ask you something else then. That aside is, since 2014, when West Meadows came, I've been advocating for an update to the Verdi area plan, the whole area, a plan, a participatory, like you're talking about, plan. But what I see here is just a zoning change. And so my ask to you is, why don't we do a plan and look at all these bigger issues? Because I think part of the lack of clarity is you don't have a plan, you have a code. And so is there room in this concept being proposed to do a plan and then the accommodating ordinances with those?
That's a council policy decision ultimately, and we also have, keep in mind the applications have been submitted under the documents we have in place. So they do have the due process ability to move forward under the plans and codes that are in place right now. But ultimately, that's not a decision for me to make.
Well, I think we should do a plan, and I think maybe we should hear this appeal, and then during the planning process, suspend the applications coming forward. And because, I mean, jumping straight to code, frankly, is not the way to do it in terms of participatory. Because planning is where you do the vision, identify the values, understand your capacities, your deficiencies. Some are land use and zoning, but some are capital improvements. So I would like to see this action be broadened to initiate a planning effort and, accommodating text messages, and, do it that way. That's how I would, and I've been consistent on that since West Meadows came.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to provide input on this agenda item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the body. Councilmember Jordan, do you have a motion?
Does it need a motion? But my motion is to move forward with what's proposed in the staff.
Okay,
I think it would be a motion to initiate the text amendment.
So motioned.
So we're just going to be amending, oh, sorry. So what section of
hold
code
on a
is this?
second,
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Breckus, sorry. I am just trying to get through it procedurally. So I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Weber, and now I'll open up for questions or additional concerns on the motion. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, the ordinance does not mention an RMC section. So when you mentioned the original development handbook, was that what is this development handbook? Where is it exist?
This would be an amendment. The zoning is laid out in an overlay district. It's on your staff report, page 1, Reno Municipal Code 1808.406, subsection I. That would be the section of code that, if this motion passes, would be initiated for these clarifications being discussed.
But this development handbook, capital D, capital H, and you're saying in converting development handbook provisions to the MGOD, was this handbook, where was it?
The handbook was the plan you mentioned that was approved back in the early 2000s. It was ultimately litigated, and there was a settlement agreement, and a specific development handbook was adopted. It had a 10-year expiration. The recession hit. Development wasn't ready to go. Infrastructure wasn't there. Somewhere around 2011, 2012, that time frame, kind of in the depths of the recession, the city did some amendments and essentially took many provisions out of the prior development handbook, and put them into this section of code. But in making those changes, not all of the handbook was carried forward, and has left us with many questions that we've needed to interpret in order to figure out how development can proceed. So that's the handbook. It's no longer formally adopted, but the substance of it is carried forward. So we've looked to that in these gray areas for legislative intent.
Was it a PUD or an SPD that was adopted? Because I was talking about the Verdi area plan, the county
It was a
Verdi.
very unique document that wasn't any of those. Essentially, it was a litigation settlement agreement that incorporated a handbook. This is the only one of its case I'm aware of. It's a unique animal.
So it was an application, basically, that was hanging
No,
out.
it wasn't. It was essentially a judicial settlement that was agreed
Okay.
to by the two cities and the county
Okay.
and a number of other parties.
Okay, well, I'll support it because a little bit is better than nothing, but I think our master plan really said we were gonna go into the areas and do plans. And, it's funny because we're talking about cooperation with the county. I really want to cooperate with the county on this one and do a plan jointly with them. That'll be their document and our document. And you don't get that out of code.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Say no.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk.
With that, we are on our final public comment, which is the J items. And we do have public commenters in the audience. Tammy Holtstill, followed by Denise Ross, followed by Danny Cletus.
Tammy Holtstill, Live in Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. Back on H2, after listening to all the conversation, I feel that there are some situations that are not transparent. That is my personal opinion, and from what I've seen in my personal experience. Then you have Mr. Roberts talking about the fact that he's got a way to take care of it regionally. However, it would take care of the northeast side, but the west side is where we have a lot of our issues, and the northwest side. So then RTC trying to elevate to make a dam, we all know that means we're going to live on pumps the rest of our lives. And are you going to take care of them? Because we've seen where it hasn't worked. I'm sorry. There is a lot of issues out there that need to be addressed. And it's going to take more than just one developer trying to twist your arms that he has the answer and that his answer is the best answer. We are in closed basins. With them being closed basins, whatever water you pump in to service the citizens you have there, you need to pump it out, period, end of story. Then let's add to that if you are developing 3/4 of the basin to 100% impervious ground, and then all that's got to go in this one little location, you're going to have to pump that out too. It just cannot hold it all, or you are going to keep flooding somebody. We've proven it. You've proven it. You've done it. Court said you did it. You've been found guilty not only by trial, but the Supreme Court said, no, take care of this. So now take care of it. The poor walls, not living in their home, paying taxes, and then to be vandalized and victimized twice in a week because they're not living in their home, had their property stolen. That is just gross, disgusting, annoying, especially considering your own staff voted against us when we came before you in the consortium and asked to help these citizens. There was things that could have been done way back in 2017 when I was before the consortium. Hey, this was a way for you guys to help, and you would never have been in court. You would have never been found guilty if you had just owned up and done something different. But you didn't want to. You put your heads in the sand and wanted to fight it. And I don't appreciate what's happening over in the attorney's section.
Ms. Holtstill, please identify and speak directly to the council as a body, not to the staff.
It's distracting what I see over there,
Ms.
and it's
Holtstill,
against my
I
time.
respect your being here. Please respect our being here. Focus on us. Thank you.
So, things need to be done. It's time to do them. It's time to stop with the talk and get to solutions. Pumping out 6 inches of water in a summertime is not going to help. 6 inches of water off that lake is not enough when you're putting in feet in the wintertime. Thank you.
Denise Ross, followed by Danny Cletus.
Denise Ross, once again, I'll use your words and terminology towards all of you. Clarity and reliance. Clarity and reliance, we rely on all of you to follow suit with the same developments. I've never, in any other development, seen the things happening that are being allowed for Prado. Lest you people forget, Lansing was involved in a big lawsuit down in Southern California. He lied to that county commission. He was found, the judgment was against him. And yet you guys are making deals with the devil. Now, Mr. Arlo, we see him, we see you, Mr. Reese, we see you at the other meetings. Everyone knows how concerned we are with the Prado development. this very council was outraged months ago whenever they asked for another continuance, when they showed up and asked for another continuance. This council sat there and said that they should be held responsible for the finances and for the payment to the staff. If you go back and you look in your own videos, you will see that. You were all angry about it. What's happened to that? The other developments have 45 days, right? 45 days to have their thing reread. Where's there any limitations on Prado? Because they keep saying that they're working with it. Well, you know what? Prado said whenever they were at the airport having a public get-together so we could all understand their intentions, they said that they would have meetings, have us bring our hydrologist to the table, that the county would have their hydrologist, and that the city would have their hydrologist, and that Prado would have their hydrologist. Well, you know what? That was another deal that was reneged on because we've never been invited to the table. And our hydrologists know a lot more about what's going on with that lake, and so do the residents. You've got people coming in from other states, from other places, from other God knows where, coming in trying to tell you and tell us how they're going to fix our problem when they don't even know it. They don't even ask the residents. They don't even want to hear from any of us what the paths are. We go to Mercury, right? Mercury. We had mining up above Prado. Has anyone done any testing for mercury if the mercury follows the water? Where's it all going to end up? In my freaking backyard. Thank you.
Danny Cleus.
Danny Cleus. For 2.5 years, we've been hearing from Prado, from the Planning Commission, now you guys, over and over. Their promises, oh yeah, we're going to fix it. We're going to work on your deal. If you listen to him tonight, he said, oh yeah, we got the east part fixed. We're going to fix the east part, but screw everybody else. Now, they've been saying the same thing from day one. That's what they're going to do. They haven't been working on anything. Come on. Everybody should be listening to what they say. Continuance after continuance. That doesn't even belong in our master plan for the Lemon Valley. It's a rural area. I don't know what's going through your guys' heads. It's ignorance. I mean, come on. It's simple. It's cut and dry. Either you do it rural or you get the hell out. You don't put warehouses in a rural area. You don't put high-density homes in a rural area. And you sure in the hell don't put them in a flood zone. That's even more stupider. That's why they were denied in 15 and 16. And then they add more houses, and you guys are letting them skate even more. I don't get it. Their property is full of water. Our property would still be full of water if it wasn't for those frickin' barriers that cover half of the damn road. I almost got hit by a City of Reno truck because he couldn't go next to those barriers. I almost got hit by a Washoe County truck because he couldn't go by those barriers. And that is from Oregon to Arizona, all the way to Water Ash. That truck was 3 feet into my lane. Where am I going to go? A 5-foot ditch? Come on. There is problems out there. Nobody wants to address it. I don't know why. You guys want to build. Get this money from these guys. Get the money from these guys. It doesn't go to our stuff. It goes to your guys' pockets. Look what Mr. Barr did, the Attorney General for the United States. He just yanked a bunch of high people out of their state positions, the governor, the county, and some other fools of the developers. They're in trouble. for the same thing you guys are doing. So watch out, because my letter's almost ready to go. And plus, I have a bill that's being drafted to go in front of the legislator to knock this crap off.
With that, Vice Mayor Reese, we have no further public comment, and we're on item K, which is adjournment.
Okay, may I have a motion, please? Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Delgado. Any further discussion at this time? Seeing none, I have a motion, a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please say no. Motion carries unanimously. We are adjourned.